Though much of this work happens silently in the background, it is the foundation that will allow renewable energy, desalination plants, new housing developments, and future industries to operate smoothly and reliably. It is infrastructure that quite literally powers progress. And this progress is reaching directly into people's homes. In March of this year, 2025, the rollout of smart electric meters began, ushering in a new era of transparency and control for consumers. For the first time, households will be able to track electricity usage in 15-minute intervals, helping detect waste, reduce costs, and plan consumption more effectively. Prepaid options will give customers greater flexibility, while upcoming interconnection policies will allow homeowners with solar panels to sell excess energy back to the grid. It's greater choice, it's real savings, it's empowerment in the palm of your hand. But technology alone cannot transform a nation. People do. And 2025 was a year of building human capacity at scale. In January, the Federation hosted its first ever electric vehicle training and certification course, giving local mechanics internationally recognized credentials. Solar PV empowerment training soon followed, along with advanced renewable energy training in Taiwan, turning young people, technicians, and tradesmen into certified green energy professionals. These programs are not just preparing workers for new jobs, they are creating new income streams and new pathways to generational wealth. As EVs, solar systems, smart grids, and battery storage become the national standard, our people won't just use the technology, they will build it, maintain it, innovate it, and profit from it. Pillar 2, water security. This government fully understands that water is the foundation of life, public health, agriculture, tourism, investment, and national confidence. And we continue to make bold steps in securing a future when our taps run 24/7, moving from temporary fixes to permanent solutions. And nowhere is that clearer than in our desalination program. At the CA Paul Southwell Industrial Park, the Federation's largest desalination plant powered up for the first time in October 2025. Now, in final testing, this 2 million gallon a day facility is on track to restore 24-hour water access to Basseterre and surrounding communities. For households, this means the end of chronic rationing. For businesses and investors, it means predictability, one of the most valuable assets in any economy. On the East Coast, the Federation's first solar-powered desalination plant continues to operate at the Canada Industrial Site, producing roughly 70,000 gallons of clean water each day. Powered entirely by renewable energy, it reduces costs, strengthens climate resilience, and supports communities like Connery's, Keys, and nearby industrial corridor. Together, these desalination plants mark a historic turning point. St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer waiting on rainfall to guarantee water. We are producing it ourselves. But desalination is only one piece of the puzzle. This year, the government completed the most sophisticated water survey ever done in St. Kitts, a semi-airborne hydrogeological scan that mapped the island from Keon to Old Road. Delivered in October, the survey identified 17 promising groundwater sites, with 10 prioritized for immediate development. For decades, communities like Sadlers, St. Paul's, Newton Ground, Sandy Point, and Challengers have struggled during dry spells. Now, they stand to benefit from new climate-resilient wells that will boost supply where it is needed most. To move swiftly, the government pre-advanced procurement for drilling. A contract was signed in September with water and oil well services from Trinidad and Tobago. These wells mean reliability for families, expansion for farmers, better services for hoteliers, and employment for our local construction and engineering sectors. All of this fits into a wider investment framework that is transforming the entire water system: storage, interconnection, leak reduction, pressure management, and modern monitoring. It's not just more water, it's smarter water. Interlinked reservoirs now allow water to be rerouted across districts. New climate tracking tools guide decision making, and upgrades to pipelines and pumping systems are reducing losses and lowering operating costs. Anchoring all of this is the SKN Transwater Project, the Federation's flagship climate finance water initiative. In 2025, the project advanced through major public consultations, technical designs, and international frameworks with the Green Climate Fund. Transwater is a vehicle that will overhaul outdated infrastructure, reduce non-revenue water, introduce low-carbon technologies, and build the climate-ready water system our islands need. It brings global financing into local hands, creating jobs, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that every gallon counts. Pillar 3, food security. Food security is national security. It is jobs, income, exports, and the comfort of knowing that in a changing world, we can feed ourselves. This year, we continued bold strides to transform agriculture and fisheries into engines of resilience and wealth creation, built on innovation, climate-smart practices, and new opportunities for farmers, fishers, and young people. The year began with the Federation emerging from one of the most challenging droughts in recent memory. Instead of setbacks, we used the moment to accelerate investment. Through a multi-million-dollar intervention, farmers received free drip irrigation systems, drought-resilient seeds, protective crop coverings, and on-farm support to safeguard production. These upgrades meant higher yields with less water, lower operating costs, and more predictable income, especially for small farmers whose livelihoods depend on every harvest. 2025 also saw unprecedented support for the livestock sector. A dedicated $1 million account was created to secure a stable and uninterrupted supply of animal feed, ensuring farmers never face shortages due to global supply delays. Veterinary medicine and livestock programs expanded, giving students hands-on training in pregnancy diagnosis, ultrasound use, and animal husbandry. The result is a stronger, more professional livestock industry, one that protects food supply while opening new career pathways for young people. Our investment in technology pushed agriculture into a modern era. A national drought forecasting system powered by satellite data, digital mapping, and real-time WhatsApp alerts now guides farmers on when to plant, irrigate, and conserve water. This climate-smart tool transforms decision-making, giving farmers the same kind of digital intelligence used in advanced economies and helping protect their income in an unpredictable climate. At sea, 2025 was a breakthrough year. The government deployed 12 of 15 new fish aggregating devices. These subsurface FADs are sturdier, safer, and designed to boost catch rates, reduce fuel costs, and increase earnings for fishers. And it is working. Fisheries revenue has risen from EC 8 million a few years ago to EC 90 million. But our oceans are not our only sources of food. They are ecosystems that must be protected. In June of this year, the Federation launched a groundbreaking king crab coral restoration initiative. Fishers and marine stewards received training to raise native Caribbean king crabs, which help revive coral reefs by naturally removing excess algae. This creates a double benefit: healthier reefs for tourism and biodiversity, and a new blue economy product that fishers can sell to restaurants and hotels, generating an entirely new income stream. On land, diversification took center stage. Nature's Sustainable Farm moved into its next phase with over 100 acres now under cultivation and the first ever export of St. Kitts grown Tabasco peppers to the United States firmly on the horizon. Each acre employs up to 5 people, meaning hundreds of jobs and a new export market that links farmers directly to global value chains. All of this falls under a broader shift toward eco-friendly, climate-smart agriculture, greenhouse expansion, modern hatcheries, precision irrigation, soil-saving practices, and the climate-smart agriculture project, now advancing through national consultation, signals a future where agriculture is not just sustainable, but profitable, competitive, and resilient. Pillar 4. Sustainable industries. We continue to invest in our own by building out our talent, empowering entrepreneurs, and opening new pathways to wealth creation. This year, the creative economy stepped confidently into the future. As part of Global Entrepreneurship Week 2025, the government hosted the first ever AI in Business Summit and award ceremony. It brought together creatives, entrepreneurs, and technologists to explore how artificial intelligence can amplify marketing, design, storytelling, and content production. For the first time, our artists and cultural entrepreneurs were positioned not just as performers, but as innovators and business leaders ready to export their craft to the world. But the digital revolution goes far beyond the arts. This year, we also launched one of the region's most ambitious cybersecurity training programs. Beginning in February and graduating its first cohort in November, the program trained participants to international standards and prepared them for remote cybersecurity work, jobs that pay global salaries from right here at home. As the second cohort is set to begin in January 2026, more citizens will enter a career field that has unlimited earning potential and global demand. This, coupled with the electric vehicle training and certification program and the solar empowerment training, ensuring that as renewable energy expands, our people, not foreign contractors, are able to benefit. For small businesses, 2025 was a year of unprecedented support. Hundreds of entrepreneurs gained access to training through the Building Bankable Business program, launched in April to teach financial literacy, budgeting, cash flow management, and business planning. Its purpose is simple: to transform ideas into bankable enterprises and entrepreneurs into investment-ready leaders. But training alone is not enough. In October, the Citizenship by Investment Unit launched the local micro and small businesses grant program, offering easy $10,000 grants to qualifying businesses across the Federation. By November, 36 businesses has already been approved, receiving capital to expand operations, purchase equipment, hire staff, or move their services online. These grants injected real money directly into the hands of local entrepreneurs, supporting the creation of jobs, products, and new services across every sector. This momentum is matched by one of the most transformative digital agendas in the Caribbean. In May 2025, St. Kitts and Nevis launched its Electronic Travel Authorization (ETA) system and e-border platform, enabling faster, more secure processing for visitors and dramatically improving the travel experience, especially during major events like the St. Kitts Music Festival. This strengthens tourism, enhances national security, and positions the Federation as a modern, tech-forward destination. Behind the scenes, the digital transformation is accelerating even further. The government is advancing its national digital ID system, the core of all future e-services, set to enable secure online access to government services, banking, trade, and digital signatures. Parallel to this, the electronic civil registry system also moved forward, digitizing births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions so citizens and the diaspora can access official documents from anywhere in the world. Together with online tax services, the developing online passport system, business registration portal, and single trade window, St. Kitts and Nevis is building a digital economy that lowers barriers, speeds up transactions, attracts investments, and creates new income possibilities for every citizen. Pillar 5. Sustainable settlements. A strong nation is built, literally, on the spaces where people live, learn, heal, travel, play, and grow. This year, the government accelerated ownership through the NHC Renaissance Project, delivering and constructing nearly 200 new homes across Stapleton, Harry Phipps, Otleys, Sandy Point, and other communities. More land was secured to scale the project further, ensuring that hundreds of families will soon step into houses that instantly increase their net worth. Every home built supports contractors, tradesmen, truckers, suppliers, and strengthens the foundation for generational wealth. Side by side with the new housing came one of the most meaningful reforms in decades: land regularization. In 2025 alone, 531 lots were distributed, with full titles handed over to families in St. Peter's, Lagreet, St. Paul's, and other long-neglected communities. In several cases, beneficiaries walked into the banks the very next day because for the first time, they had collateral, dignity, and the power to invest in their future. This is land, not just as a place to live, but as empowerment. And for the first time in our history, the entire land system is going digital. A new land administration and information system is being built, replacing decades of paper files with a transparent, efficient online platform. Beginning early in 2026, citizens will be able to submit applications, track their status, and view available lots on a digital map. This modernization protects national patrimony, strengthens fairness, and speeds up development, making it easier for families, investors, and planners to build a modern St. Kitts and Nevis. 2025 also marked a leap forward in climate-resilient public infrastructure with the unveiling of the designs for the new JNF General Hospital. This state-of-the-art, storm-resistant facility is being developed in partnership with Taiwan and OECC. Construction begins shortly, bringing jobs in the short term and delivering long-term benefits in healthcare. This hospital will save lives, but it will also generate economic activity every single day. Across the island, the government advanced one of the largest road modernization programs in our history. Over $80 million has been invested in less than 3 years. This year alone, the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway East was fully upgraded and completed. Over 3 miles of safer, smoother roadway with sidewalks, retaining walls, and new access points. These works shorten travel time, raise property values, improve safety, and open new economic corridors for families and businesses. Major community roads from Rawlings and Newton Ground to Shadwell and Palmetto Point, and many more also saw significant roadwork upgrades. Pillar 6, circular economy. A sustainable nation is a clean nation, and this year we took some of the boldest steps in our history to reshape how our country manages waste. We passed the Plastic Waste Reduction Act 2025, a landmark law that positions St. Kitts and Nevis as a regional leader in the fight against plastic pollution. Rolled out in 3 phases, the ban eliminated the import, sale, and distribution of single-use plastic bags, styrofoam containers, straws, cups, plates, and utensils. By November 2025, the major categories of single-use plastics were officially out of the Federation. This means cleaner coastlines, healthier marine ecosystems, reduced landfill pressure, and a better tourism product. But more importantly, it means shifting national behavior, encouraging reusable bags, refilling bottles, and greener businesses that save money while protecting the environment. Alongside legislation, we strengthen the systems that make sustainability real. The St. Kitts and Nevis Recycling Project, supported by the Taiwan Technical Mission, accelerated significantly in 2025. Paper recycling was introduced on both islands. New pilot recycling programs launched in Nevis communities, and 57 schools participated in a national recycling competition, transforming environmental education into real action. By September 2025, the project had expanded collection points, increased training workshops, and shipped batches of separated plastic overseas, reducing landfill burden while creating new green jobs in sorting, transport, and materials recovery. This momentum ties directly into the wider transformation of our waste sector, a move from simple disposal to a circular economy. This year, the government also intensified landfill reform efforts following February's Connery landfill fire, accelerating planning for safer, more sustainable waste handling systems. At the same time, regional partners supported circular economy training that empowers local entrepreneurs to turn waste into opportunity, whether through upcycled products, recycling services, or green manufacturing. In this new approach, waste is no longer just a cost. It becomes raw material, it becomes innovation, it becomes wealth creation. And while
Host resumes. Good morning, everyone. You may be seated. Morning, everyone. I see that we have a full gallery today. Welcome to the continuation of the budget debates. Just a brief housekeeping matter. If you haven't done so already, kindly place your phones and or other electronic devices on silent or vibrate for the duration of the proceedings. Thank you. Honorable Member? I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher III.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to make my contribution to the debates on the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025, Investing in People and Progress. Firstly, I give thanks to Almighty God for His grace, wisdom, and guidance over our Federation. We are grateful for the strength He has offered our people, the stability of our nation, and the progress that has carried us to this moment. It is only by His mercy, Madam Speaker, that we stand here today, entrusted with the responsibility to serve. Without His divine guidance, none of our efforts would bear lasting fruit. In fact, every January, my ministry, starts off with a Thanksgiving service as we prepare for the year of work. And in January of this year, I vividly recall that the message was about breakthrough. We had declared as a ministry that this would be a breakthrough year. God's anointing has therefore come to pass. And indeed, as I provide a recap of the extraordinary work that has been done, you will see that we most definitely have had a breakthrough year. I wish at this moment to sincerely thank my team, our dedicated public servants, our advisors, our technical experts, and support staff who have worked tirelessly, often behind the scenes, to ensure that our goals were met. Your professionalism, your resilience and sense of duty have been truly inspiring. You have demonstrated that teamwork, integrity, and service above self can transform vision into reality. I thank you, we thank you, and the nation thanks you. And that is why I've invited you here to publicly acknowledge all of your contributions to the significant progress that we have made thus far. So thank you. Madam Speaker, now I rise today with a profound sense of responsibility and optimism as we debate the 2026 budget of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis under the theme Investing in People and Progress. Now, this theme is not just a slogan. It's not a slogan, actually. It is a clear statement of intent, one that places our citizens at the center of national development while building the systems and infrastructure required for a resilient and a modern, sustainable island state. As the Minister responsible for public infrastructure, energy, utilities, domestic transport, ICT, and posts, my contribution to this debate speaks directly to the foundations of daily life and economic growth. Madam Speaker, you would have to forgive me. There's something trying to hold me, as you could probably tell in my voice. In 2026, Madam Speaker, our investments are focused where they matter most, ensuring reliable and safe water for our people, modern and resilient road infrastructure that connects communities and commerce, a bold and irreversible energy transition that lowers costs and secures our future, accelerated digital transformation that improves government services and economic opportunity, and the full rollout of a national addressing system that brings order, efficiency, and inclusion to how our nation functions. Madam Speaker, these are really not abstract policies. They are practical investments in the dignity of our people, opportunity, and national progress. Investments that strengthen our economy today, while certainly securing a better quality of life for generations to come. Madam Speaker, as always, I must extend my eternal gratitude to the wonderful people of constituency number 3. I see some of them here. From Palmetto Point, Garvey's, Boyd's, Boyd's View, Abbott's, West Farm, West Haven, Hummingbird, Camps Estate, Amry Drive, Bayview, Crescent Hill, Dewars, Olivies, Buckley's Park, Buckley's Development, Buckley's Extension, Buckley's Estate, Buckley's Site, Lime Keel, Trafalgar, Fort Lands, Russell Village, Haynes Smith Village, St. Johnson Village, Lagreed Village, Pleasant View, all of Shadwell, and all other communities and villages of West Bastia. Anyone? Oh, that one was, you know, to be West Bastia. West Bastia. My apologies to the translator. Thank you, constituents, for reposing your confidence in me to represent you in these hallowed halls and to serve in your government as a minister. As your representative, I have continued strong advocacy on your behalf to achieve a number of specific items for the people of constituency number 3, and also to deliver several key national initiatives that will bring tremendous benefit to the residents of West Bastia. So, in community development, we have made land ownership a key pillar of empowerment of our people. Apart from the allocation of new land lots in Dewport and East West Farm, and I'm haunting the Minister for Sustainable Development for even more new lots, especially to build our NHC cluster homes and to give other people other opportunities to own land. Unfortunately, C3, our constituency 3, is one of those areas where they maximize the, the land corruption deal that they had, where multiple people got, 3 people got 1 piece of land. 3 people in the last administration would be showing up with documentation for 1 piece of land in order to secure a vote. And so all the areas now in Constituency 3 that were previously identified have been taken up. And so I am in the cabinet to ensure that we unlock some more. But apart from those that we have done already, for persons who wish to purchase land in C3, we have fulfilled a major commitment that I made some years ago. Today, the people of Lagreet are not squatters. They are certified landowners. On this achievement, my heart is full. For generations, the people of Lagreet have lived, they have loved, they raised families, they built lives on the land, they tended their gardens, they built their homes, they made memories there. That soil, Madam Speaker, holds their history. Yet for too long, ownership, true legal ownership, seemed just beyond their grasp. Well, a few weeks ago, all of that changed. They are now landowners, rightful heirs to what they and their families have built over the generations. They now have a bona fide, certified, verified, concretized, duly registered certificate of title. However, Madam Speaker, before they were able to get to this point, there was a shameful episode that took place. After I had committed, this is prior to 2015, to regularizing their land ownership situation, if the Labour administration continued then, the Harris-led administration did not fulfill this need for 7 years up until 2022. However, in an effort to literally fool the people of Lagreet just before the 2022 election, after they had offered the land for sale to the residents a few months earlier, the Harris-led administration invited the residents of Lagreet to a ceremony at Nima on Wednesday, July 27, 2022. You know how much days that is before election? Wednesday, July 27th, 2022, and announced to the world that they were presenting the residents with their certificates of title. Honestly, when I saw that, I thought to myself, wow, did the Harris-led administration really fulfill one of my dreams for the people I had hoped to represent? The residents attended the ceremony with anticipation. Lo and behold, Madam Speaker, the area representative of the Harris-led administration and the permanent secretary then of Sustainable Development gave the residents blank copies of a COT and told the residents that they now hold the title to their land. You don't believe me? Look it up. I don't know if they have any of the footage here. Look it up. Look at the news article posted by SKNIS on the 27th of July 2022, where it says, and I quote, "Residents of Lagreet North Housing Development were issued with their certificate of title at a simple but significant ceremony held at the National Emergency Management Conference Room." It goes on to say that a COT is a legal document issued by the government that indicates proof of ownership of real property or titled personal property. The PS at the time said, proudly, having the title to the land is one part. She went on to say, today, 40 plus residents will receive their certificate of title, and the rest of you will be given your approval letters. Well, after all the fanfare was over and the residents opened their package, the shock set in. I remember a particular person, she certainly wouldn't mind if I call her name, Veronica Sheila Jeffers, calling me. I don't know if she's here today. Calling me. Stark raving mad. And in her colorful way, using, of course, many French languages that or French words that I can't use here, to tell me that they can't fool her. She brought the blank COT to me. Now, while publicly pronouncing, the government then, that they had issued the certificate of titles, privately they issued the residents price letters for them to purchase the lands that they had occupied for generations. There was a picture just now up of the blank COT issued. I gave my commitment to Sheila and the Lagreed community that if given the opportunity, I would correct this wrong and lobby a Labour government to transfer the ownership of the land to the residents free of cost and present them with a real, fully executed certificate of title. So upon being elected parliamentary representative for C3, I partnered with the Ministry of Sustainable Development to bring to the Cabinet a submission, firstly, to waive the cost of the land for the people of Lagreed. From there, multiple meetings and stakeholder engagements were conducted to properly apportion the land, identifying and verifying the rightful owners and occupiers. This culminated in October of this year, long before any election is due, with the official handing over of their COTs. Congratulations to over 70 residents of Lagreed. You now own a piece of the rock. And also congratulations to those in Upper Monkey Hill, in Amsterdam, in St. Paul's. I don't know if they also had fake ceremonies for them. I don't think so, because they were doing, they started it in my constituency with the fake ceremonies. Congratulations to all of you, because it fulfills a key pillar of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party's agenda of people empowerment, investing in people. And so I'm very pleased that now they have a real certificate of, they now own it. Their equity, their stock has gone up. There's one guy up there had a big piece. He now worth thousands more. And he's very pleased and very happy. I think the pictures on the screen tell the story. Now, in the area of roads in the constituency, in addition to the entire island, of course, which I will speak to later, Constituency 3 is certainly not getting left out, and it is getting its share of major road infrastructure upgrades. We have already resurfaced roads leading to Bounty Welch, roads in Boyd's Village, the entirety of Limekeel Extension, Fort Lands by where Cardi used to be, roads in Trafalgar, below the Carding home and the other road below that, the Grandmasters Road, which I don't think was paved, maybe since it was paved the first time, Infirmary Road, Jones Street, and Wigley Avenue. We also have, of course, some new concrete roads in constituency number 3, in Shadwell West and South, in Boyd's View and Palmetto Point. And the thing about roads sometimes, like the roads in Lagreed and so on, etc., and in the villages, is when they're bad, everybody notices them. But when they're good, nobody notices them. Nobody notices them because it's now no longer an inconvenience. And sometimes you can forget that it is just a few months ago that this road was not in the best condition. So additionally, as constituency 3 would have been the area that Bastia, I was saying that we have additional new concrete roads in Shadwell West, South, Boyd's View, and Palmetto Point. Yes, I said that. Number 3 cannot be left out of the road revolution. Additionally, as constituency 3 would have been the area that Bastia expanded into, we still have many of the large road projects that need to be completed in the future, including East-West Farm, which is the largest one in the country, Bayview, and others, Duwas, etc. We have fixed major drainage issues in Limekeel development, Limekeel Project, Haynes Smith, St. Johnson, and others. Madam Speaker, C3 will also benefit, our constituency 3, West Basseterre, will also benefit, of course, from our national efforts on water, which I will speak in detail about shortly. And we continue our beautification efforts. I realize that the member for number 2 has kicked up a storm by simply continuing our beautification efforts. I really don't understand. Panic. So we continue our own beautification efforts where we are providing bins to areas and stay tuned for our next schedule. They're usually posted on my Facebook page when we are doing cleanups in the area. Madam Speaker, as it relates to history and culture in the constituency, Villagerama has been revived. Every November now, we have Villagerama activities from Juve to Parade Day to 5K runs to elderly care packages, and we will continue the effort to make Villagerama bigger and better as the introductory festival to Sugar Mass. We also have now had 3 installations or 3 editions of our Icon Roots and Culture Children's Summer Camp that teaches our children about our culture, our heritage through dance, drumming, masquerading, baking, cooking, hair braiding, steel pan playing, storytelling, sightseeing, and more. And it is really a truly amazing experience for the children. They love it. We have it for a full week, but they inevitably always ask for us to do another week. So we will consider that. Madam Speaker, let's look at sports development in the constituency. For the first time in a long time, the Patsy Allers Playfield will have a fully functioning storage and bathroom facility on the southeastern side of the playfield. Yeah, man. The construction. Almost finished. Almost finished. The reconstruction is almost complete, such that the next champions of football, the Village Superstars FC, and all the affiliate groups will have storage and a place to shelter and restroom facilities on the Patsy Allers Playfield. For years I've seen that building dilapidated, and now we are on the crux of completing that renovation. However, this is just the start, Madam Speaker. We have much more to do, even on Patsy Allers Playfield. We have an extensive plan which we will do in due time. Madam Speaker, after making a strong case on behalf of the sporting fraternity and the community on a whole of the village area of constituency number 3 to my cabinet colleague ministers, I am pleased to further announce what the Minister of Sports announced yesterday of a major development in sports in C3. For the first time again that I am aware, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis has specifically budgeted funds to start the construction of a brand new stadium on the Limekeel Playfield. It is itemized in the budget estimates under the capital projects for the Ministry of Sports. This means that in 2026 we intend to start the construction of a brand new stadium at the Limekeel Playfield. Now, in anticipation of this, because I know that the cabinet was going to support me, in anticipation of this, I had already lobbied extensively for the design and consultation process to begin. So Public Works, in collaboration with the Ministry of Sports, has already started or developed a design for the playfield, including multi-purpose space for cricket and football, a space for basketball, parking, storefronts, and lights. The sporting teams were consulted and continue to be consulted as the project moves into procurement stage early in the new year. In 2026, we intend to tackle the first phase, which will be the building of the stadium. This project will bring an end to the absurd situation where teams like the great Village Superstars FC and now Village Galaxy, formerly Trafalgar South Stars, and Haynes Smith cricket team did not have a place to call home. I made a commitment to push for this stadium, and this allocation in the sports budget draws us closer to the reality of having our very own stadium. Connor, we can boast off on us now, Mr. PM.
You have a good cabinet.
I know, absolutely. Madam Speaker, in healthcare, of course, Constituency 3 will benefit on a national level because we are about to start the construction of the brand new JNF Smart Hospital in Constituency number 3, ensuring that job opportunities are at our doorstep. Madam Speaker, I will now take the opportunity, because I could go on and on, to pivot to the ministries that I've been tasked to lead. Let's start with water. You like that, huh? Water is life, and every drop counts. Water is life, and every drop counts. Now, Madam Speaker, water is the foundation of public health. Every time I talk water, the Prime Minister always talks about public health and how important it is. A key engine, water is, of economic productivity. It is a cornerstone of human dignity. Without water, development stalls. Without reliable water, families struggle, businesses falter, and communities can literally be left behind. Now, Madam Speaker, since prior to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration, this Labour Party administration, too many of our citizens have lived with uncertainty, wondering when water would come, how long it would last, and whether tomorrow would be better than today. However, since the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration took office, the Water Services Department has undertaken some of the most ambitious and transformative investments in water infrastructure in the modern history of St. Kitts. These were not symbolic gestures. These were decisive actions grounded in science, guided by planning, and driven by the needs of our people. Our strategy has been clear, Madam Speaker. Increase supply while strengthening resilience through upgrading piping and storage. Modernize operations through a SCADA system and smart meters, and building institutional capacity. And above all, Madam Speaker, restoring dignity through reliable access to water. Now, Madam Speaker.
The Madam Speaker gets water now.
She gets water now? She's from Keyon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll come into that. Madam Speaker, in recent months, opposition detractors have been keen to remind the Federation of a statement I would have made in 2022 to the lead up to the election, where I said, and this is how they cut out the video and they share the video, so I'm going to say what is on the video. I said in that video, he had to run in the shower before the water lock off. And I said, why in 2022, in St. Kitts and Nevis, water still locking off? That shows a lack of vision, a lack of leadership when it comes to the public infrastructure in this country. I went on to say, and as the engineer in this team, I will see an end to that. That you can have dependable energy and water and utilities to your homes, so that you don't have to be running home to catch a bath or waking up a particular time in the morning to catch a fresh. We are past that, and we give our commitment to you to provide those services.
I remember when you said it.
I said that. That's the end of the quote. But somehow, the opposition thinks that this is supposed to be negative. That I am going to run for cover because we have not yet completed the full transformation. Persons would comment on the Facebook post and say, well, it's now 2025 and water's still locking off.
They've been on it for 7 years, so that's okay.
Somehow after the former administration, you're right, had 7.5 years to try to address the matter, even try. They expected that this engineer would be able to fix the issues overnight. I'm happy for the compliment, but overnight can't happen just like that. After making no major investments in water and electricity for 7.5 years, while boasting about surplus after surplus, as the members opposite on Nevis spoke about yesterday, who were part of that government, after making no major investments, who from the Harris-led administration could have any authority to talk about water? We heard from the member of Nevis 9, as I said, who laid out what was done with the CBI revenue that they received. They could count down the things they did with water, storage, pipelines, a small desal. They have a treatment plant over there to deal with extra manganese in the water. I took my water services team to go and visit their installations over on Nevis. They took the CBI revenue that they got, and they have something to show for it. Under the Harris-led administration, who has absented himself for the entirety of the budget presentation thus far.
I want pay.
What does St. Kitts have to show for water under that leadership? So let me be clear that I stand by my statement of 2022. In fact, let me now add to this statement. So, Madam Speaker, the statement continues. So after I said, let me go back to the bottom of the statement, said that we are past that and we give our commitment to you to provide those services. So let's continue the statement now. As a result of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration making water delivery the priority that it ought to be, we reinstituted the Water Board after years of dormancy. The budget for water over the past 3 years has been increased by over 400% to facilitate the needed infrastructure that the other administration neglected. A 24-hour water hotline service was set up. We recommenced groundwater exploration with drilling for new wells. That is why, Madam Speaker, after decades of water issues in Keyon, we commissioned a brand new well in Keyon, bringing significant relief to the people of this area and its environs. Do you have water, Madam Speaker? Great. Our problem now in Keyon actually is that we cannot keep the pump on all the time, as the tank is not large enough to hold the water. So consequently, we are presently constructing a 500,000 gallon water tank in Keyon at a higher elevation, because the present tank in Keyon, which is I think about 200,000 gallons, there are houses that are a little above that, so it's impossible for them to be fed from that. So we're not only expanding the size of the tank, we have taken it further up into the hills so that everybody in Keyon can access that water, plus the neighboring communities. We also procured a 200,000 gallon tank, water tank, for the Debe area. We have successfully completed a drone-based semi-airborne hydrogeological survey that has identified 17 new potential well sites.
We're on the big word there.
17 new well sites. And I'm going to call them out. Madam Speaker, you still have another one that we find in Keyon. So one in Keyon, 2 in Molyneux, 2 in Tabernacle.
What? Number 7?
Yes, number 7. 1 in Bellevue.
Number 7?
Number 7 again. 2 in Sadlers. 1 in Parsons Bay, 1 in St. Paul's, 1 in Newton Ground, 3 in Sandy Point, 3 in Sandy Point, 1 in Old Road, 1 in Stone Fort, and 1 in Challengers. Out of this, the 17 that we have found, we have prioritized 9 Plus there is one potentially in the Buckledge Joes area that we're looking at, that we knew about from some time before. So we prioritized 10, but 9 from the new ones that we found. So for the member for number 6, who has said, I see you doing for Keyon, I see you doing for Bastia, what happened to number 6? Well, we're starting in number 6. So our first well will be drilled out of this batch in Saddlers. The driller has been identified, went through a procurement process. It is the company out of Trinidad, who I think is the same company doing drilling in Nevis as well. And they are en route here with their rig for send kits to start this month, actually.
December?
Yes, if all goes well. So we're going to start in Saddlers, then we're going to go to Sandy Point, to Newton Ground, to St. Paul's. Remember, for number 6, going to like this boy. This is Saddlers, Newton Ground, St. Paul's, Parsons, there. Sandy Point as well, as I said, Tabernacle, Molyneux, Keyon, and Challengers. Those are the 9 areas which we're prioritizing. Obviously, this is a multi-year project, but we are hoping to do at least 4 or 5 new wells in 2026.
Wow.
But it obviously depends on how fast we get through. When we drill, drilling is an uncertainty. You could meet all kind of things that you drill, and some of these points are actually at a little higher elevations, so it's going to take a little longer to drill to get to the water. Madam Speaker, we have procured thousands of feet of water pipe to replace the deteriorating pipelines across the entire island, including areas such as Stapleton Village Extension, including areas such as the Southeast Peninsula, which is probably the worst example of leaking pipes. Those pipes have deteriorated tremendously, perhaps because of the salt water that they're exposed to. But every time we put on the water, we can't keep it on when the persons have filled their tanks, because the pressure builds up and bursts the pipes. So we've procured those pipes already, but we had to prioritize the desal, which I'll get to lay 5,000 feet of pipe. But in Southeast Peninsula, we are getting ready to lay 15,000 feet of pipe in Southeast Peninsula. We have replaced the aged pipelines for all the road projects that we are resurfacing. So every time Public Works digs up a road, before we put down asphalt now, we are replacing the pipeline under the road. That is proper planning. We have procured and laid, as I mentioned, 5,000 feet of HDPE pipe from the Bastia desal plant to the Mon Peak storage. I think those are some pictures that you're seeing there of that installation. In fact, Nevis was so far ahead of us that we invited the Nevis Water Services Department to come down to help with the training for our people to lay that new type of pipe, which is the HDPE pipe. We had entered, as you would have heard, an arrangement to purchase desalinated water from Royal Utilities that was being actively pumped in the water system in Frigate Bay. However, as I will explain shortly, that need and that arrangement will come to an end. We've constructed a pump house in the Frigate Bay area to be able to pump water up to the Timothy Hill storage for integration of the desalination water from Royal Utilities in Frigate Bay at the time, and very shortly from another desalination source, which I will talk about. We have constructed fencing to protect some of our exposed water assets, including 1 million gallon worth of storage in Olives. We are expanding the Water Services Administration building to accommodate the growth of the Water Services Department, plus the repair of the entire roof of the existing building. We have completed the interconnection of storage facilities at Olives and Lagreed to have the ability to share water coming from the west, like Wingfield, etc., with areas in the east. We are presently laying new pipelines in the Bastia Valley Aquifer to interconnect 4 of the wells on the aquifer to be able to redirect the water that would have normally gone to Mon Peak to areas such as St. Peter's, Mr. Prime Minister, Buckley's, Shadwell, and Taylor's, as we prepare to complete commissioning of the Bastia desalination plant. I want to say here, Madam Speaker, that I am aware of the added frustrations of the people of Taylors and Buckleys and Shadwell and Jewers, etc., who have had to endure even shorter times for water. This is because, for water integrity purposes, the Water Department has had to significantly reduce the extraction from a major well in the Shadwell area. For us, safety is always first. Unfortunately, as all other areas in Bastia were also overstretched, there was no immediate available source to augment the supply to these areas from any nearby sources. However, I want to say to the people of Taylors, to the people of Shadwell, the people of Jewers and Buckleys, etc., your days of limited time windows for water are now numbered.
Thank you.
They are numbered. We're going to count days on our hand when you're not going to have to worry about that anymore.
Good job.
The US 47 million transwater project through the GCF is now well advanced and major milestones expected in 2026. You know these funds, the Green Climate Fund, etc. You would ask the Minister for Sustainable Development, if you want to buy a sweetie, it will take 2 years. 2 years to buy a sweetie. So you could only imagine how much it's going to cost to build out our water infrastructure system. So we are now, I think, in year 2 of this process, and we expect that 2026 will bring some benefits to us. I've seen some of the feasibility studies, all the things that they go through. This is going to help with the expansion of our water delivery systems, including, of course, pipelines, everything that we're doing. But obviously, we could not wait for 3 years to get this $47 million. However, the great thing is that they always consider the inputs that we make in their assessment and in their evaluation. We have also completed the construction of a 70,000 gallon per day solar-powered desalination plant in collaboration with the UAE at the Canada industrial site. So this is a much smaller plant, only 70,000 gallons a day if you use grid power energy as well. It's a solar-powered plant. When it is solar-powered, I think it can do maybe around 30,000 gallons per day. The water is now actually being supplied to the grid and aids in ensuring that the industrial site has access to water for all their manufacturing needs. I want to warn social media, because I know what the opposition will say when we eventually commission the 2 million gallons desal plant. They're going to say government is continuous. We had a desal plant already. They will be referring to one that was donated by the UAE. By the way, which process started, that engagement for that type of process, which was a regional process, actually started prior to 2015. But I've seen them say it before. There were no plans I met for the establishment of a Bastia desal plant with any vigor at all in the ministry. So as I said, the water is now being supplied to the industrial area. A few months ago, concrete trucks would come into Bastia by Water Services Department to fill up water to take back to those industrial plants, because we now have this desal plant that has been effectively eliminated. Now, Madam Speaker, upon hearing the experts that our Bastia Valley aquifer was being overdrawn and on the verge of damaging it for generations to come, and that there was no real large new water wells that we could harness in the Bastia area to meet the demand in Bastia and its environs, we took the monumental decision to invest $50 million in a state-of-the-art desalination plant that can produce 2 million gallons per day, along with backup power generation.
See how much money that is?
The whole deal. So we didn't just build the plant, we considered all situations. If the grid, unfortunately, for whatever reason goes down, the plant can continue to produce water. We even went further. We designed the area to accommodate an expansion to 4 million gallons per day, if that need comes. So we are being thoughtful. We're thinking down the road, so that after we build the 2 million and then we need 2 million more, we put this stuff, the tank, everything in the wrong place. Through the procurement, we engaged Royal Utilities, the most experienced desalination expert in St. Kitts and Nevis, to properly design and professionally build this landmark infrastructural achievement for St. Kitts. From meticulous planning and rigorous design, to careful construction and disciplined commissioning taking place right now, this project was executed with precision and foresight. Royal Utilities demonstrated a deep commitment to engineering excellence, environmental responsibility, and long-term reliability, ensuring that each component of the plant meets the highest standards of quality and performance. The result is a resilient, modern facility built not only to meet today's needs, but to sustainably secure the future water supply of St. Kitts for generations to come. I want to pause here to publicly acknowledge Royal Utilities, and in particular, Jerry Moyes, who is sitting in the audience now. Jerry Moyes has been in St. Kitts now for 20-something years. We've done a poor job because he still speaks, he don't have no Kittitian dialect. He does? Oh, well, he doesn't say it to me when we have meetings. So I was wondering if we failed there. But 20-something years, Jerry has been here. And he has been the engine behind the Royal Utilities desalination plant that has supplied the Marriott for the time that the Marriott has been here in St. Kitts. He also runs the electricity generation plant for Royal Utilities that powers Marriott. So he brings a wealth of experience in operating in our jurisdiction. And I was very pleased to partner with him and his expertise to bring this landmark infrastructural achievement to St. Kitts. Put your hands together for Jerry and Royal Utilities. Over the past couple of weeks, we have been in the commissioning stage. And many of you might have seen a release yesterday, but I'm pleased to share an official update statement from the Water Services Department that was shared yesterday. And it reads, the Water Services Department is pleased to announce that during the ongoing commissioning of the 2 million gallon per day Bastia desalination plant, all water quality tests have been successfully completed and have met and exceeded World Health Organization drinking water standards. Yes, you can clap. This includes comprehensive microbiological and chemical analysis, confirming that the water produced is of the highest quality and safe for consumption. As commissioning activities continue, including the integration of the new plant with the existing water distribution system, some customers in various parts of Bastia and its environs may experience longer supply periods. These adjustments are necessary as different interconnections are made to ensure optimal performance and reliability of the system. The Water Services Department thanks the public for their continued patience and understanding as we work diligently to strengthen and improve water delivery for all customers. End of update statement. What that is saying basically, Madam Speaker, is that we are full on into the commissioning phase of the Bastia desal plant. We have already completed the testing. The quality is of top quality water, meeting the higher standards. So now it's about how do we integrate that with our system? How do we integrate the 500,000 gallon storage tank that is there with the pipelines that we have laid? How we are going to shift different water from different places, etc. And right now the plant is going under what is called a stress test. So it's running for an extended period of time to see if anything will break down. Because as you know, with this, you're going to have situations that you need to deal with over the next coming weeks. Even when our full commission is complete, you're going to have those snags that you have to complete and deal with. But so far, so good. The plant is able to produce good water. And I had the privilege, this is not desal water though, but I had the privilege of tasting the desal water. And I was hoping that I would not be able to tell the difference. And I wasn't able to tell the difference. I wasn't able to tell the difference. Mr. PM, I got to bring some for you. You went up there. I was supposed, we should have yes, send you to get a sample. But it is excellent quality. And I want to stress that this desal plant is stripping down the water to effectively H2O. Now, H2O for humans does not have any taste. We learned that in school. Water doesn't have a taste. And so what you taste are the minerals in the water from our wells, for instance, or from the runoff. That is what you're tasting. And so at this desal plant, after it goes through its first set of filtration, they get rid of all the things, so nothing from the ocean comes in. And when you go to the plant, you can actually see the fresh seawater through a clear pipe coming in. After that, they go through a multitude of filters from 50 microns, 20 microns, 1 micron down to 0.0 something microns to the molecular level. So particles can't pass through, only molecules. And then they go through the reverse osmosis process, which are those pipes that you see in there now, those white things. It is forced through there at very, very high pressures. And everything is stripped. All of the sodium or the salt is stripped out of the water. And the water comes out as H2O on the end. So we have to add back in things in order for it to taste good, in order for it to actually go into our system, because pure water actually could be damaging to our infrastructure because of the purity of the H2O and all. I'm not a chemist. I see a chemist in the audience there, a perplexed chemist, Mr. Lincoln Maynard, a real chemist. He will be able to explain why pure water is actually can be harmful to a normal system. So you have to put back in things to manage that. And so all of that is done at the plant. All of the tests, we are checking the water actually, apart from the international tests that we have done, apart from the tests that we've done at the Standard of Bureau, we're testing the water every single hour. Every single hour of every single day as it is produced, so we can monitor if there is any change whatsoever. So, Madam Speaker, once the Bastia desalination plant is fully commissioned, this state-of-the-art facility will significantly reduce the national supply deficit. It will restore water service across Bastia and its environs. It will provide drought-resilient, climate-smart water security for generations to come. That is what leadership looks like. That is what investing in people and progress looks like. That is what investing in water looks like. That is what keeping our commitment looks like. Therefore, Madam Speaker, let me re-emphasize that I stand by the statement made in 2022 that a modern St. Kitts should not be rationing water. And so we got to work to modernize our water infrastructure. And as opposed to 7.5 years, In just 3 years, we have made extraordinary progress. We're in just a matter of days to come with the full commissioning of the Bastia desalination plant, and we get the green light to go ahead with full operation. Listen to this. We would have moved from less than 25% of the households in in St. Kitts having 24-hour water service to now over 70% of households having 24-hour service. Because of the investments we have made, in short order, around 70% of our households can return to 24-hour water service. And of course, the other 30% I explained will be done through the well drilling program. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to re-emphasize that I stand by that statement. We have had tremendous success, but the work is not done yet. For 2026, this budget proposes the following. First, we have $8 million that have been identified for the new well drilling in order to close the demand-supply gap in the northwestern side of the island, bringing the remaining 30% of households to 24-hour water service. And by the way, moving up to 70% includes the additional interconnections we will do to redirect water. So the Bastia desal plant will provide about 2 million of the 7 million that we need, but we will now be able to redistribute water that we could not redistribute before because of the interconnections that we're making. So we're going to work on the additional 30% in 2026. In parallel, we will focus attention on the systematic replacement and rehabilitation of aging water infrastructure, particularly in high growth and high loss areas, such as the Southeast Peninsula that I mentioned, which is a high loss area, and other priority zones around the country where legacy pipes and fittings have contributed to leaks, service interruptions, and operational inefficiencies. We have strengthened recurrent expenditure by 15%, moving from 8.6 million to 9.9 million as we move to improve routine maintenance, in particular desal maintenance, in addition to our efforts in reducing inefficiencies and safeguarding existing infrastructure investments. So because now we have added things to maintain, we are actually increasing our recurrent budget. And I want to say here as well that because we are building this desal plant with foresight, apart from the backup generation that we have installed, apart from accommodating doubling the size whenever we decide to do that, we have engaged the manufacturers of the equipment to come on board for 1 year to operate and maintain the plant while we train our people in that operation and maintenance. That's a significant position. Because the truth is, when we build something, we always build something good, but we struggle with maintenance. And I'm not prepared to allow that to happen under my watch. So we're going to engage the manufacturers, the people who build and manufacture the plant, who build the equipment, who design it, etc. They will come and they will work with us for 1 year in the first instance to ensure that we are properly upskilled to maintain the desal plant. We will also have the completion of the 500,000 gallon storage tank in Keyon, the pipe replacement project in Southeast, as I mentioned, the completion of the water services expansion building, the completion of the water services building roof, the replacement of the Lagreet water storage tank roof, which is in very bad condition. We are going to advance efforts to procure a water treatment facility for the 2 wells in Shadwell that could provide an additional 800,000 gallons per day. Similar to the treatment facility that they have in Nevis, we will be looking to procure a similar one for the wells in Shadwell that we can't use because of increased levels of natural minerals that are unsafe. We will have the initiation of the digitization of the water services project through implementation of what is a SCADA system, or a supervisory control data acquisition system, where tank levels can be checked remotely, allowing for instantaneous decision making to facilitate a much more efficient water delivery service. In Nevis, they have the receipts, because you can go and see what the tank levels are on a screen for some of their tanks in Nevis. We can't do that yet in St. Kitts. So every day, different times of day, people have to go and check the levels of these tanks. We're bringing an end to that, and we've started that process, and we hope to make big headway in 2026. More fencing, of course, an upgrade of pump houses and storage facilities, and very importantly, the onboarding of new and training of both existing and new staff for the operation of the desal plant and also areas across Water Services Department. Madam Speaker, I'd like to be clear on the following. No system is perfect. And although we have made enormous strides to improve our water infrastructure by increasing our sources of water, we are still faced with aging pipelines and older concrete storage tanks, which we will continue to change out. Thus, I am not afraid to say that there will be times, for maintenance reasons, that the services may be interrupted from time to time to facilitate the repairs. That's a normal thing. But we will be strategizing to minimize those interruptions. However, we should now have ample source, and that's the point. We're going to have ample source to turn back to once the repairs are complete.
Honourable Member, you have 30 minutes left on your
Thank
allotted
you.
time.
I would also like to specifically address the residents from Sandy Point heading west and north around to Molyneux. To emphasize that I understand you will still experience some frustration as we develop the wells for new water sources in your area. Rest assured that the Water Services Department will be laser focused in 2026 on returning your supply to 24-hour service. I want to pause here to acknowledge the tremendous work of the Water Services Department. From everybody, from the water manager, Mr. Cromwell Williams, who I saw here earlier, yes, he's here, to his assistant engineers, the chief engineers, the foremen, the clerk of works, everybody in the Water Services Department. They work hard. They wake up at 2 and 3 in the morning, as I said, to go and check the tanks, to check the waterways, to check our sources so that we can have water. And they do it, of course, with limited resources. And none of what I've explained thus far, none would be possible without their intervention. In fact, I have a weekly meeting where I invite the management of water and the management out in the field so that I am properly briefed from top to everywhere. And what struck me and what continues to strike me is the vast institutional knowledge, like imprinted like a memory card in some of these persons' minds. When you ask a question, the other day I gave this example at the town hall, I think it was. A lady came to visit me a week or two ago at one of my one-on-ones that I have in my constituency office. And she told me she was having this issue with a connection in Newport. This is one person, you know. And so I'm calling a relevant person in Water Services Department. And he actually told me I could call his name. Kurt Carty. I'm calling Kurt. And I said, look, there's a young lady who's in my office. She's saying X. He said, I know about it. This is the thing. Bam, bam, bam. This is what we're going to do. There is never a time I can call them and they don't know the situation. Yeah. I don't know how they're able to have all of that information in their heads. When we meet as a group and we identify a problem, a lot of times it's those same persons like Kurt Carty and Mr. Herbert, I think it's Malcolm Herbert, and others. Those are the ones who are able to say, you know what, this is what is possible. So for instance, what we're doing in the Bastia Valley Aquifer right now, because we will be pumping water to the Mon Peak storage tank, the guys have come up with the interconnection of identifying which well they will be able to interconnect with which other well, so that we can now direct the water to other storage facilities to expand our 24-hour water service. I want this house and those listening to put your hands together for the men and women of the Water Services Department. With the resources that we have, it's really hard to ask any more of them. And that's why they deserve the double salary. One last thing I will speak about, because it seems to always be a problem before I close on water, is storage versus source. I keep getting this, and I'm going to keep repeating it until people start to repeat it with me. People are adamant that the government should be building massive storage to capture water whenever we have these heavy rains and we have this runoff of water. So I say, walk with me through this example for a moment. St. Kitts needs, we believe, about 7 million gallons of water per day to service our needs for 24 hours. We have about 8 million gallons of storage, thereabout. To build the 500,000 gallon storage that we're building now is maybe $3-4 million. So call it $7 million for 1 million gallon of storage. Let's say, if it's 7 million, let's say that the Prime Minister or Evelyn, this house, was able to find 21 times 7, which is 7, 140, that's 147. Correct? 147? Good. See the mathematician shaking the head? If we were able to find $147 million today, and in the snap of a finger build 21 million gallons storage today, then find the other hundreds of millions of dollars to direct the water from those guts that run when rain pour heavily to those 21 million gallons of storage. When they are filled, how much water we have? How many days do we have water for? 3 days. 3 days. So then it means that we have to have a downpour of rain every 3 days for that 21 million gallons worth of storage to make sense. Our problem is not storage. Our problem is source. The converse. Our Bastia Valley Aquifer right now produces 2.5 million gallons per day, rain or shine. So if it ain't rain for 6 months, or rather, before I go there, when we build the 21 million gallons of storage for $147 million, plus the hundreds of millions to get the water to it, what happens for the 2 months that we're not going to have any rain in March and May and April? What's going to happen? Where we're going to get that water from? So we would have wasted that investment in storage when we have not invested in source. Converse, our Bastia Valley Aquifer. Every day, rain or shine, it is producing 2.5 million gallons per day. 6 months could pass and we don't get a drop of rain. It will give us 2.5 million. Eventually, I mean, if we go on for years and years, we're going to finish it. But we have so much water stored beneath our feet. Calculate that. The mathematicians in here. 2.5 is easy to do with 10. So 2.5 times 10 is 25, times 3 is 75. So 75 million gallons a month. 75 million times 6 is what? 6 times 7 is what? 42. And 6 times 5 is 30. So that's how much that is? 170 something? Y'all lost? The point is that Bastia Valley Aquifer without any rain, is a storage of 100 and something million gallons. But it really has billions of gallons of water stored below our feet. Billions! That storage we could never build. And that is why we went ahead and did the survey to identify where these reservoirs are. Because my colleagues from constituency number 6, like the member for the senator here for the Ministry of Sustainable Development, they would tell me, and the member for number 6, well, it's raining in Newton Ground, St. Paul's, Dateby, Parsons, every single night. We see the rain up there in the hills. You mean to tell me we can't get no water? Well, the truth is that, let me ask this question. How much of that water is reaching down into your community? How much excess is running off to the sea when it's raining up into the hills? Almost zero. There is no active river in St. Kitts. No active river. And science tells us that about 80% of the water is taken up by our plants and evaporation and transpiration, etc. It tells us that only about 2% runs off. That's what you see in the guts. And just look at the size of the gut compared to our mountain. The size of the gut is small compared to our mountain that's big. Another 18% goes into the ground. So all that water we see up in the hills in St. Paul's and Newton Ground going somewhere, it's going into a reservoir in the ground. And what we did is went and analyzed where those reservoirs are. And we are going to drill in those reservoirs to get a reliable source of water. In fact, when we have a reliable source of water, we don't even need storage. I keep saying I visited Dominica. And from the airport to the town, I passed no less than 25 rivers. And I must say, my heart grieved. Yes, it's my Caribbean neighbor. Yes, I know people from there. But I said, why we couldn't have a river like that? That is just running all day, every day. That I could just plug up something to and get some water. The UN has identified us as a water-scarce country. We do not have excess water. We do not have excess runoff. So those of you who make a valid or ask a valid question why we don't store the water that is running off, it doesn't make any economic sense because it is not sustainable. What is sustainable is identifying the water in our aquifers. And what's the other sustainable way? Desalination. Because remember, $147 million to build 21 million gallons of storage to not be sure how you're going to fill it, compared to 50 million with backup generation to provide 2 million gallons every day. So that $50 million plus the cost of electricity will provide 2 million every day. Mathematicians, that's 365 million times 2 in a year. The 21 million gallon storage could never have provided us with that. So I want to keep repeating this, that our issue is not storage. Our issue is source. If we have a renewable, reliable source, we actually reduce the need for storage. We can't operate the other way. We can't build more storage if we don't have source. It's like only having this amount of water to share, and you get a bigger glass because you think when you get a bigger glass, you get more water. But it's only this water to share. So you're going to get the same water no matter how big your glass is. So I just wanted to reiterate that point. And finally on water now. The government and the ministry with responsibility for water is doing and will continue to do our part. We have invested tens of millions of dollars in securing the water future of this nation. We have and will continue to drill more new wells. We will continue to lay critical pipelines. We will continue to upgrade aging facilities. We will continue to train and equip our staff to manage modern, complex water systems. Additionally, after an investment of approximately $50 million, we are about to complete the commissioning of the historic 2 million gallon per day Basse Terre desalination plant. a project of national significance that will serve our people for generations. Madam Speaker, the investments are real. They are also costly, and they are necessary. However, Madam Speaker, water security is a shared responsibility. Even as government does its part, the general public must also do our part. Conservation is no longer optional. It is essential. Every household and every business can play a role by fixing leaking taps, pipes, and especially toilets. We're losing hundreds of thousands of gallons to our septic tanks. One little leak in your toilet, maybe you lose 10 gallons per day. Multiply that by 20,000 households. Too much maths? 200,000 gallons a day. Just by a leaking toilet. Not anybody taking a bath too long. You cut down your bath by 2 minutes. If you bathe for 10 and you cut down 2 minutes, that's 20% saving. So fixing leaking taps, pipes, toilets, using water-saving fixtures and appliances. And eventually we'll have to get to the point where our code requires water-saving fixtures and appliances. Turning off taps when not in use. Not brushing your teeth, water running, and you're all over doing what you got to do. It's true, a lot of people saying it's true doing it. Reusing water where safe and practical, such as gardens. Limiting unnecessary wastage while washing vehicles and driveways and hard surfaces. If you're washing your vehicle, put on a spray on the hose so you can spray lightly and not take it off, wash it with the whole hose running and throw down the hose while you're... If you lose 20 gallons that way and 1,000 people lose, that's 20,000 gallons we lose just so. Reporting leaks and illegal connections. If you know people have illegal connections, pick a bird or something. If you get a bird, pick somebody in the ear. Small actions multiplied across the nation make a powerful difference. In fact, saving just 30 gallons, as I mentioned, from your day-to-day activities, we can save St. Kitts 10% of its present water consumption. So the reality is right now, if we were to be very strict and enforce strict water conservation, we actually would have enough water to be at 24 hours. But we do waste too much water. And then that is coupled with the financial responsibility. Right now, many of us will go to the supermarket and we will buy a gallon of water for maybe about $5. We will go to a function, as the member for number 9 said, and buy a small bottle of water for $5. The government right now starts charging about $7.50 for 1,000 gallons. So it means that we as people are choosing to spend $5,000 for what the government is selling you for $7.50. Because if $5 for 1 gallon, and you eventually buy 1,000, that's 5,000. The government is selling you for $7.50 in the first instance. I know $5 a bottle, so the numbers will go down. So it means you're willing to pay $10,000 for what the government charging you for $7.50. Now, it doesn't cost the government $7.50 to produce 1,000 gallons. So we have to have a discussion about that. Where is the financial responsibility? Think about it. Now, I don't buy bottled water to drink. unless maybe I'm out at a function, etc., I drink the water from the pipe because I know the water is good. My father, I remember he used to work at the Carib Brewery. He now says he's retired. Worked there for many years. And so obviously they had extraordinarily high standards for water. And he would come home and say he refused to drink any bottled water because he knew what coming out of the pipe. And if it's good enough for them to make the drinks with, it must be good enough for him to drink. So I don't, and I'm not hitting anybody who is producing bottled water. In fact, I congratulate them for figuring out that they could get something with residential rates, commercial rates, I think $15 for 1,000 gallons. So I commend them for being able to get a commodity for $15 and sell it for $10,000.
Yes.
That is a good business model.
Good business.
They can buy $15 worth of water and sell it for $10,000.
Wow.
Or $5,000. Big business. Eh? I need to carry up the price, that's what you're saying? I think water is more expensive in Nevis.
Yes, but it's still too cheap.
And he says it's still too cheap. So we have to have that discussion about our financial responsibility. And as we have done our part as a government to invest in the water infrastructure, I am asking our people to come along with us. At present, the Water Services Department has $21 million in arrears.
Is that cheap water?
$21 million in arrears at the Water Services Department for the most inexpensive commodity sold in St. Kitts.
Honorable Member, you have just about 10 minutes remaining on your allotted time.
I think this is important, and I hope my colleagues will indulge me. Somebody at the water town hall we had said that the only thing cheaper, how it goes, the only thing cheaper than water is your grave site plot in St. Kitts. That's the only thing cheaper than water.
Price hasn't changed.
The price hasn't changed for a slot since 50, 60, 70 years or however long. Only thing cheaper than water is that. So, Madam Speaker, there is the matter of financial responsibility. At present, the Water Services Department has $21 million in arrears. That level of non-payment, of course, undermines our ability to maintain, delays system upgrades, and threatens the sustainability of the very investment we have made on behalf of the people. Let me be clear, this government understands that some households will need some assistance. Those individuals will always find a government that is fair, compassionate, and willing to work with them through structured payment arrangements and assistance where justified. But for those of us who can pay and choose not to, that behavior places an unfair burden on the rest of the society. A reliable water system cannot be built on unpaid bills. As we have done our part, I am asking the country to do your part. Ensure that you pay your bills so that we can keep the water on and keep you connected to the grid. Madam Speaker, the government has shown leadership by investing in people and progress, by building and delivering. Now we ask our citizens to stand with us, to conserve water, to value it, and to pay for the service they receive. Together, government and people, we can secure a water system that is reliable, resilient, and sustainable, not just for today, but for the generations to come. Madam Speaker, we are laying the foundation for a future where clean, safe, potable water is not a privilege, but a guaranteed right for every man, woman, and child in St. Kitts and Nevis. Water is life, and this Labour Party administration is making it count. Water is life. And under this Labour Party administration, life is being strengthened. Now, as we can turn to energy now, I know that my time is fast fleeting, but these are important ministries, and I think the information is very good to share with the public as to what we're doing. Now, energy is not, of course, merely about electricity. It's about economic sovereignty. It's about national resilience. It is about climate responsibility. It is about the cost of living for every household and business in the Federation. It determines whether our hospitals function without interruption, whether our schools are powered for learning, you name it. For decades, small island states like ours have carried a heavy burden, though. Dependence on imported fossil fuels, exposure to volatile global prices, and vulnerability to climate shocks. This Labour Party administration made a conscious decision that the status quo was no longer acceptable. And today, Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the energy transition of St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer aspirational. It is underway, it is structured, it is financed, and it is advancing. At the policy level, the Energy Unit has delivered a foundational milestone with Cabinet approval of the Decarbonized Roadway Initiative for Vehicle Electrification, DRIVE. Decarbonize the Roadway Initiative I for Vehicle V Electrification, DRIVE. And this electric vehicle transition policy and action plan does several critical things. So we recently got approval from Cabinet. It establishes a clear national vision. It sets manageable objectives for EV adoption, for energy efficiency and emissions reduction, etc. It grounds policy in both global best practice and local realities. And most importantly, it provides an actionable roadmap, not rhetoric, for implementation. So this policy aligns our transportation, energy, climate, and economic planning into a single, coherent direction. That is how serious transitions are done. Importantly, this is the part that everybody wants to hear. I only could give you half of it now, is that the Cabinet has also approved concessions for EV and hybrid vehicles, which will be announced at the DRIVE launch in January 2026, with the implementation anywhere from March and April. So the Cabinet has approved for us to move in this direction, and the final concessions will be announced in January. Madam Speaker, also the Cabinet has approved the Solar Integration for Sustainable Energy Program, that is SOLARIZE. Solar, Integration, I, for Sustainable S, Energy, E, SOLARIZE. We have to thank the Energy Unit for working on these things and coming up with them. DRIVE for the EV policy, SOLARIZE for our solar policy. So the Cabinet has also approved SOLARIZE program introducing small-scale distributed renewable energy regulations. What this means is that for the first time, citizens and businesses will be incentivized to install rooftop solar systems and be fairly compensated for excess energy returned to the grid through a net billing mechanism. So the SOLARIZE program serves as a national operational framework for approval, installation, licensing, grid interconnection, and operation of small-scale solar photovoltaic systems, which may also incorporate battery energy storage systems. In contribution to the emission reduction strategies, the SOLARIZE program seeks to safely integrate into Skelex grid a cumulative total of 5 megawatts of distributed solar PV generation capacity on or before 2030. With this target, the program structure therefore provides a regulatory framework for managing applications, assessments, inspections, compensations, and monitoring for grid impact and compliance. Implementation of the program is proposed to commence on April 15th, 2026. Importantly, which is what everybody wants to hear, electricity that you generate from solar energy will now offset your SCELEC usage and thus your SCELEC bill. So if you produce solar all day and that's all you use, you get no bill from SCELEC. Added to that, where you produce excess energy into the grid, SCELEC will credit you 11 cents per kilowatt hour. So it means if you produce excess, so you're only using 10 kilowatt hours in a day, but you produce 20 kilowatt hours, SCELEC gives you a credit for that, such that when your system is not on, you can use that credit towards your bill that you're using in the night. And it's better for you if you have battery energy storage, because if you generate the electricity, you use what you're using at home, you fill up your battery, and you pay some to the, you give some to the grid and get a credit back. Then in the night now, you use your battery for the energy that you already produce in the day. And if you need more, you use your credit. So in January, we'll launch completely the Solarize project. And the program now clearly creates a return on investments for households, reduce pressure on centralized generation, and great resilience during disruptions, and definitely a culture of shared responsibility in national energy security. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the team at the Energy Unit, Dr. Bertil Brown and Mr. Denazio Frank. They have been under severe pressure from me. I don't even know if they like me still, to be honest. I'm serious with that. Mr. Frank knows the type of pressure that we've been putting on, and they did an extraordinary job. It is comprehensive, the policy that has been presented, and we will launch in January with operation in April. So I want to thank them. I also want to thank SCELEC.
Honorable Member?
Yes?
You are out of your allotted
All right.
time. You have exceeded time.
Madam Speaker, I wish to ask this Honorable House to indulge me for another 30 minutes.
The question is that the Honorable Member be permitted to speak for a further period not exceeding 30 minutes. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. You may proceed, Honorable.
I want to thank my colleagues for this opportunity to speak for another 30 minutes. I'll try to use all. So I want to thank SCELEC for their involvement in this as well, because naturally they're the ones who have to facilitate the interconnection. They're the ones who have to defer revenue. They're the ones who are going to have to create this credit. And later on, we will hear all the aspects of the credit and what you can do with it and whether you could transfer it and all of those nice things. Stay tuned for the launch in January of 2026. Again, I want to thank the team at SCELEC. I will probably thank them a bit more later down in the presentation. Geothermal, just a quick note on geothermal. Geothermal, of course, represents one of the most transformational opportunities in our national history. The federal government continues to provide unwavering support for geothermal in Nevis. We have heard that the RFP for Julian was successfully issued. Technical and financial evaluations have been completed. A preferred driller has been identified. The Prime Minister spoke about this. The contract signing is expected in 2026, and the power plant tendering to follow shortly thereafter. This is a very important project for us because we do not see this as a Nevis thing. We see this as a federation thing, although the asset is in Nevis. We are a federation. And so upon coming to office, one of the first things the Prime Minister did was to sign to allow for the CDB to give the fund facility to facilitate the drilling in Nevis. And we went further and engaged the Saudi Fund for Development and other stakeholders to be a part of this mission. And so this is presently ongoing. Drilling is expected to start in the new year, and it's expected to deliver between 30 to 50 megawatts of baseload power, baseload renewable power, which has, of course, the potential to eventually eliminate fossil fuel dependence for electricity, to stabilize tariffs for long term, to enable inter-island energy sharing, us geothermal, even them for our solar farm, and anchor St. Kitts and Nevis as a true sustainable island state. The federal government has been instrumental in securing the financing and will remain fully engaged throughout this process. In terms of the region, St. Kitts and Nevis is not merely participating, we are shaping it. In my capacity as the chairman of the OECS Committee of Energy Ministers, I have initiated earlier this year what is called the OECS Green Print. Instead of blueprint, since it's renewable energy, green print, you catch the Calypso thing? So I asked the Commission to develop a project called the OECS Green Print, which will be a regional roadmap for renewable energy transformation. Also, this positions our federation as a beneficiary, of course, and a leader in Caribbean energy policy, coordinating standards, financing, and implementation across borders. We have strategic partnerships, of course, with the government of Taiwan through the microgrid that will be installed on buildings. There's the SKN 100 project, which is a UNEP GEF 7 initiative, moving up to $14.4 million, supported by the GEF, and implemented through UNEP, as I mentioned, and is executed by SECRI, who now actually have someone on the ground who is a Miss Charlene Bodley. I don't know if she's here today. Charlene Bodley, who is now she is an employee of SECRI, but on the ground to ensure that we get this. It is a central goal really to assist in shifting the Federation's electricity sector to 100% renewable energy. Initially by 2030, that might extend a little longer. It's a 3-year project, and it is ongoing. We have also, I think, through the help of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, through the Government of India, solar PV installation on public facilities, which will commence. And we have a number of technical studies that are underway with respect to energy. You would have heard, Madam Speaker, about the need that we had to go to the rental of a 6 megawatt rental generation capacity from Aggreko. That was important, and we need to understand what are the benefits that we have derived from that. As a result of this decision, we have been able to, four generators and 3 mobile units were able to be overhauled and returned to service in 2025. 2 additional mobile units will return before year end. And importantly, in 2025, up until now, knock wood, because you know when you talk, there were no instances of load shedding in 2025. Some people will say, why you had to do this? This is the prudent way to go about it. We had no capacity, excess capacity at the power plant. And as I mentioned, I think I said it in this house before, as soon as we turned on the power for the rental of 6 megawatts, a 6 megawatt generator in the plant failed. I think the same day, the next day, a 6 megawatt unit failed. Wow. If we did not have the rental, we would have been forced into load shedding. So this was necessary to stabilize as we do the overhauls. And of course, we are building capacity now by engaging with the Saudi Fund for Development with a $40 million concessionary funding for the build out of an 18 megawatt plant. It went through 1 round of procurement already. We are at a 2nd round, and we hope these things do take a lot of time when you're dealing with people's finances. And so we're pushing as fast as we can with this, but we are guided and we can only go by their procurement processes in this space. Madam Speaker, you would be aware that in December of 2024, last year, the government and Skelec, well, in November, terminated a power purchase agreement with a previous developer who had failed to meet their contractual obligations. The decision was not easy, but it was necessary. Instead of repeating past mistakes, Skelec engaged Castalia. Prime Minister spoke about it, a world-class transaction advisory firm to design a bankable, competitive, and transparent solar procurement process. This includes full technical, economic, financial due diligence, grid impact and battery optimization studies, cost benefit and LCOE analysis, bankability assessments, preparation of PPAs, RFPs, and interconnection agreements, market sounding and tendering, and competitive tendering. The outcome of this process will be a 50 megawatt utility scale solar PV plant with battery energy storage located on the Royal Valley Aquifer to begin construction in 2026. This single project is expected to reduce diesel dependence by approximately 40%. That is how you do energy transition responsibly. This is going to be a completely transparent process. We've engaged the best in the world to advise us on this process. Every time I go to an energy conference, this is what they're imploring states to do, and not to get in the trap of just a sole source developer who is promising honey and gold and ivory. So I am now pleased to confirm, as mentioned by the mover of the bill, that the Cabinet has granted approval to proceed with the transaction in accordance with the detailed transaction plan developed by Castalia in collaboration with Skelec and government stakeholders. This includes the launch of an RFP for this utility-scale solar PV and battery energy storage plant in the coming weeks. This will be a transparent process from beginning to end. So you will know about the RFP launch. You will know when the receipt of bids happen. You will know when the preferred bidder is announced. You will know when the contract is awarded. You will know when there is financial close. And importantly, we have asked that the citizens are involved in every aspect of this project. From the very beginning, Castalia was advised that we must promote local investment and local contractor opportunities. Consequently, contractors will have an opportunity to register their interest in this project. Investors who have money willing to invest will have an opportunity to register their interest in this project, such that their names can be provided to potential bidders so that partnerships can be had for shareholder, to be able to be shareholders in the project company. Very shortly, there will be a press release explaining in detail, or well, giving a summary of where we are. It's very important for us, and we said that we wanted participation of local equity investors. Important. So contractors and people who are willing to invest will have ample opportunity. We will have forums, town halls, etc., information, websites. We'll provide all of the information in the coming weeks. And for those who don't have the big money to invest, we are also putting something in place where you can invest in small portions for this project. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very critical project, and the St. Kitts and Skelec will provide the information in the coming days that we will do. One important project for our grid stabilization is the Smart Meter project from Skelec. This is a major milestone, and what this is going to do is that it's going to improve billing accuracy, it's going to enable immediate outage detection, and allows for faster response and restoration when disruptions occur. Very shortly, again, Skelec will announce their plan, as they will be coming to your property to upgrade you to state-of-the-art AMI meters, smart meters. So, Madam Speaker, as time is fast fleeting. Last year, I spent a lot of time on ICT and the cable and everything digital. This year, it was infrastructure, water. And I want to touch on infrastructure very quickly because I'm out of time shortly. When it comes to roads, Madam Speaker, we have made tremendous amount of investments. I will run through the list very quickly. I know the interpreter might have a difficulty here. But in the first 3 years, we have invested well over $80 million. So let's go. Rollins Housing Development, St. Paul's, 100% complete. These are new concrete roads. Race Course in Newton Grove, number 6 again. White House Gardens.
Why not?
White House Gardens, phase 1, 100% complete. That's in C8. Boyd's View Housing Development. Shadwell West, and South Housing Development, 95% complete. Sunset Reef, Palmetto Point, Trinity, 100% complete. And Fortlands in C4, 100% complete. These are brand new concrete roads. For asphalt resurfacing, don't hold your breath. Warner Park, Bay Road in East Bastille, Boyd's Village, Bonty Wells Primary, Market Street, Sprott Street, Fortlands Cardi Building, Wigley Avenue, Trafalgar, 2 roads below Cardin Home, Southwell Drive in Newtown, George Street in Newtown, Industrial Site in Bastille, Lower Monkey Hill, the old Factory Road in Kitster that leading to George Moody Primary School, Sandy Point's Burks Roads, Sandy Point Stadium View, Cleverly Hill, Boys Village again, Grandmaster's Bandhouse Road, the road below, that's what we're going to have to name it, I ain't going to name it, Grandmaster's Bandhouse Road, road below Cardin Home, Jones Street in the Village, Infirmary Road, Utley's Village, Harris's, Limekeel Housing, Main Limekeel Road, New Road East. Wow. And I haven't spoken about the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway from the roundabout by the airport all the way up into Orgies for a state-of-the-art thoroughfare for the largest growing area of St. Kitts. This doesn't include the other projects that Public Works are involved with, whether it is the Utley's Gut Stabilization, whether it is the Phillips Slope Stabilization under our ministry. But we also help other ministries, including upgrade of the abattoir, the agro-processing unit, the relocation of the traffic department, the rehabilitation of the Charlestown police station, the New Horizons project, I think the member spoke about that yesterday, the renovation of the water services roof, the MRI building at JNF, the Connery Football Pavilion, the Kim Collins Civil Works, the Kim Collins Track, the Kim Collins Stadium, the Deep Bay Police Station Generator Room, the construction of the Keon High School storm drains, bathroom and electrical updates at Washington Archibald High School, renovation works at government headquarters, Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School, Pelican Mall bathroom upgrade, upgrades to Basketball City, the UAE desalination plant office space, the Craft House roof replacement, the Keon 500,000 gallon water tank, the upgrade to Patsy Allers Playfield. Madam Speaker, Public Works is one of the most underrated institutions in this country. Yet the record shows that they are by far the most effective project implementation institution in this country with the limited resources. Of course, there is tremendous room for improvement. And in 2026, we will be engaging experts to analyze what is the most effective and efficient orientation of Public Works Department. We will be doing what is necessary so that Public Works is not defined by some of our more laid-back workers that you see around, who may not always live up to the standards that we are trying to maintain. But they do an extraordinary job. There is no group of small amount of persons. There's only a handful of engineers who can handle all of these projects. Put your hands together again for the Public Works Department. And right now we have an acting director who is, for the first time, a female, Miss Claxton. Shea Claxton. I'm not going to try to call the other part of the name. Shea Claxton. All right? So when we look at the quarry, for the first time in over 40 years, we have commissioned an extensive fleet of machinery at the government quarry. A new primary crusher, a new secondary crusher, a new screen, a new rock back truck, a new excavator. What does that mean? It means that while we were struggling to produce 300 yards coming out of the Harris administration, we now can produce over 1,100 yards a week. And as we move to even optimize it further, we want to get closer to 2,000 yards a week, maybe about 1,800 yards per week. Madam Speaker, I don't have much time for ICT, so I'm going to summarize. But I just wanted to show the tremendous amount of infrastructure development that is happening under the Public Works Department. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Cuban engineers who have joined our team, and they have made a difference. I want to thank, of course, the management and people at the quarry, those in Public Works, Roads Department, VMD, FMD, for all of the work that they're doing. Now, as I wrap up on ICT, we are pursuing a transformative digital agenda where one of the key things is the historic national achievement of the national ID. The introduction of the national ID system is among the most transformative undertakings in history of our federation. And it is developed with the government of the Republic of China and Taiwan, guided by world-renowned experts from Estonia, Cybernetica, and supported by the International Telecommunication Union. The system provides every citizen with a secure, internationally compatible digital ID. I want to extend gratitude, of course, to the ITU, persons in particular like Mr. Gilberto Martin de Almeida, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, who has assisted with the Electronic Digital Identity Act, the Digital ID Policy, the framework, etc. Madam Speaker, at a later time, we'll go into some details about the ID cards. The DTU, which is the Digital Transformation Management Unit, is in full force right now with respect to town halls. They're going online, on radio, etc., to explain our digital transformation. By April of 2026, we expect that we will have 25,000 digital ID cards will arrive for the pilot deployment ahead of the full launch in July of 2026. This will enable secure access to government and financial services. It will reduce fraud. It will simplify transactions, strengthen national security, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a regional digital identity leader. Madam Speaker, before I move on, I want to also, at this moment, congratulate the DTU, which is led by former Minister, Chief Transformation Officer Nigel Carty, who leads a team of program and process managers and legislative experts. What this ministry has been able to accomplish is being overseen and in partnership with the DTU, because we develop a special unit that is responsible for digital transformation. I've mentioned this before as well. At the post office, we are well ahead now with our national addressing system, where we will have first world addressing standards, and also introducing a policy for the unification of identity systems, integrating passport, civil registry, and social security and driver's license. We have also been working on our digital services network, which is the secure backbone of the government. I'll come back to the national addressing system. And also the internet exchange point, which I've spoken to as well, that is well advanced at this moment. You would have seen that we are having the digitization of the civil registry. The Prime Minister would have mentioned that birth records from 1950 up to 2024 have already been digitized. This is going to take some time because as you get older in the years, the books get more difficult to scan and to digitize. Digital security is paramount for us, so we will be establishing in 2026 a cybersecurity and data management unit. Cybersecurity is not optional for us, and it is going to remain a priority. The ICT has obviously assisted and been a part of the delivery of a number of e-services, the e-travel authorization, the PSIP services portal, consumer services ticketing, meteorology services, government-wide ICT help desk, and so much more. Madam Speaker, we are also pleased that we have regional and international leadership. Our permanent secretary now serves as the second vice chair of the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization, that's the CTO. And I am also honored to serve as the vice president of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. So I'm not only representing St. Kitts in this capacity, St. Kitts and Nevis, but the entire region. In terms of the national addressing system, we will provide every home and every business with a standardized geocoded address. This improves mail delivery, emergency response, planning, and e-commerce. We engaged a professional firm in 2025 who has delivered the implementation strategy. And we will be rolling out a significant bit of this in 2026. Madam Speaker, as I wrap, I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the contribution of the National Telecommunications Regulatory Commission for the work that they continue to provide with strong regulatory leadership. There's something called the Universal Fund, where service providers provide monies to, and over 3.3 million of that has been invested in ICT infrastructure for healthcare, including WANs, telephony, video conferencing, and Wi-Fi. The security initiatives at Cockleshell Bay, reduce crime following the CCTV deployment, education institutions, and they continue to work on emerging technologies, including satellite services and advancing the OECS quality of service regulations. And in the audience as well, I think some persons are here from NTRC, so I want to recognize their work. Sometimes they go unrecognized, unnoticed, but they are a critical player in our ICT space. And finally, the cable, who is a strong partner, is also supporting our digital economy. They continue to provide a critical role in our national digitization. Achievements include full IXP connectivity with the IXP we mentioned, free Wi-Fi at the airport and around the community, the build-out of the fiber to the home deployment, connectivity for schools. Over 20,000 users, I understand, access their Wi-Fi in Bastia. And in 2026, they will continue this with, importantly, the launch of IPTV, where you can see everything, choose what you need to watch and those kind of things digitally on your television. They will also begin services in Nevis, as they had done an agreement in Nevis. So, Madam Speaker, as I wrap, the digital identity, secure infrastructure, modern legislation, and empowered citizens. Through this, we are building a government that is resilient, transparent, efficient, and inclusive. These investments reduce waste, shorten transaction times, strengthen resilience, and unlock opportunity. We are investing in people. We are investing in progress. And I have laid out how the ministries that I lead have been doing the work that we have been asked to do, and we've been delivering results on behalf of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. It is my pleasure to serve, and I will continue to do so with the grace of God and with the support of the constituents who decide on that. Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Senator Jones. Honourable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to share my thoughts on the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I know I wasn't able to present last year because I was sitting in the chair. But Madam Speaker, I'm happy that I am able to lend my voice this year. Madam Speaker, while the theme of investing in people and progress is appealing, it presents its own challenges. Without clear definitions and measurable results, investment can become vague promises, leading to misallocation of resources and inconsistent progress. We must therefore focus on the execution to ensure resources are strategically aligned with national goals. Our commitment to nurturing human capital through education, health, and social programs should yield tangible, sustainable results. Only through scrutiny can we transform investing in people and progress into a powerful reality for all citizens. Madam Speaker, I really had no intention initially of speaking on CBI. But I must say, when I heard the presentations made by the colleagues on this side, member for Nevis 9, 10, and 11, I couldn't help it. I have to comment on the CBI. Because, Madam Speaker, you see, I am a proud Nevisian. And I am a citizen of St. Kitts Nevis. And to hear the amount of resources that we have collected through the CBI program, and to see how much Nevis have benefited, Madam Speaker, I am disappointed. Is this happening for me? Madam Speaker, to know that this program received 230 million grant funding and 82 projects between 2006 and 2009. And Nevis didn't even receive one. Not even one. To know that our country received CBI proceeds of 1.4 billion, as mentioned by Honorable for Nevis 11, 2010, I think it was to 2013. Nevis received 19.3 million. This too, for me, is unacceptable. Madam Speaker, 2015 to 2022, CBI received 3.2 billion and Nevis received 396 million. But Madam Speaker, I have to ask, why are Nevisians treated so unfairly? If we are about developing this country, why have we been treated so unfairly? Are we not citizens of this country? Don't we deserve development in Nevis the same as St. Kitts? Madam Speaker, my presentation is not to create any sense of division, but it's just to highlight the unfairness. Madam Speaker, between 2010 and 2025, I'll give the total figures, 5.7 billion. 5.7 billion. Nevis receive 10.7%, which is equivalent to 609 million. Madam Speaker, tell me how you would feel. Honestly, how would you feel if you were sitting in our position, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I join with my colleagues on this side in commending the leader of the opposition, member for Nevis 9, for fighting the good fight for the people of Nevis. One thing with us, we're going to fight for divisions. They elected the members to be here, and I'm here, even though I'm not elected, but I will represent them. Madam Speaker, we are visionary, strategic, and resilient. That's what you get from us. In Nevis, we fight for divisions all the time. One thing divisions don't have to question is that they know. That's why they continue to elect us, you know. And come next election is the same thing going to happen. We're coming back down here, same way. Nothing going to change. Same way, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the monies received from Nevis 2015 to 2022, the member of Nevis 9 and my other colleagues, we were told they spent bad. That's what we were told. They spent bad. But Madam Speaker, they spent bad by upgrading our water system and our electrical system. But they spent bad. They invested so bad that Nevis has a steady and reliable supply of water and electricity. Madam Speaker, so much so if current or water go off tomorrow, you see Nevis coming to an end because the people are accustomed. It's like a daily thing for us. I remember when coming to St. Kitts for Music Festival this year, and I won't say where I was staying because some members seem to want to be in my, business. But, Madam Speaker, I remember when I got to the apartment, the individual said to me, well, water goes off at this time. And I was given bottles, the bottles with the handle? I was given them and said, if you need water. Well, I'm just saying though, but I have to, share my experience. I'm just saying what it is. But that is what my experience was. Now, Madam Speaker, we spend bad, but we provided water supply and electricity for the people of Nevis. Madam Speaker, spending bad has led us to revolutionize travel in Nevis. We invested in the Holy Water Facility, and I know the member for Nevis 11, he spoke about it. 1.4 million passengers. Madam Speaker, that is bad spending?
Who's saying about that spending?
Huh? Who said? Madam Speaker, we're spending bad by also investing in geothermal, a project that the honorable member mentioned earlier is transformational, not only for Nevis, but St. Kitts Nevis. We did road infrastructure. Last evening, the honorable member for Nevis 11 rushed them off, but I take in my time. Because we invest bad, so you have to show the people how we invest bad. So road infrastructure, we've done that. Madam Speaker, you've been to Nevis, right? Just like Honorable Senator Iselin visits Nevis. You've been to Nevis. You see our roads? You see our roads? Madam Speaker, you've driven on our roads? Our public works team do a good job. And we must give them credit. Kudos to them. Madam Speaker, we invested in the Mondo track. I heard the honorable member for Nevis, for St. Christopher 4, spoke about the facility. Madam Speaker, I'm an athlete, I still consider myself an athlete.
Still look good.
Oh yes, it won't change. But Madam Speaker, we invested in our youth. We invested in the Mondo track. The beautiful Treasury building in Charlestown. The cafeteria in the constituency for Nevis 10. The Joycelyn Liebert Primary School. The ongoing hospital wing at the Alexander Hospital. The veterinary clinic at Prospect. The expansion wing at the abattoir and marketing depot for the sale of agricultural produce. Madam Speaker, the brand new Newcastle Police Station, we invested in that too. Madam Speaker, Nevis is paradise. And if this is what bad spending look like, then Madam Speaker, I wouldn't like to see what good look like. I would like to see what good look like.
It looks like surplus after surplus and nothing to show.
Huh? Madam Speaker, I end on CBI by saying that anyone, especially any leader, who thinks that divisions do not deserve or have received their fair share of the CBI revenue collected in this country are not people-centered and do not have the best interests of Nevisians at heart. And I mean it. And any Nevisian, regardless of your political affiliation, who oppose the movement of fair share for the development of Nevis, you should be disappointed in yourself. As for leaders in Nevis who oppose, you should never be given an opportunity to sit in any parliament, whether local or federal. Madam Speaker, we will continue to stand for Nevisians. And I just wanted to add my voice to the CBI investment, like my colleagues. Madam Speaker, I move to SSD project. Madam Speaker, I think when we debated the SSD regulation, I fell ill and had to miss Parliament. But Madam Speaker, I want to comment briefly on this, and I want to thank the honorable member for Nevis 9 and our colleagues over here for seeking investments that would develop Nevis and by extension St. Kitts. Madam Speaker, the Destiny Sustainability Zone project, it has created much debate in our country. And Madam Speaker, I welcome the debate. We welcome the debate. Whether it's positive comments, negative comments, suggestions, Madam Speaker, we welcome it all. That is what leadership entails. However, the rhetoric that the NIA government is selling out lands, selling our lands, and selling out Nevis to foreigners is false. It is false. What our government seeks to do is to diversify our economy. We have to be open-minded about projects that can advance our cause of creating job opportunities and boosting economic activity. That's what we are doing, Madam Speaker. This government has fought for the people of Nevis. You think we're going to sell them out? You think we're going to sell out Nevis? How we are the ones who've been fighting for Nevis all this time? Madam Speaker, so many children, students about to leave school, hundreds. If we don't create opportunities where they can get jobs, Madam Speaker, where would they get it from? Overseas. Are you going to come in from overseas? Oh, okay. We have to create the opportunities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our approach to addressing the issues and concerns of our citizens was through hosting consultation. Remember I said the good, the bad, the ugly, we taking them. But I'm happy that this team, Madam Speaker, we are transparent. And if we had something to hide, we wouldn't be consulting with the people. Madam Speaker, we met with many groups to educate them about the project, but to hear the issues, concerns, suggestions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we consulted with our youth, the students of the Nevis Sixth Form College. We gave our youth an opportunity to share their voice, and they're open-minded to the project. Madam Speaker, a young man said to me that the SSD project is like Four Seasons for our parents. I was young when Four Seasons came. I think, oh, I was what? I bought 1991, so. But Madam Speaker, yeah, exactly. But Madam Speaker, he said to me that the SSD project in Nevis is like the Four Seasons for our parents. This is the biggest project for our youth, and it would revolutionize Nevis. That's what the young man said to me. But Madam Speaker, to go on, like I said, we consulted with many groups. We met with tourism stakeholders, teachers, the general public, parliamentary opposition. Yes, we met with the opposition too. Church leaders, construction and heavy machinery companies, security forces, business and financial community, which included the St. Kitts and Nevis Chamber of Industry and Commerce and the Bankers and Financial Services Association. Madam Speaker, we also had a special press conference for the media corporations. Madam Speaker, most of these consultations that I have outlined, I was present. I think I only missed probably 2. But Madam Speaker, we continue to engage on this topic. Madam Speaker, the consultations have been rewarding. The NIA, we've been able to build closer relationship with our people and obtain critical information from them to advance the cause of the SSC. Madam Speaker, I use this forum to express my support. So in case if anybody were wondering, they don't have to wonder anymore. I express my support to the Honorable Member of Nevis 9, Nevis 10, Nevis 11, and to our cabinet colleagues in NIA. Madam Speaker, I trust their leadership. And I know they have the best interests. We have the best interests of Nevisians at heart. Madam Speaker, I attended it was the 40th anniversary celebration of the Bank of Nevis. They blocked off Charleston. It was a good celebration, I might say. But Madam Speaker, while I was there, an individual spoke, and it was mentioned that back in the day, people opposed the Bank of Nevis. That's what I was told. People oppose the Bank of Nevis. Madam Speaker, today, look at the Bank of Nevis. It is the second largest financial institution in St. Kitts Nevis, $1 billion bank. Madam Speaker, I mentioned Four Seasons earlier. People oppose Four Seasons too. And Four Seasons to this date is one of the biggest investments in Nevis. It provides hundreds of jobs for our people. Madam Speaker, I want our people to be open-minded. To evolve, we have to accept change, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand that there are concerns, but I can assure Nevisians and the population of St. Kitts Nevis that the NIA government is working hard to address them. Again, I ask our people to be open-minded to developmental ideas that seek to progress our country. Madam Speaker, we need to see changes that would provide a cross-section of jobs, increase our country's revenue, provide educational opportunities, and expand our population to boost economic activity. I think the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8 said, we need to get more children. That's what you said? Huh? If of course, I'm going to contribute to the population. Yes. I'm going to contribute to the population. Barnes got St. Thomas Parish Nevis. Madam Speaker, I move on because as you can see, I'm scrutinizing investments. For the cannabis industry, we pass laws allowing individuals to obtain a license to possess limited amounts of cannabis, cultivate up to 5 plants, and smoke in designated areas. And we launched a medicinal cannabis authority on the 25th April 2025. For 2026, as stated by the mover, we will finalize regulatory framework, issue cultivation license, establish operational user testing laboratories, expand farmer training, and establish export pathways. Madam Speaker, my take on the cannabis industry, I hope we can soon reach a point where cannabis industry can create sustainable jobs, increase export revenue, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a leader in the Caribbean's medical cannabis market. This was stated by the mover of the bill, and I want that for St. Kitts Nevis, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I also want to take this time to encourage our youth to do their research on cannabis, especially before consumption, whether by smoking, drinking, or through prescribed medication. It is important that you understand how cannabis can affect your health. So, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping soon we will move in that direction where we can begin to create jobs and increase our revenue from the cannabis industry. Madam Speaker, I would like to discuss construction and infrastructure. The physical infrastructure sector is a crucial engine in job creation. The public sector projects, as outlined in paragraph 27 of the 2025 budget, included but were not limited to the new Bastia High School, the new Climate Smart JNF General Hospital, the NHC Climate Smart Homes Housing Program, and the Bastia Desalination Plant, and road improvements as well. Madam Speaker, we are now on the 2026 budget, and some of these projects to boost our economy by creating job opportunities have yet to be fully operationalized. Madam Speaker, I have concerns. My concerns stem from persistent systematic delays on the government's inability to start and complete projects within reasonable and allotted timeframes. We must ask ourselves, Is the government being overly ambitious with project timelines? I don't know. I know delays happens for project, but it is a question that needs to be asked. Madam Speaker, I start with the new Bastia High School. I think I heard the honorable member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill. He said that no opposition member should speak on this because nothing had been done for 7 years. But Madam Speaker, I will speak on it. But I will show 7 years plus 3. How much is that? That's 10. How many more years do the students of Bastia have to wait before they can sit in the state-of-the-art classroom? How many more years, Madam Speaker? Because we are 10 already, 7 plus 3. An 18-month project expected to begin in the first quarter of 2025, commence with large-scale excavation work on the 13th of June 2025. Madam Speaker, the honorable member for St. Christopher 1, I think he said yesterday that the foundation is being laid, and I think the panels are ready. But Madam Speaker, when did this phase commence? I just want to know how many contractors and laborers are employed on this project. Would the project be completed in the initial 18 months time frame? Madam Speaker, we can say that the project is well underway and that it sounds good and it's okay. But I think after 10 years of waiting, the students of Bastia High and the general public, we do not want to hear mere words, but to see action, to see construction really on the way. That is where we are at, Madam Speaker. Again, we need to be serious about delivering projects in a timely manner. Madam Speaker, I support initiatives that will advance our health sector. Healthcare is expensive. And anything that is done to assist our people in reducing the cost of healthcare or providing them with advanced equipment, I support. Healthcare should be our priority. And I commend the government for its effort to develop our healthcare sector. I must commend the government for that. Madam Speaker, while I congratulate the ideas, I am concerned about the delivery of the projects. Madam Speaker, I smiled when I saw a photo of the honorable mover, the honorable member for St. Christopher 8. It was just mere days before the budget, his 2026 budget address. And I think he was at the site of the hospital with key technical individuals of the hospital project. And like I said, I smiled because it was just mere days before the budget address. But Madam Speaker, the people of St. Kitts, as it relates to this project, do not hope to see any more groundbreaking or handover ceremonies, but only the commencement of the highly anticipated project. Madam Speaker, I'm not against the project. I just want the project to start. And while I understand that things cannot be done overnight, and while I understand that there may be delays, Madam Speaker, we would still like to see the different projects be at a stage where it can be beneficial to our people. Madam Speaker, while I'm on health, I know the 2025 budget address stated that the new magnetic resonance imaging, the MRI facility, is nearing completion, and we aim to have it operational by the first quarter of 2025. Madam Speaker, we are in December 2025, and I want to ask, is the facility completed and operationalized? No. Because in paragraph 75 of the 2026 budget address, the mover stated that preparations are underway for the commissioning of a state-of-the-art MRI facility early in 2026. Madam Speaker, I am hoping that this will be so, and we will see the commissioning in early 2026. And I will not have to come back at another budget address to say, huh? It's finished. So we get into the commissioning stage. Okay. So, Madam Speaker?
So it's effectively finished. The construction part.
Okay, the construction is, okay, good. Madam Speaker, paragraph 56 of the 2025 budget address, and I know I'm speaking of the 2025 budget address, and that's because what was outlined in the 2025 budget address, projects should happen in 2025, right? The budget address outlined that bold steps would be taken to enhance our healthcare infrastructure, which, like I said, I support. It further added that it will start with the demolition and reconstruction of the Bastia Health Center, which is long overdue for a major upgrade. Additionally, completing the construction of the new St. Peter's Polyclinic is top priority. Madam Speaker, I recognize that these projects were to be done in 2025. However, we are nearing the end of 2025 with no signs of completion. Madam Speaker, we go from the completion of the construction of the polyclinic in 2025 to the mover saying in his 2026 budget address that the designs for the new St. Peter's Polyclinic were updated with construction remobilization planned for 2026. Madam Speaker, more delays in the construction of critical healthcare infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I move on to the NHC Climate Smart Homes Housing Program. But before I do, I need to sip on some water. Indeed. Madam Speaker, I firmly believe that to empower an individual, give them a home, provide affordable housing for them. I believe that. Madam Speaker, you know how good it feels when you turn your key and you walk in and you see your children, your husband, your entire family. Huh? If I know how it feels, I know how it feels to enter my home with my family. I may not have children yet, but I'm getting there. Madam Speaker, but it is a good feeling. It's a good feeling when you can turn your own key and walk in and say, this is mine. Well, you have to. Madam Speaker, when I heard about the revolution of housing development in St. Kitts, I was happy with the idea of expanding our housing for people. I welcome the government's plan to provide many more homes. However, I believe that the government was perhaps over-ambitious in providing 2,400 homes over a 4-year period, which equates to 600 homes per year. Madam Speaker, what should have been a development to change the housing landscape in St. Kitts has now resulted in a fiasco between NHC and the developer East Coast Housing Development. Madam Speaker, in the 2025 budget address, paragraph 28 of Climate Smart Homes Initiatives with East Coast Housing Development is ready to move into full-scale construction. That's what it said. I didn't say it. East Coast made significant adjustments to the original designs based on invaluable feedback from potential homeowners. Madam Speaker, I appreciate and supported the adjustments because our people, their voice matter. And if they wanted to see changes in the design, I have no problem with the changes being made, the adjustments being made. But Madam Speaker, the mover continued that he is proud to confirm that preparatory work has already begun on the construction of the first 100 climate smart homes at Stapleton, Lodge, Sandy Point, and Newton Ground. What I am having difficulty understanding, Madam Speaker, is how we go from being ready to get into full-scale construction to East Coast Housing Development being sued by CIBC, then to East Coast Housing Development filing a legal proceeding against the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, a project expected to deliver 2,400 smart homes for our people, 600 homes per year for 4 years is now in disarray. Madam Speaker, how did we get here? What was the real cause of failing the partnership? Madam Speaker, the mover in his 2026 address, I think he said, when investors do not work, we get rid of them. Madam Speaker, while that sounds good, the people of this country deserve a detailed explanation of the project's failure. Madam Speaker, we go from housing agreement with East Coast to NHC's Renaissance project. Madam Speaker, the mover stated in his 2026 budget address that the National Housing Corporation has completed 19 of 27 homes, and the remainder are scheduled for completion in 2026. He further stated that across St. Kitts, an additional 80 homes are planned for construction. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher I gave update on housing in St. Kitts and stated that 805 homes were constructed, and that has never been done before. That's what he said. Madam Speaker, while I commend the 805 homes that were constructed, it still doesn't live up to the promise of constructing 600 homes per year for the people of St. Kitts. By now, Madam Speaker, if we are to go on that, we should have seen the completion of nearly 1,800 homes. Madam Speaker, considering the issues, is it still the goal of NHC to produce 600 homes per year? Is it still the government's goal to achieve the construction of 2,400 homes for the people of St. Kitts within 4 years? Madam Speaker, these are questions that I have to ask. Madam Speaker, our single mothers are waiting. Our single fathers are waiting. Families are waiting. And so I am hoping that soon we will see more completion of the homes for the people of St. Kitts. Madam Speaker, I move on to the Bastia desalination plant. And I think the member for St. Christopher III would have perhaps highlighted the reasons for the delay in commissioning of this plant. But Madam Speaker, I fully embrace this project, which seeks to provide the people of Bastia with a steady supply of water. Perhaps, if some had spent bad, the people of Bastia wouldn't be struggling for water.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
It's a basic need of our people.
You're going fast and smart. That's right. Basic need. Zero.
But Madam Speaker, the construction and commissioning were expected to be completed by the third quarter of 2025.
Just a few weeks off.
Just a few weeks off? Well, I hope to see, I hope to see the commissioning soon.
It's commissioning now.
It's commissioning now? Okay.
I'm saying you could go up there and get water now.
Okay. Behind us now. Okay. I hear them. I'll ask the people of St. Kitts. Or when I journey to St. Kitts, I will judge it for myself.
Where you staying right now?
Madam Speaker, I recognize the efforts of the government seeking investment to expand and grow our economy. Madam Speaker, before I get to 2026 budget address, paragraph 27 of the 2025 budget address stated that efforts would be made to reinvigorate Kitishan Hill and Christophe Harbour, and that in 2025 we should expect work to commence on the construction of Hotel Indigo and the Performing Arts Center. Madam Speaker, I'm waiting for the construction. I'm waiting for the construction to start for Hotel Indigo and the Performing Arts Center. Madam Speaker, the government said it's coming. Okay, it's coming. They say it's coming. They say it's coming, but Madam Speaker, there's a delay. Madam Speaker, I also want to ask, what of the plans for Kitishan Hill? What of the plans for Kitishan Hill, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I heard the mover spoke about a yachting project. 560 yachts coming to SKN, coming to St. Kitts Nevis in his address on Tuesday. I also heard him speak to luxury resorts and marina development. Madam Speaker, while I welcome the ideas to advance our economy, I will wait to see how these projects progress. I'll wait, Madam Speaker.
You need to take a drive, you know.
Madam, I need to take a drive? Yeah? Madam Speaker, before I forget, where is the Ritz-Carlton Hotel? Madam Speaker, I'm hearing it's coming. It's coming. It's coming, but where is the Ritz-Carlton Hotel? We were told it's coming to our shores, Madam Speaker. We need to see the hundreds of jobs for people. We need these projects to commence to boost the economy, Madam Speaker. We need to come out of progress. We need to progress into construction. That's what we need to get, Madam Speaker. That's what I want to see. That is what I want to see. So I'm hoping when we come back for the next budget address, that, Madam Speaker, I can say, I spoke on these projects and the government completed them.
But you could talk about the ones that are going on too.
It is for you to do, not for me to do.
I did that.
Well, you did that, so I'm doing my part. Madam Speaker, I move on to agriculture. The growth of the agriculture sector of 2025 is projected, or was projected to be 1.8. Have, Madam Speaker, we honestly achieved this growth? Has a primary goal to reduce the import bill of $140 million by 25% by 2025. Has that been achieved? Do we see any reduction in imports at all in St. Kitts Nevis? Madam Speaker, I move on to the hatchery. The member with responsibility for agriculture, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher IV, gave his presentation, but he did not provide, well, I'm actually on the projections. He didn't provide details on the projections, so I would like to get an update on that. Now I'm on the hatchery. Madam Speaker, I support the upgrade to facilities to enhance food production for people. I support the chicken breeder farm and hatchery facility that was commissioned in 2024. Madam Speaker, the mover mentioned over 3,200 chicks were produced in his 2026 budget address. And the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4 stated that the facility has produced 9,314 day-old chicks for distribution. The member for St. Christopher 4 also spoke about expanding the hatchery to export chicks to other regions. And Madam Speaker, that is good. That is all good. However, I must ask, Madam Speaker, how many of our farmers in St. Kitts and Nevis have benefited from this project? How many of the 9,314 chicks were distributed to our local farmers? Also, when do we anticipate the production of minimum of 20,000 chicks per year for our farmers as promised? Those are the questions that I have in relation to that. Madam Speaker, but I want to use this forum to encourage our youth to learn more about poultry farming and to consider it as a business idea. Madam Speaker, I believe it's a good investment. Maybe I need to do some research myself to see if I'm willing to get involved in this industry. But Madam Speaker, in 2023, St. Kitts and Nevis imported $7.73 million worth of poultry meat. And I want to encourage our youth to work hard and take some of that money, Madam Speaker.
How much is that?
$7.73 million. That's what I was, based on my research, that's what I got. Madam Speaker, I know of a young man in university. He hasn't finished school yet, but he already planning when he come home to open his business in this industry. And I want to continue to encourage him to do so, and I want to encourage others to take the opportunity to do so. The less money we spend on imports, Madam Speaker, the more for our farmers. Madam Speaker, I move on to the greenhouse villages. And while I commend the initiative to increase greenhouses in the Federation, I must say I am not happy with the progress of the greenhouse villages and storage facility. I firmly believe that an initiative launched with a groundbreaking ceremony in 2023 at Newton Ground, Brotherson Estate, should have seen the completion and commissioning of the first phase of 15 greenhouses by now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I urge the government to put more effort into completing these greenhouses.
Yeah, well, this is my area.
Oh, it is your area?
Yes.
Oh, okay, now I know. Madam Speaker, to hear the mover say 20 greenhouses in the pipeline, with 6 already completed and awaiting roofing after 2 years, is below expectations. Madam Speaker, further, how can 6 greenhouses be completed while awaiting roofing? Madam Speaker, while I support constructing more greenhouses to boost local food production and to reduce the import bill, I have to highlight the government's inability to do so within a reasonable time. If we are serious about reducing the import bill, then we must be able to complete these significant projects, Madam Speaker. These greenhouses should have been commissioned and our people going to them to buy produce by now, not sitting there. So I'm hoping that in the new year, Madam Speaker, that I can take a drive through St. Kitts and see these 15 greenhouses completed. And I can buy my produce. Maybe down here is my second home. You never know, Madam Speaker. But at least I'll be able to drive to these greenhouses and say, I need some peppers. I need green leaves. Madam Speaker, that is the stage that I want us to get to. Madam Speaker, agricultural partnerships. Collaborations are welcome to advance food security. While collaboration sounds good, it's better when we actually see the results. So I'm really asking for updates, Madam Speaker, at this time. Has the ministry been able to obtain strategic partnerships in canning, drying, preserving, and marketing excess output to maximize value and minimize waste? Madam Speaker, how many of our local farmers have participated in the cultivation of high-quality peppers, that's the Tabasco peppers? What's the quantity of peppers that has been exported since the partnership? Also, I applaud the scholarship opportunities with, I think it's Southern University, Madam Speaker. But I just want to know, have our students or have our people taken advantage of these scholarship opportunities? And I also wanted to know if students would be bounded to work in the agriculture industry to add to the development after completing their studies. Madam Speaker, I move on, and I do try to be brief. Usually when I start my presentation, I say, I'm going to be brief, Madam Speaker, because I believe in getting to the point. But, Madam Speaker, I really wanted to scrutinize these investments. So, I am taking my time as the Honorable Senator has asked me to. Madam Speaker, the move of the bill mentioned that some are not celebrating Aspire, but they are celebrating the Trump accounts, right? Well, Madam Speaker, I want him to know that I am celebrating Aspire. Madam Speaker, Aspire aims to improve financial literacy and provide our youth with a solid financial foundation. How could you not celebrate that? Madam Speaker, I wish I could open a bank account, you know. I wish I could apply. Maybe I'll get this. Well, yeah, but my children will. My children will. While I welcome and support this initiative, I honestly believe that the education component, which includes an age-appropriate curriculum, would have already been rolled out to all schools, Madam Speaker. I base this view on the fact that in the last budget, the mover stated that we are ready to implement the education component of Aspire program. So I honestly thought it would have been done early in the year. Nonetheless, I am glad to see that this component has been officially launched, Madam Speaker, and I welcome it. See, I'm supporting an investment of the government. Not because I'm on the opposite side don't mean that I can't say that the government did a good initiative. I can say they did a good initiative, and I can also say that they've done a bad one, right? That's fair, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2025, the mover mentioned that the program received 4,000 applications, with about 2,000 young citizens already having bank accounts at the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank. In his 2026 budget address, he reported that the program had successfully approved 4,270 applications. Madam Speaker, considering our population, I honestly thought that our people would have taken advantage of this opportunity. I was expecting more applications to be submitted. Madam Speaker, as of December 13th, the number of applications received was 5,433. I therefore use this opportunity to encourage parents and guardians to apply for your children, especially those in Nevis, Madam Speaker, because I recognize that in Nevis we have 1,230 applications, of which 999 were approved. Madam Speaker, I am here to help. So anyone in Nevis who's having difficulty with the application process, you're free to contact me. I would assist you in applying. Take advantage of the opportunity. $500 in savings at St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank. $500 in shares. It's a start. And I encourage parents to bill on the account. Even if it's just $5, $10 a month. It will give your child a financial head start. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to take the time to encourage parents and guardians to apply, especially those in Nevis. Madam Speaker, the commitment to investing in people is most directly tested in our social safety net programs, which must deliver measurable results. I supported the revamping of the social programs because I believe they were underperforming, and I do believe that they were politicized. That's my view. And I think that was their view too. Given that effective reform aims to create self-sufficiency, I expected to see a decline in spending as beneficiaries move toward independence, Madam Speaker. Have we seriously revamped these programs, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I was pleased when the member for St. Christopher I highlighted the reform of the STEP program. I welcome the change to allow businesses to take some sort of responsibility. I think it's paying half of the salaries for their workers. I am hopeful that this measure may eventually address my concern of lack of graduations from the program. Madam Speaker, I don't want people to take it that I'm not for social programs. I am for social programs to benefit the vulnerable and those who are in need. But it doesn't mean that we can just put people onto programs and put them on and put them on. It will become unsustainable, Madam Speaker. And some of our programs, they were in that position. The member for St. Christopher I mentioned it yesterday. It's unsustainable, Madam Speaker. And so I'm happy to hear about the reform for the STEP program. Madam Speaker, while the Senator Philip, provided details of resources spent on social programs, LIFT was over 30 million, STEP over 40 million, she failed to provide data on Elevate. But Madam Speaker, repeat that? Okay. So it's honorable member for St. Christopher I? 8? Okay, 8, okay. So I guess he would shed some light on that then. Madam Speaker, it would have been appreciated if specific amounts for the resources extended on these programs be provided so as to be as transparent as possible with people. Listen, but I just want to know, because I heard over 30, over 40, over 40, over 30. Could be any figure. So I'm just asking for specific. Madam Speaker, also, I am hoping that the details of the number of individuals on these programs can be provided to us. How many on LIFT, how many on STEP, how many on Elevate, Madam Speaker. I am hopeful that the move of the bill can provide these details in his wrap-up. Madam Speaker, again, I support social programs. However, as leaders, we have to ensure that programs are effectively implemented. Otherwise, they will become unsustainable and wouldn't enhance productivity of our people. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while on social development, I wanted to inquire about the proposed disability policy and the bill for elderly. Have the revised disability policy and the proposed disability bill been approved by Cabinet and passed in Parliament? Madam Speaker, I know we've passed many bills here. What number the age you gave? Anybody remember? 80 something? It's a lot of bills to remember. But Madam Speaker, I wanted to ask, have the revised disability policy and the proposed disability bill been approved by Cabinet and passed in Parliament? It was stated in 2025 budget address. Has the ministry been able to advance a review of the draft aging policy and draft regulations for the operation of homes for the elderly? I'm just seeking an update on these matters, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was anticipated that the revised policy would be approved and the proposed bill would be passed in Parliament. Madam Speaker, I support any policy or bill that would improve the livelihoods of our seniors. They are the foundation of our society, Madam Speaker. And we must continue.
You're just about at the 1 hour mark.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I'm proud of myself. Huh? This time is different. But Madam Speaker, I want us to continue to uplift and support our seniors. Finally, on this matter, I wish to advocate for a mentorship program dedicated to fostering strong relationship between our youth and our seniors. I think I mentioned it at the last budget sitting, and I'm mentioning it again today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not too far from the end. I'm nearing the end. I won't be like most members and take 2 hours, but I'm nearing the end. Madam Speaker, on sports. And everyone who knows me, anyone who knows me knows I'm passionate about sports. And the Honorable Member for St. Christopher Foe mentioned yesterday that I was a coach. But Madam Speaker, I was an athlete, I was a coach, and I was a member of the SK in athletics. I was Assistant Secretary Treasurer. So I have, paid my dues in sports. I've given back to what sports gave to me, Madam Speaker. I was a good athlete. Outstanding one. I used to come sink it and bang them, Madam Speaker.
From the Eastern Caribbean.
I used to come sink it and beat them, Madam Speaker. I used to travel in the region and I used to beat them to Madam Speaker. I was a good athlete.
What place?
100 and 200. I didn't like the 4.
She was fast.
You remember? Okay, see? I know I remember for St. Christopher 6 kind of test. I was fast. I'm still fast.
6 days a lot.
Okay, good. Madam Speaker, while I commend the construction of a new athletic track and a renovation of the athletic stadium, Madam Speaker, I also have to express my disappointment. Madam Speaker, this year, we weren't able to host, major national events for youth in track. The TDC High School Championship, probably Rams, Carifta Trials, because work at the track was ongoing. Madam Speaker, as an athlete, training is not easy. While everybody on vacation, you at the track training. I know. I've lived it. So when you train so hard, Madam Speaker, and you're looking forward to the season, only for the season to come and you can't get to perform in a major national championship. Madam Speaker, it's disappointing. I commend the work done at the track and the pavilion, the facility on a whole, but Madam Speaker, I have to express my disappointment in that regard. Madam Speaker, these events play a vital role in promoting our youth in sports and fostering talents in our community. It is imperative that the government takes decisive action to ensure that similar oversights do not occur in the future. Such lapses reflect poor judgment and undermine our athletes' opportunities to compete and excel. We must prioritize the timely development and maintenance of our sporting facilities to support our athletes and the spirit of competition in our nation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the creatives, I wanted to seek an update on how many creatives have benefited from the Creative Arts Fund. I don't think it was mentioned yesterday by the honorable member. I know it was designed to support grassroots initiatives and professional career development, which I welcome, but I just wanted to get an idea of how many creatives benefited from the program. Also, was the Creative Arts Center and Creative Power Arts Convention established? I just wanted updates on those. Madam Speaker, in closing, the theme investing in people and progress commands our respect, but that respect must be matched by a demand for velocity in delivery. The execution challenges across our social safety nets, the failure to meet key targets in agriculture, and the systemic delays plaguing our crucial construction projects indicate a worrying gap between rhetoric and reality. We urge the government to close this gap in 2026, to move beyond promising to deliver, and to ensure this budget truly transforms the ambitious theme of investing in people and progress into a tangible, sustainable future for all the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator Jones. Honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Senator Dr. Clark. However, I was hoping to rise for 10 minutes, so indulge me, please. House will rise for 10 minutes. Host resumes. Please be seated. I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, every December we gather to present our budget to the nation. Our closeout of the passing year, our strategic vision for the one to come, and it's very easy for us to underestimate and underrate these addresses as merely procedural. But I've personally grown to appreciate this period and the intense preparation that goes into it as critical moments of reckoning. At a time when work and efforts of the offices that I lead are assessed to offer perspective that shapes and indeed sharpens our focus on the future. This year, we center people, progress, and under that bearing, I am choosing to contemplate on the future that we deserve as Kitishans and Nivisians. We're small states with large challenges. Our beautiful federation is classified globally as a small island developing state. And you listened rather to our mover of the bill saying that we're large ocean states because of the size of our ocean floor. But these four words, small island developing states, have very serious implications. On one hand, they translate into the privilege of savoring the beauty and abundance of our country, our fruit trees, our mountainside, our beaches, our rainforests, our natural flora and fauna, our food, our culture, and the simplicity of connection, of community, of family, the things that embody our Kitishan and Nivisian spirit. However, on the other hand, we, especially those of us entrusted to lead this federation, understand them to also mean climate threats, vulnerability, and inequality in some cases. Before our eyes, we are facing what we call the polycrisis. These words, when you take them together, it speaks to a triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution. In its path, we see our treasured flora and fauna lost, our precious beaches and lands overtaken by worsening environmental degradation, and of course, our economic survival at peril through extreme weather events. This is not to paint a bleak picture or to incite fear, but really to outline a very critical dynamic of two realities being true at the same time. We are an island paradise, but we are threatened. We can be small, but still resilient. We must protect St. Kitts and Nevis. So my goal here today, Madam Speaker, is simple. I do not consider this to be a battle against things we cannot change, but rather evidence of our determination to persevere for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis and for progress of our federation. To chip away at the seemingly impenetrable so that we can create our own upward path to survival. It is with this rumination, that this sense of purpose that extends beyond us all, that I'm going to proceed to share the work of my ministries, because they did do some tremendous work this year. And not merely just to list, well, if I slow down, I'm going to be 3 hours. Not merely to list successes and challenges or promises for the coming year, but to understand the connection, to underscore the impact, and to most importantly, recalibrate our compass as we journey to the future for progress and for people. So let's start with how we'll approach this presentation. 5 simple ways. We're going to talk about, as I just did, the geopolitics, the realities of St. Kitts and Nevis, stewardship, resilience, and integrated sustainability, resource mobilization and strategic partnerships, which I dare say we are getting very good at, environmental governance and the importance of a strong regulatory framework, the need for data, science, systems, planning, and foresight, and of course, CISA and the future that we deserve. So let's dig in. And let's start with land, the biggest but still one of the smallest areas. When we speak about sustainable land management, land access for us is a lifeline to ensuring empowerment. This undeniable fact motivated the introduction of our Lands Initiative in 2023, and it continues to be the driving force as we recognize our land resources and improve our management systems. To this end, the Ministry of Sustainable Development, we invested time, resources, and effort in hosting our weekly open house where the staff at the ministry's administration and surveys, lands and surveys, and they're right there sitting in their blue. Odd color for today. But including myself, we interfaced with prospective landowners, and we had real and impactful conversations to be a source of assistance to assuage the concerns of the people who came to us. It was our goal to welcome citizens more directly into the process of land application, and in doing so, we hope to demystify the steps and promote transparency. Where there was once chaos and confusion, we prepared and presented clarity. But we could not have estimated the profound impact that this would have had on the emotional relief. Our efforts to bring that sense of clarity and ownership to landowners who, after years of mistreatment, deserved justice. But thank you to the staff for their continued support. So it has been 2 arduous years, but productive years, of actively improving land access, correcting past wrongs, and at the baseline, improving and investing in the lives of our people. So I'm very happy to share as it relates to land distribution and administration. This is what I consider to be very commendable for the ministry. We were able to service over 900 citizens with specifically 310 balance letters, 83 statement letters, 179 completion letters, 166 Crown Grant letters, 69 land resolution letters, 147 cadastral surveys, and adding to that 900 persons that we serve, another 531 lots distributed across all constituencies. This represents a total of 1,485 personal solutions for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and those persons in the blue, they did that. And they're continuing to do this because they have a mandate to ensure that up until Christmas, people are served with their land solutions. So let's thank them again for their work. So if I was not very clear, the numbers I've just mentioned each represent persons served, represent an issue resolved, a progress provided, and in a small island developing state, striving for sustainable solutions for the future. This represents investments, insights, and of course, progress. Secure land tenure can lead to development. And when people are invested in through land access to settle, to build, to expand, the process for a successful delivery of other social services are facilitated. So we are very happy to do our part. Of course, I must speak about our land regularization program. This year's land regularization program and handover ceremonies were such a priority for me personally and for the Ministry of Sustainable Development. In the political realm, land and settlement are often touted as sensitive and inherently contentious topics. But when we peel back the layers, what remains at the core are people and human experiences that drive us. For some, the anticipation and the nervousness of the application process, and we have seen tears, as I've mentioned before. For others, the insecurity of landlessness and the long messages that are sent to our phones and every MP's phone about access to land. Or peace and protection that's offered when they have that title in their hand. Or the joy and pride of being able to build legacies that can tangibly be left behind to support and shelter loved ones for generations. In service to these realities, and despite the subterfuge and deception employed by the previous leadership in the form of blank COTs and unfulfilled promises, as the member for number 3 mentioned this morning, this administration has delivered on the provision of irrevocable land ownership to over 130 families across 3 constituencies. Lagreet Bastier, 68, New Amsterdam St. Paul's, 25, Upper Monkey Hill, 38. And this means dignity, empowerment, wealth creation, legal certainty, and the ability to advance. And that deserves another round of applause. Next year, we will continue with Upper Monkey Hill Phase 2, the Abbots and the Pasture. And we continue our land regularization activity through our urban housing development solutions. Madam Speaker, as it relates to our thrust towards supporting the expansion of housing development, we established the Urban Housing Task Force, and we have engaged in several strategic, political, and technical conversations and meetings to identify useful locations for housing interventions and land distribution in Greater Bastyr. So thankfully, we have been successful in this endeavor and have since identified areas that will support residential construction, especially for constituencies 2 and constituency 1. If you drive into Connery from the Keon side, you would take note that Rock and Dirt has vacated their former location following a mutually agreed land swap that makes viable space for housing construction now available for NHC homes. We are also looking at Admirals, who has also been engaged to relocate so that that space can be used soonest for housing construction. We're also looking at the old education building to ensure that we have housing solutions for constituency 2. Madam Speaker, this is called urban revitalization. This is called being strategic, having foresight, engaging with people, and most importantly, providing the housing solutions that are needed for secure lives. I also want to take a moment, however, to admit that while this year's housing completion boom makes me immensely proud, 2025 has been a challenging year for the Ministry of Sustainable Development in meeting the growing demands for electricity installation. As I say this, I recall our second budget member for number 1 as opposition, when everybody gave themselves an A+. And it was so unreal to me that ministers could be so unreal to think that everything you did was perfect. And I'm saying admittedly and transparently that with electricity installation, we had some challenges. Our offices experienced unexpected delays, which in turn negatively impacted timelines for new homeowners. For that, we sincerely regret these setbacks, and we are working assiduously with our ministerial partners and the Ministry of Finance in particular to ensure that these are remedied for 2026. So instead of an A+, this looks like an A. But we will do better. But I think it's important for me to give some context. I'm going to slow down here because I want everybody to understand this. If you look at our capital projects special land distribution initiative, totaling a sum of $5 million, the truth is you would notice that this does not begin to satisfy the cost of infrastructure and utilities for new developments. This year alone, we received 42 requests for electricity installation. They will cost us about 5 million EC for residential only. 642,000 for commercial, and about 2 million for water installation, a sum of over 7 million. Notwithstanding this cost, we are investing in people. What this is saying to us is that the Special Land Distribution Initiative program, which was established years ago to help persons access land, no longer pays for the services it offers. Buying land at $3 and $4 per square foot cannot pay for roads, it cannot pay for electricity, it cannot pay for water. But this is an investment that this government continues to make so that everyone can have access to land with infrastructure. And as I said, we will improve our service delivery next year. We recognize that investing in people and progress requires dedicated support for services. We are building stronger, safer, accessible communities and ensuring that there is the provision of low-income housing, doing what needs to be done to facilitate NHC in this process. Regardless of the challenges, we are working to install light, water, and as you heard with the minister, the representative from number 3, roads. Of course, it requires a full assessment of our designated projects so that they can be tailored to suit the full scope of the needs on the ground so that landowners can access and live in the communities that they want to. Take further our capital project, commercial infrastructure, for about 1 million. A further assessment of our capital projects to support infrastructure for land clearing is about only 100,000. Added to our $5 million for the Special Land Initiative, it really doesn't come close to providing the support services needed, but we are working to make this happen. I'm very thankful that this year the ministry, thanks to a very supportive cabinet, has designated of these funds about $1.5 million specific to the NHC to support the continued housing construction. How many houses you said you had this year? MP, member for number 1?
320 plus 455 first-time home owners, 805.
805 homes, all requiring electricity installation, and we have dedicated funds specifically for this. Now, Madam Speaker, we aim to elevate the land initiative in the spirit of investing in people and progress. So we will expand the digitization of our land information services. And with the introduction of online platforms, we will initiate the transition away from outdated manual systems and convert our traditionally paper-based resources such as maps and deeds and tax records into secure, publicly accessible, searchable digital formats. We also will be reviewing our alien land holding license application to ensure ordered movements across the application, processing, and approval phases. In envisioning the future that we deserve, we have determined that accessing land information should no longer be notoriously complex or frustrating process, but rather one that is streamlined, easy to comprehend, and of course readily available to all who need it. Allow me now to transition to the circular economy. Madam Speaker, a symbiotic relationship must exist between ministries and offices that I manage. I recognize, I am not speaking about the Ministry of Sustainable Development and then the Ministry of Environment. They're married, they're together. We are one. Complementary and integrated. Increased access to land creates communities, which in turn necessitates effective waste management and circularity systems. I'm so happy to speak about the Solid Waste Management Corporation, which is now back on its feet again. Good management and leadership. It stands at the front line of waste management, and for the past few years has been doing the necessary groundwork to make the transformation a possibility. In keeping with Pillar 6 of our Sustainable Island State Agenda, the circular economy. This is demonstrated through the corporation's drive and its driven efforts rather to ingrain recycling, not as a temporary or fleeting practice, but as a culture across our federation, as you can see here on the screen. Evidence of this can be seen in our collaborative recycling drives, waste collection competitions with our champion students, pickup days, and promotions. I am of the belief that these engagements and how our population has been so receptive to this, really, especially our youth, is a signal, a positive shift in our behavior and attitude towards waste, which will only continue to improve as we progress. I say this with confidence because 2025 brought major advancement in the corporation's circularity journey. For the first time ever, we saw the start of the national recycling project with the Republic of China Taiwan ICDF program, where SWMC, we were able to send off for the first time ever our first shipment of recyclables with a significant breakthrough for our waste management capacity. And that deserves an applause. We have also introduced cardboard recycling as an official recyclable stream, beginning with large generators, an expansion that increases the type of materials that can be recovered and enhances our overall waste diversion strategy. Again, we see another noteworthy accomplishment in 2025, which is the upgrading of our recycling equipment. Last month, the corporation commissioned a new and more powerful baler under phase 2 of the recycling project. And this upgraded machine can compress plastic bottles, metal cans, aluminum cans, cardboard, and other materials into bales twice as heavy as those produced in our older baler. The results are higher productivity, stronger output, and far more efficient recycling operation. With this improved capacity, the corporation diverted approximately 195,000 pounds of recyclable material from the landfill this year, with plastics continuing to dominate the stream. This diversion means a reduction in landfill pressure and is a clear demonstration of what improved infrastructure and public participation can really achieve. For the future we deserve in 2026, we will bring even wider public access. The corporation will begin collecting cardboard from the public, giving households and small businesses additional opportunity to participate in recycling as we extend the support the mandate of investing in people and investing in progress. At the same time, recycling bins. This is a commitment that we made just recently. Recycling bins will be placed in every government office and every school, public and private, from early childhood to primary to secondary levels. These steps are meant to build daily habits, and we're moving beyond just the plastic recycling. We're looking to put paper recycling, composting, and other materials. And I think I'm going to have to tell everybody in here when to clap, because I want to say the environment ain't, that word that's on parliamentary. But I have to highlight the things that are important, right? So let me say that again. We, thanks to the Solid Waste Management Corporation and the good leadership, I see the GM just walked in, we are on our feet again, and next year we're going to make sure that every government office and every school, from preschool to primary school to CFBC, has multiple recycling bins in them. All right, because of the environment. So, this expansion of recycling access will also be supported by a greater emphasis on our household garbage management. While many homes received bins during the National Bin Distribution Program in 2020, we admit that not every household was touched. I certainly didn't receive one, and I think the member for number 3 didn't receive one either. So we recognize many new homes have been built since 2020. And the corporation, with our bilateral partners, will now complete and expand this residential bin program to ensure every household, especially the 800 new ones that have been built by NHC, has a proper bin for storage and collection of solid waste. We really do look forward to the support of our international partners on this, for this is over US $2 million investment in waste management, and that again is a sexy moment. Equally, the introduction of our scrap metal baler, received through public-private partnership, will allow the corporation to remove and process bulky metal waste, including derelict vehicles and white goods, across the island. Such items have become major environmental and public health concerns. They attract rodents, create mosquito breeding sites, disfigure communities, and contribute to lawlessness. So, working in collaboration with the Department of Constituency Empowerment, the corporation has already identified and tagged over 500 derelict vehicles in communities across the island, and every single one will be removed. Again. And additionally, to further support cleaner communities and the mandate of investing in people and progress, the corporation, with the ministry, and our new campaign, which I'll speak about much later, will also introduce a national bulk waste collection system in 2026. Before you clap, let me tell you what that is. This will give residents a reliable and proper system to dispose of bulky items such as mattresses, appliances, old furniture, and large household waste without having to store them in their backyards and wait for designated cleanup campaigns that we do annually, or the very good campaign that was done in Constituency 2. And I think that is one thing. So, many of you may wonder, why invest so heavily in waste? And the simple answer is that waste it's an unavoidable byproduct of just being here, of human existence. And that is why circularity and this efficient progress of recycling is so essential, because landfill operations remain one of the most challenging areas of the corporation's work. During the year, we saw 2 major fires occurring on the landfill, requiring extensive and expensive suppression efforts. These incidents highlight the need to divert more waste, especially green waste and compostable waste, from the landfill to reduce fire risk and improve overall stability. And don't forget that there is money in waste. Our efforts to recycle also offer an opportunity for innovative and creative minds to reimagine waste, to see the landfill as potential, as a trove for upcycling and money-making. Scrap metal, plastic pellets, composting materials, these are all items that can be reworked into alternative sources of revenue expansion and enterprise for small businesses beyond the traditional ones that we want to start up. So earlier this year, Madam Speaker, the United Nations celebrated International Day of Zero Waste under the theme Towards Zero Waste in Fashion and Textiles. And the Ministry of Environment, ETAL, was eager to participate, but with a unique twist on our awareness raising. We partnered with a brilliant young local designer, Mr. Zen Henderson, to create 6 costume designs. I wish the audio would play for this, because it's so jiggy. Okay. They said no. But I think we should pause to watch it, because it's so impactful, and it still remains my most favorite public awareness campaign for environment. It's so fashionable, they're so creative, the styles are unique, and this went global. I share this to tell you, and yes, it went global.
Such a good minister.
This video was the highlight of our Hamburg Sustainability Conference partnership, and when we shared that, I think that's why we're going to be one of their strategic partners next year, but we'll get into that later. Madam Speaker, the ministry believes that we have a duty to foster the proverbial village, the spaces where everyone is supported, cared for, and included. To do so, our elderly people living with disabilities and vulnerable communities need specific attention. So this year, the Department of Constituency Empowerment was able to offer social support to social initiatives like Aspire and LIFT, and collaborated with the Department of Aging and Disabilities et al. And the JNF Hospital to procure and distribute mobility assistive equipment that would be of vital aid to senior citizens and persons living with disabilities. And that's what we have to do, link the ministries and their support. So I'm happy to report that we facilitated deliveries to residents across St. Kitts, totaling 30 walkers, 30 wheelchairs, and 15 commodes. Yesterday, the Honorable Senator highlighted the need for more communities of care, and we will absolutely be supporting that mandate. In 2026, the Parks and Beaches, in collaboration with DCE and relevant line ministries, will make elderly yard cleanup exercises part of their monthly programming, and that too deserves an applause. We are even aiming to go a step further to explore digitizing community outreach through our ECHO campaign, which will make seeking assistance, logging needs, and following up much easier and more practical through digital engagement. Madam Speaker, investing in people and progress is an all hands on deck approach, and our ministry, my ministries in particular, we are ready to accept this challenge. Now let's move to biodiversity and conservation. Beautifying our communities goes hand in hand with biodiversity, or hand in glove with biodiversity protection. And the Department of Environment's extensive work to conserve and properly protect our natural resources is something that I have to mention. And I have to say right here that this goes from the deepest ocean to the stratosphere. And these aren't even my words. These are the words of the Executive Director of the United Nations Environmental Program, who admonished us to take charge, to remember that you can't stop at the coastline, you're going down in the ocean when you're talking about the environment, the whole land, all the trees, MP number 1, and of course, the air. So reflecting on this year, we observed areas that required our attention and some troubleshooting. The cutting of trees may seem like a very simple, mindless action for some, but the reality, it's not. And time again, I have lamented on the error of cutting trees without permission, without guidance, and without the intervention of the ministry, particularly the Department of Environment, Forestry Unit. They don't hear talk. Trees are not only the lungs of the atmosphere, they also provide fruit. You know, they have cultural significance and are often just shady places to rest and chat. And recently, there have been unfortunate instances of trees being harshly cut and removed when the instruction would have been to prune. Recognizing this ongoing disconnect, the ministry has since, and you know what? Let me be honest, because I usually am. Should I? I should be honest. I really beat up the MP, one of our MPs, for a tree that was cut in Challengers, only to find out that the taximen who were abusing about the cut tree in the circus, the tree was cut by my ministry. A shame? I said, Lord, the education really has to be expanded. And so to address that and really to apologize for that, because the instruction was pruning and it really turned into a cut, and we've seen two of those experiences in town. The Department of Environment has since represented a stringent tree cutting and pruning policy guideline. And I've read the document, and we are going to simplify that and share it with all ministries, parks and beaches, environment, and of course, if you feel like a tree needs to be pruned or cut, contact us and we will guide you. So we made a mistake too, Madam Speaker. But that ain't dropping us from the A. We're staying at a A right now, for now. Of course, the department will continue and expand its annual beach cleanup to include corporate support, because we believe that we have to welcome the private sector to partner not just as sponsors, but as equal partners in managing and cleaning the environment, and joining our students, who are our biggest champion, in adopting coastal spaces and beaches. So this year, not just the students, our intention is to reach out to the private sector to come out, take up a beach, especially just before the tourist season, and clean up. We look forward to seeing you collect, categorize, and catalog the waste that ends up on our beaches. I also have to touch very briefly the issue of illegal sand mining and the state of sand in St. Christopher. It won't last forever. If we overuse and overtake sand resources, at some point, there will be no more. And that is the reality we're facing in some of our popular sand mining zones, Beltet in Sandy Point, and of course in Connery and Keys. And we have to ask all those, and this goes down to homeowners people who are about to construct homes, truckers, contractors, and of course, the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Sustainable Development. We have to manage it. And so thankfully, the Development Control and Planning Board is conducting an assessment of where we are with our sand and where we can go. And we need you to bear this in mind. When the sand runs out in these approved mining areas, you cannot go to Frigate Bay. You can't go and mine. It's illegal, it's wrong, and you can be fined. Or even fined heavily if you have yellow sand from Frigate Bay in your property, on your property, or near your property. Madam Speaker, I must also briefly state, as it relates to conservation and environmental heritage, that with the passing of our National Conservation and Environmental Management Act, the Ministry of Environment et al. Has now assumed custodianship of the UNESCO St. Mary's Biosphere Program. The SMBR joins the St. Christopher National Trust, housed within the Ministry of Sustainable Development, as an ally to the cause of expanding of our environmentalism, natural and cultural heritage. So environmental stewardship for us requires tiered consideration and action. And one such area of priority is ensuring that our natural heritage sites and cultural portfolios are preserved. We cannot invest in people and progress if landmarks and monuments of our past, the structures and spaces that literally inform who we are, where we came from, are not properly conserved, managed, and respected and protected. My saying this may seem contradictory when we consider the current state of repairs of the National Trust, which we were working to have ready by the carnival season. Unfortunately, our intentions were not met with the intended time frame for the start of Carnival. But I really do trust that the revelers will extend their grace and understanding for the season, as we hope to finalize the renovation of the National Trust of the Old Treasury Building by mid-year 2026, so that it can resume its usual state of glory. Madam Speaker, the Environment is for Everyone campaign. This is a national environmental wellness movement. The course my ministries are aiming to chart is one that collectively underscores national environmental wellness as a movement and a public good that demands active participation and inspires personal responsibility. To this end, constituency empowerment conceptualized, which I'm very proud of them for, the Environment for Everyone campaign, which through engaging activities, awareness raising, public education, and amplified outreach will serve as a national call for every citizen to play a role in the creation of a truly sustainable island state. We piloted this effort as a pre-carnival cleanup, as a soft launch and precursor to our annual Christmas cleanup. This was done in collaboration with Parks and Beaches Unit, and as you can see here, they are cleaning the carnival routes, so revelers will be good, and nobody has to call us and say this ain't clean and that ain't clean. We have foresight, and we have done it before the season started. Madam Speaker, yes, good job to them. Madam Speaker, although we will never shy away from the cleanup campaign that is a big hit with communities, we are always willing to support and contribute to the services of environmental sanitation and community cleanliness. The truth is, we recognize that cleanups do not encourage the type of behavior change that is required for St. Kitts and Nevis to be clean all year. We have to grow as a people. We must expand into actions that are more proactive. We have to care about St. Kitts and Nevis, and we must understand that maintaining this land is a duty entrusted to all citizens. We must take pride in doing this and ensure that we have a country to call our own 20 years down the line. So we can't limit ourselves to cleanups. And I implore you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, really to join us in this shared journey of environmental wellness. The idea of sustainable development, it's created with people at its heart. It was introduced as a way of identifying the actions and gaps that threaten human peace and security. It means you have to invest in people, you have to invest in progress, and you have to invest using data. In 2025, we mapped the process of upscaling the use of the Department of Constituency Empowerment as a data collection power line tapped directly to the vein of the communities and the people that we serve. And we know that fieldwork can be exhausting. And to some persons, you're like, oh, you again, why are you here? You're asking us the same question. But data collection, documentation, inquiry, and constituency outreach, these officers with their pens and their devices have been gathering critical information, seeking opinion. And so they have some of the rawest insights that we can get to help understand how to better serve our communities. This year, we completed over 52 household assessments to identify urgent housing and social support needs. We didn't just randomly choose people. We did 36 of these cases were submitted to our Vulnerable Household Repairs Assistance Project. And of course, we had a team who logged these cases. And we have invested over $950,000 of grant funding, not the consolidated fund, into supporting these households. Additionally, the department, through its capital project, offered direct financial support of over $837,000 to churches, to schools, to community groups, to different camps, to different interventions to help communities really reach their goals when they were struggling. This was an investment of over EC $1.78 million in people, in their projects, in communities, and in empowerment. And for that, let us pause and give the Constituency Empowerment an applause for the work that they have done. Now, let's get into resource mobilization, something that we are getting much better at. What makes our CISA, Sustainable Island State Agenda, as formidable and versatile as it is, it's the ability to raise funds. Not only is it a tool to transform local implementation of our national development planning framework, but it doubles as a beacon for international and regional partners who are very, very keen to invest. I want to talk about our Communities Climate Adaptation Facility project. Following our initial meeting with the Global Center for Climate Mobility at the 2024 CIDS conference in Antigua, the Federation has since deepened our mutual partnership through GCCM's advancing support to enable local institutes and communities to access funding. Towards this effort, we have mobilized US $300,000 of financing for community-led adaptation initiatives. The chosen recipients of this effort, and we have them here on the screen, some communities, St. Kitts and Nevis, have benefited from these projects. They have been selected by an objective, non-governmental process and will be furnished with grant funding to be used for the execution of their projects that enhance local resilience through ecosystem restoration, flood mitigation, climate-smart agriculture, livelihood building, and community training exercise. Added to this, another major resource mobilization milestone was the approval of our FAO GEF concept note of US $5 million for a project entitled Supporting Land Degradation Neutrality in St. Kitts and Nevis. And the Ministry of Environment et al. Is now working closely with FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization, on the full proposal development. Once approved, this investment will significantly support sustainable land management, biodiversity conservation, and resilience building through mitigation and land degradation across the Federation. And of course, the ministry has also received initial approval for US $200,000 grant proposal from Compete Caribbean Plus to support the operationalization of our newly passed National Conservation and Environment Management Act. This will assist us in fulfilling the overall aim of modernizing the national environmental governance, strengthening regulatory capacity, and supporting the effective implementation of CISA-related priorities and action plans. Madam Speaker, that's about $5.5 million in external partnership-based investments to complement the work of both ministries. These are the fruits of our robust international engagements, of our consultants, our advisors, and our participation to bring the money home. Ain't nobody clapping for that? Because it's important. I also want to mention very briefly, and I do apologize to our interpreter for my pace. Time is against me. I think I'm at like 45 minutes. Yeah, 46 minutes. So in March, we had our dialogues for the Caribbean, and we convened over the Green Climate Fund Regional Dialogue. We convened over 200 regional and international delegates through discussions. The message that stood out clearly for us was the importance of being at the table. And you've heard our member for number one and Prime Minister say this. If you ain't at the table, you're clearly on the menu. And I know saying it is sweet, but ain't nobody eating us for supper, not in the environmental space. So we hosted that dialogue. And one of the benefits was that the executive director of the Green Climate Fund was able to come right here to St. Kitts, hosted by the Minister of Energy and member for number 3, was taken to Nevis to the geothermal site. Totally impressed. He probably sang for her, I don't know. But she was impressed and confirmed that through our existing project that they're willing to invest and inject another US $17 million into the geothermal project. And of course, as the minister mentioned, the MP for number 3 mentioned this morning, the US $50 million Transwater project is advancing, and we're hoping that by the GCF board meeting of March 2026, or maybe October, but March, that we will have final approval. And Lord, it feels so good to say this after 2 years. We have been saying this for some time, and we are getting there to be able to say final approval by March, no later than October 2026, to have monies for this water project. Same for the Smart Agriculture Project that also generates another US $25 million. We are linking CISA, Madam Speaker, because these projects are responding directly to about 4 of the 7 pillars of progress that make up our Sustainable Island State agenda and are linked directly to our National Development Planning Framework. Importantly, I am also very happy to say, Madam Speaker, that these grant-funded initiatives ease the pressure from the national budget, allowing government to redirect scarce domestic resources to other underserved areas like education, like housing, and like road construction. And we are okay with this because we have mastered the art of resource mobilization. Mastered. Madam Speaker, addressing this challenge is one of the core objectives of our public sector investment program, where we are targeting donors and agencies for more resources for the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. The projects that we are also working on are closely aligned to our sustainable development goals. And I wish to use this opportunity to inform the Honorable House that in 2026, the Ministry of Sustainable Development will produce the nation's second voluntary national review outlining the progress towards achieving the United Nations 2030 agenda. We have budgeted in our capital funding $110,000 to ensure that this happen. Also, this second voluntary national review will incorporate the findings from the voluntary local review conducted in Nevis. This localized approach is the first of its kind in the Caribbean, and this will be presented at the high-level political forum. I know yesterday some members in the opposition did complain about partnership with Nevis, and I know that the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable name could have never called in that, because if it is one ministry that encourages partnership across the channel, it's our ministry, from our delegations to international convenings, from our work locally. Nevis is fully involved and incorporated, and that also deserves a round of applause. The National Adaptation Plan, also housed in the Ministry of Environment, will release another US $3 million for, and this too is funded by the Green Climate Fund and will be implemented over the next 3 years. It's going to embed climate adaptation into national development planning through legislative, governance, and institutional reforms, providing and really repositioning the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to attract further international support and deepen private sector engagement. Additionally, emerging dialogue from the Green Climate Regional Dialogue saw the need for the establishment of a US $10 million regional platform for catalyzing climate action. And a critical outcome of this platform is a regional energy green print, as the member for number 3 mentioned, in his role as chair of the CARICOM Forum of Ministers of Energy. We are contributing to the development of this green print, which gives St. Kitts and Nevis clear guidance in our renewable energy transformation journey. OECS, yes, thank you, OECS. Madam Speaker, climate governance and legislative action are the anchorage points that ground a truly sustainable island state. This year, we pursued a progressive and robust implementation agenda to ensure our political will was written into legally binding acts and matched with supporting regulatory and policy framework. You saw the passage of the National Conservation and Environmental Management Act, NCEMA, the passage of our Architects Registration Act, and of course the signing of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement. This is just a start for us, because next year we continue with the establishment of critical governance structures for climate, for sustainable development, and of course for our Community Beautification and Safety Act. I want to progress and take a moment to share the importance of making decisions based on science and data. And this is the heart of the Ministry of Sustainable Development. Every decision we made in constituency empowerment, in environment, in sustainable development, and across the government, because we are the heartbeat of the government, is based on evidence. It's based on data. It's based on decision making through information. We recognize that our data is showing that across parishes on each island, growth has been dynamic. On St. Kitts, for example, Trinity surged by 38%, St. Peter's by about 21%, and St. Anne by 13%. In Nevis, we saw notable gains in St. John's, 15%, in St. James, 12%, and in St. Thomas, 10%. And what does this data help us to inform in terms of population? It's where growth is happening for households. It's where land needs to be available. It's where houses need to be constructed. It's where roads need to be put in. Data. Household growth outpaced population growth up 28% to 21,677, reflecting new housing developments and changing family patterns. The average household size, Madam Speaker, fell from 2.8 to 2.4 persons, signaling a shift to smaller living units. This information is guiding our Urban Housing Task Force, our Land Administration Special Team, and it guides our cabinet. The information is guiding our decision to invest in expanding the lots available in specific parishes. More households, more lots, smaller lots. And I've said this before. Gone are the days when we could give you half an acre, 24,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet. People live alone, or rather in small, or where you can give yourself under false pretense. But we ain't getting into that because we don't care about them anymore. So we're working closely with NHC. We have been able to redesign and redesignate development lots to allow persons in the fastest growing constituencies to have access to a secure future through these resources. And of course, this requires interministerial partnership. It's the cog that helps the quality, the timeliness, and comprehensiveness of our official statistics turn. While the Department of Statistics worked truthfully to navigate its restructuring, leading to some delays in our generation of regular statistics, we have maintained efficiency and we have made further commitment to be more efficient. To this end, we are continuing our investments in our $70,000 capital project for our visitor experience survey and our $120,000 capital investment project for our labor force survey. These will both allow us to aid the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Labor with critical information for decision making. I want to talk about CISA Connects. We disappeared for about 3 weeks and we came back and CISA Connects was a big thing. And that is because the constituency empowerment officers were out talking to people. Of course, for the last 3 years, we have been unyielding in the promotion of our sustainable island state agenda. And I sat with pride and joy and was like, oh, my work has become so much easier. Every minister who presented and the opposition, they talk about CISA and sustainable island state, and team, great job. This year, we decided that in order to proceed effectively, it was important for us to conduct a perception and awareness survey. So we have CISA Connects. We're gauging public understanding of CISA. Do you understand it? What does it mean to you? What do you want from it? And we have previously carried out soft data assessments through our various forum of engagement, etc. But right now, we are doing a deeper dive, a hardcore data assessment. This pilot exercise was undertaken with the collaboration of the Department of Statistics and the Department of Constituency Empowerment with in-person collection of data. So we're going to expand this in 2026 so that we better understand the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. This year has been fittingly productive also for the GIS department. Shortly, the GIS section will formalize the National Spatial Data Infrastructure and establish a centralized repository for national spatial data. I don't think the general public or even ministries understand how critical this unit is to all the work that they do, but I will share. We have an EC 200,000 or 75,000 US capital project which allows us to digitalize the work of the physical planning services. It is going to ensure that we can support all government ministries and departments so that they can access accurate, standardized, and interoperable spatial data. You want to know how many hospitals we have per, how many community centers we have per? Map the community centers, map roads which are going to flood. You want to find homes, you want to do the national addressing system, the GIS department. So we'll continue support of major projects, including the support to the post office in supporting the national addressing system integration, the land registry in terms of the parcel verification and land digitization program.
Honorable Member, you're at the 1 hour mark.
Good, just 1 hour to go, as I committed to everyone. Even though nobody vote for me, but I'm going to still talk for, I'm going to talk for 2 hours. They soon do it. NEMA and the National Disaster and Management Project, Public Works Department, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Agriculture. And this is the work of a small but critical unit in helping us map our services. So we're moving forward with our National Physical Development Plan, and we are very clear on what every parcel of land in St. Kitts is designated for. Naturally, reviews are possible as increasing pressures are extended either on housing or industrial activity. But I must take a moment, Madam Speaker, to reiterate one challenge that we have faced that we are working together with the Ministry of Agriculture to correct. This context is particularly relevant when we consider the challenges experienced by increasing infringement of agricultural activity on lands designated for housing. Jointly, the Ministry of Agriculture and Sustainable Development agreed on the establishment of a joint technical committee to review current challenges and determine the best approach to providing relief for both competing resources. We have 3 challenging areas that I'm going to share transparently. We had Lemon Hill residential. Just take a moment for us to look at the lots that are in red. These are potential housing lots that are occupied by one farmer. I cannot see, but it says approximately 14 acres of land being used in Lemon Hill, affecting 52 residential and 18 commercial areas. Wow. And then we have case 3, which was Race Course Housing Extension, that had 5 farmers occupying about 10 acres. We have since moved them, and housing construction has begun in Racecourse. And I want us to go to Cabbage Tree. If we could see the Cabbage Tree one, if we can't, but I'll say it. In Cabbage Tree, we also... Yes, I will. And all of these in consultation and partnership. These farmers received their letters. We engaged them. And we worked with the Ministry of Agriculture to relocate them to farming areas. In Racecourse in particular, all the inputs that were needed to help them relocate their farm, they were provided. And with partnership with dialogue, with engagement, with protecting livelihoods, we were able to successfully relocate the racecourse farmers in Newton Brown. We're going to work next on Lemon Hill and Cabbage Tree, because we know and we understand that the persons who are affected are potential homeowners who are ready to construct, and they are not able to do so because there's farming activity on land that they paid for to the Ministry of Sustainable Development. Dialogue, engagement, partnership, and we're doing it. So, Madam Speaker, it's also important for me to speak about the need for a green Bastyr. The Urban Development and Resilience Unit will continue its work on vending spaces in Bastyr. Oh, actually, before I move on to the Urban Development Unit, I want to address another challenge that we face in terms of construction infringement. We have seen that in the last Cabbage Tree, 300 lots affected, 300 potential homeowners, 300 potential contractors, which means about 1,500 potential workers. So we really need to solve this. But we have seen also, in terms of our planning controls, an increase in infringement. I don't understand why people are getting so bold and bad. I wonder if they think it's because the Minister of Sustainable Development is a young female. Don't play, you know. Remind them where from. Now, we are recognizing that there are persons who are just constructing illegally, not asking for permission. When they get their stop orders, they're ripping them off, and they're just continuing. They're building rooms and fences that are building a room and a fence, disrupting their neighbors, and no matter what we do, they just continue. So we're going to take a little page out of the Book of Nevis and shove them down. Now, it's a problem. We want you to understand that the country is governed by rules and regulations, and they're there for our safety. You cannot just construct. You can't put your septic tank in somebody's land. You cannot put your fence on somebody's land. You cannot build too close to the fence. You cannot disrupt your neighbor. If we're going to create communities of care where we are together, where we are concerned, I almost said concerned citizens. My goodness. It's the blue in the audience. Right? We want to be concerned citizens. Right? So we need to have a little bit more sensitization and knowledge sharing about this to get us back on the same page. Now, another thing that we're seeing a challenge with is the popping up of vending all over Bastyr and in the countryside. There are rules to vending. In some places, everybody just wants to put down a grill and just start to cook and sell. Wait, listen. I am not against small businesses and the informal sector. I am not against a man or woman making $1. We are here for your livelihoods, but we are also here for your health. We are also here for order. We are also here for homeowners who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a property and then have to live with a porta potty, a portable bathroom in front of their yard. That's wrong. And so if you intend to vend in public, you go to the Ministry of Health, you go to the Department of Physical Planning, you get the proper permissions, you are guided by what structure you can put, and you vend accordingly. Don't just pop up. Don't just pop up. And don't think that we aren't, like, I have passed some places and I call the office, what's going on with this zinc fence that's just going up here? Get rid of that. I was passing in the green lawn in Date Bay. What going on with this thing on this green lawn? This, like, our protected space. Move that. Right? In the aerodrome. Like, planning regulations are here for our protection. And so, as much as I am from number 6 and from, that was a problem and I had to deal with it. You cannot just put down any old thing on our green spaces and vend. Get permission, get it done properly, and get the right guidance. this is the same for the Independence Square. I need probably to get us to have some history lessons about the significance of the Independence Square, what it means to us culturally and historically as people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and why it is a problem, like a serious problem, for businesses around the area to decide that the Independence Square is the place for their garbage at the end of the day. It's a problem. And so we want to encourage you to invest in your own waste management systems for your businesses. We know that it is easy for you to go and just put down a table and sell in the Independence Square. It's ironic, but there is an urban development unit that gives you permission to be in the square and gives you guidelines on how to function. And since there is a serious garbage problem, you know what bothers me? People think that the Independence Square is just for them to just sell. No, it's a place of respite. It's a place where young couples go and talk, where people take lunch and talk. I've seen them talking. Have lunch. Here you go.
Their memories clearly.
A string band. Imagine that. So we want you to understand that we have to protect our green spaces, not just in Bastille, but all over the country. Now, we're going to invest through, again, the investment from the Solid Waste Management Corporation back on its feet again, bins for the Independence Square. But we're doing this in partnership with tourism, urban development, the Urban Development Corporation, and we're going to have some businesses come on board with us because you need to own this. While we invest the resources, you invest the ownership and the behavior change. Now, if we're going to have a theme for tourism which says venture deeper, do you really want tourists to venture deeper into the country and we don't keep it clean? Should they drive out of Bastille and be like, what's going on here? No. And that is why we can't have people just popping up selling anything anywhere. In some places, you have a whole band session happening in green spaces. We're seeing people, we're in Sandy Point, fencing in our green spaces. We're seeing people just putting down crates, selling anything. You go deeper into the country, listen. People love our island because the entire island, St. Kitts and Nevis, is clean and it is part of the tourism product. There are some ports you go to, you just walk into the town and you leave because there's nothing else to see. We have strategically for years developed the entire federation, the entire countryside. It is part of the entire tourism product. And so the onus is on us as members of our community to keep the place clean. The end on that. So now I want to move again to our partnership for, let me make sure I'm not skipping any section. And I think I just did. I want to move closer to the end to CISA, sustainability and the future we deserve. And I want to take my time on this because of the contributions to this part of the section from our brilliant team of writers and researchers. The Sustainable Island State Agenda was introduced to us in 2023. And it's linked directly to our National Development Planning Framework to fully transition St. Kitts and Nevis to sustainability by 2040. At that time, when the Prime Minister said it, I was just like, yes, we're going to do it. And I went to the ministry and said, yes, we're going to do this. I really didn't appreciate then how it would evolve into this beautifully executed sustainability agenda that the world has agreed to support us on. So even though we might be saying CISA, sustainability, we want you to recognize that it is local. It is me, it is you, it is everything that we're doing together. It is from how we turn on the lights when we want to turn them on 24/7, when we want to turn on our water pipes, how we dispose of our waste, how we navigate our roadways, how we build our houses, how we, when we go to the grocery, what we are buying, whether it's lettuce in the marvelous greenhouses in Nevis, or it is eggs from our chicks that we have at our hatchery. It's our beaches, our waterways, our green spaces, our ancestral landmarks. Every single thing about St. Kitts and Nevis is CISA. It's all of us. So our duty is to uplift and maintain this truth, because the international community, thanks to the work of this excellent team, they're on this train and they're not coming off. So we developed our core branding in 2025, and the branding is what really sent it global. People needed to see what CISA was, what it meant. We hosted the 3rd Global Sustainable Island Summit, where we brought over 300 regional and international partners and delegates to St. Kitts and Nevis. I'm slowing down because I really want to see this on the screen. Time is going. Okay, I shall proceed. I want them to see our GSIS. On the screen, I have a beautiful smile. Thank you so much. So, yes, GSIS. It was a big thing the biggest thing for St. Kitts and Nevis in a long time. And so it has to be highlighted. Even though time going, I'm going to do it still. 300 persons came to St. Kitts from East Africa, from the Pacific, from the Caribbean, from the EU, from the UK, because we had a dream. The Prime Minister had a dream for sustainability, and they came to see what it was about, and they can't stop giving us the support for this. So I am very proud of this moment. We had high-level strategic partnerships. We deepened cooperation with several international entities, including the Global Center for Climate Mobility, the Green Islands Foundation, and the support for geothermal. We enhanced our visibility, as I mentioned, with the Hamburg Inter-Sustainability Conference, where our recycling project was a highlight. Of course, we have the EU SKN GTI partnership agreement, which we completed in the margins of COP30. The Federation was able to, this is Hamburg, and this is the Prime Minister's push to engage more deeply with Germany, and we did it. Prime Minister, check that for me, please. We did that. And we continued with our GTI partnership agreement, which will allow significant headway to be made in the Federation's renewable energy exploration in accordance with Pillar 1 energy transition. This is more funding, again, I think of USD 500,000 from Euroclima, more money in the kitty for environmental transition. And of course, our biggest partner and longest partner, our bestest friend, our bestie, really, the ROCT, the Republic of China Taiwan, continues to be a major partner and champion of our Sustainable Island State agenda. Their assistance, their partnership, and their work, from recycling to partnership and support for our oceans mandate and our climate mandate, continues to ensure that we are seen and known globally. Of course, we've seen the advancing of skills development and academic cooperation with the Hamburg State University, the University of the West Indies, continuing its work with the Ministry of Environment. And, of course, as it relates to international engagement, as our Prime Minister said, the MP for number 8 said, if you are not at the table, you're on the menu. And let me tell you that there are many countries whose mission it is to ensure that small island developing states are eaten, that our special circumstances are no longer observed and agreed on, as was agreed globally by the Paris Agreement at COP15 in Paris. And that agreement said that we are small because of our open and vulnerable economies, that we should have direct funding that we should be considered for grant funding, that we should always be protected. And for the entire year, since a particular election, we have seen an aggression, a serious aggression to small island developing states, where language that is agreed by the United Nations, people don't want to acknowledge. You don't want to acknowledge that small states are vulnerable. You don't want to acknowledge that we deserve direct support, that there should be capacity transfer and technology transfer, and that you should work with us, that our contribution to climate change is negligible, but we bear the greatest cost. And when we show up in these international spaces and regional spaces, we show up to work, and we show up to say that this document must say small islands are particularly vulnerable, because it means when the executives sit and they review the outcome of our reporting, they're saying we have to make monies available for small states like St. Kitts and Nevis, and that's why we show up. And so for the UNEA 8, the United Nations Environmental Assembly, Madam Speaker, coming out of the 7th United Nations Environmental Assembly, I am proud to announce that St. Kitts and Nevis has been elected as Vice President of UNEA 8, positioning us at the helm of global environmental leadership and governance. I will serve alongside Minister colleague from Jamaica and other ministers, and we are going to ensure that in the highest environmental decision-making body on planet Earth, small islands have a voice, but more importantly, small St. Kitts, Liko Bokwi Talawa, will be sitting there to decide how things go internationally. This could not be achieved without the work of an excellent team, and part of the team that's missing is the foreign affairs team that did all of the lobbying. I am telling you, to get to the table as a small island state, tough. I cannot shake enough hands, I cannot do enough diplomacy and side diplomacy and shuttle diplomacy, and I thank tremendously the tremendous effort of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in getting us to this point. And I'll tell you personally, I was so stressed. And I called the Prime Minister's office. I spoke to the PS of the Prime Minister's office, and I said, these countries want us to give up. They want us to move out of the way. Do not do that. You are staying right there. It is St. Kitts time, St. Kitts and Nevis, called Foreign Affairs. Why is it such a big deal for us to move out of the way for other countries? And I am happy to say that internationally, other countries came to us and said, no, you have done the work, St. Kitts and Nevis. You are proving that you are a voice to listen to in environment and climate, and we want you to serve. And that is not a one-off thing. That is strategic work for the past 4 years. And I'm happy to have the support of this team to get there. Madam Speaker, next year you're going to see more from us for Sustainable Island State Agenda. We're going to enhance transparency and public engagement and buy-in with international visibility. Next year, we will be a strategic partner for the 2026 Hamburg Sustainability Conference, and we sincerely hope that our Prime Minister will feature at this conference because it is his time now to take over Germany. We really do look forward to setting the bar higher for sustainability. We are going to work closely with our partners at the University of the West Indies to ensure that there is a connection between education and what sustainability is for St. Kitts and Nevis. And of course, we are going to work closely with our partners to ensure that we have additional grant funding for sustainable development. Now, as I wind down, I'll take some water. Madam Speaker, the experience of Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica and what it did to Jamaica, to Haiti, and the Dominican Republic, it is going to happen again. And it is going to happen repeatedly. I am not trying to be an alarmist or a doomsday kind of person, but that is the truth. And you do not know. We saw the apocalyptic, we saw the scenes, the destruction, the loss, the hopelessness. I have spent nights looking at videos and I am not easy to cry and I bawl because I know people from Jamaica and all of us know somebody from Jamaica. In fact, many times all of us are referred to as Jamaicans when you go overseas. Oh, you're from the islands, you're from Jamaica. What happened to them happened to Bahamas with Hurricane Dorian. It happened to Dominica. It happened to Antigua and Barbuda with Hurricane Maria and Hurricane Irma. And it happened last year to Grenada and the Grenadine Islands. So I am not trying to say that we will get a turn. I am saying we have to prepare for the inevitable. If the global community does not change its ways, these Category 5 hurricanes are going to be an annual thing. And it's just a matter of time. We don't want that, knock on wood. Let me knock on wood, everybody knock on wood. We don't want that. But this vision for sustainability is not a random goal. We're not doing it because it sounds good. We're doing it because we have to be resilient. We're doing it because we cannot prevent storms. We can't turn a storm. We can't change their trajectory. We can only prepare. And we must ensure that in our preparation, we are resilient, that our grid is resilient. Do you know how much money it's going to take Jamaica to move their grid underground? They cannot afford it. Energy resilience and infrastructure resilience for energy has to now be seen as a public good. Water generation, ensuring that food is available. These are things that are part of resilient livelihoods. And how are we going to do this, Madam Speaker? We have to invest in people and we have to invest in progress. And oftentimes it doesn't seem, that parliamentary word, that unparliamentary word. Madam Speaker, we really have to have a talk about that word because that is my word for the environment.
Correct. That's what I think.
She has ruled. So we need stronger, climate resilient homes, access to land to construct homes. We need increased salaries as we've done. We need pension. We needed and we gave the pensions for GAE. Increased lifetime support for insurance. Cleaner communities. Roads. No child left behind with medical emergencies. No pregnant mother left behind with medical emergencies. And I can go on and on about building resilience. And our next step is microinsurance. And what is this going to do? If a disaster strikes, immediate access to cash in hand in your bank account for your repairs. You saw the videos of hopelessness and helplessness in Jamaica, where people lost everything and didn't know how to restart. And I asked my colleagues, well, what's really going to happen? Who's going to control what? And we want people to be resilient. And so the Prime Minister has commissioned this with our international partners, and they are actively working towards this, building resilience. Progress, and that's the investment in people. And the investment in progress is stronger regulation for environmental protection, protecting our natural coastline, maintaining cleaner beaches, investments in just energy transition, securing water through renewable energy powered systems, building wider roads, building climate smart homes. Our government has been intentional, it has been strategic, disciplined in our investments for the betterment of our people, for planet, for prosperity. It is my hope, as I conclude this very short address, that we can appreciate such work does not happen as you think. I know people think, send the money, do this, do that. But resilience requires foresight, it requires discipline, and it requires seriousness with investing in people. I pause here to say that the work, the human work, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the sickness, the late hours, the anxiety of our team here, the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Environment, Parks and Beaches, and Solid Waste, has brought us to this point. It has been a memorable and impactful year, a high impact year rather, and 2026 will meet us with laser focus. We have laid the groundwork, identified issues, engaged the public, collected the data, made the assessments, fostered the partnerships, channeled the resources. We are properly girded from every challenge, every success, with intimate knowledge of what is necessary to lead us through this transformation. However, to avoid a Hurricane Melissa, to avoid total destruction, we have to invest. Allow me to summarize the extent of our international commitments and investments in people and progress. And this is not monies received from the Consolidated Fund. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senator, you have exhausted your allotted time.
I'd like to ask this Honorable House for additional time.
The question is that the honorable member be permitted to speak for a further period not exceeding 30 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable member, you may proceed.
Thank you so much to this Honorable House. So allow me to summarize the extent of our international commitments and investments in people and progress. And as I mentioned, this is not money received from the Consolidated Fund, but for reference, if you look in our capital project, it's not necessary, it's okay. The government, the combined budget from the 2026 budget to both ministries for capital projects specifically, for the Ministry of Sustainable Development, EC 10,226,000 plus. For Environment, EC 7,999,000. A total of EC $18,226,638, or US, I have the wrong US number, right? But EC 18 million. However, we have secured through the work of our advisors, our mission trips, our bilateral partners, and our continued rise as a leading voice on sustainability and environment for land, US 552,000, for waste, US 2 million, for communities, US 361,000, for climate finance, US 5.5 million, for water and agriculture, US 75 million, for adaptation, US 15 million, for national adaptation planning, US 3 million, for the GIS department, US $650,000, for Sustainable Island State Agenda, US $361,000, and even for the ozone, as I said, from the deep sea to the stratosphere, US $180,000. A total of US $12,604, or EC $34 million. Madam Speaker, I have taken out of this amount the US $75 million for the Transwater project. So minus that, we have US 12 million or EC 34 million. Note our capital allocation was EC 18 million. Our fundraising is AC 34 million for the next year. This is the result of this dream team right here. Well, not everybody, right here. That works with me to support the mandate of this government for sustainability. We are and we will continue to be the heart central to this government for planning, for foresight, for investment. We completely understand the agenda and the mission. We are focused on resilience, on sustainability, on a sustainable future, and this mandate for 2026 will continue and it will strengthen. So as I close, Prime Minister, I feel like the Ministry of Sustainable Development Environment must never go back to a Prime Minister and must always be with another minister who has the time for this big, important ministry. But so, as I close, let me remind you that CISA, it's you, it's me, it's all of we. The ministry, the government cannot go this journey alone. So I am very grateful for the aligned work and partnership of the entire government and all our ministerial partners, from the land registry and legal and everybody who helped us with the squatter regularization program, to all our NGO partners, our private sector and our private citizen collaborators, our advisors, our consultants, our partners, from Hamburg to Kenya to the Republic of China, Taiwan, to Jamaica, to New York, to Antigua and Barbuda. And I'm going to name some names because internationally people are helping St. Kitts and Nevis. Amma and Eddie in Hamburg, Ambassador William and Eustace Wallace in New York, Mr. Woods and Mr. Satney, to Hyan, Kamal and Sarah, Ms. Ratton and Creos Freeman, Mr. Lincoln Maynard, Victoria Lawrence, Professor Donovan Campbell, Dr. Devon Gardner, Dr. Tamu Petra Brown at CFBC, Mr. Ellis Hazel, Dr. Asim Martin, Zen Henderson, Chameleon. Team, listen, just in case I forget somebody, you have to call the name. Chameleon Media, Freddie Gillard, G Squared, Kilroy, J Black Productions, from UNDP, FAO, UNOPS, GCCM, UNEA, GTI, the Escazo team. From Dietbe Primary to CFBC, to UE, to Hamburg University. The entire staff at the Ministries of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action, Constituency Empowerment, Parks and Beaches, Solid Waste Management Corporation, led by PS Sherlita Dorr Tyson, PS Colencia Levine, and General Manager Nelvin Maynard. Have I forgotten any names? Our ultra-supportive cabinet, led by our super meticulous and surgical Prime Minister, who is with you on projects from conception to execution, to my family, my community of friends and advisors and supporters who have consulted on everything from how I pronounce words to how I shake hands convincingly. I am surrounded by a powerful team, and that is why we deserve an A+. What do you think? Thank you. A double plus. Double plus. You hear that, Prime Minister? A double plus. And so, the saying remains true. It is not the pace of your journey, for you can go very fast if you go alone. It's the distance that we can cover when we go together. So let 2026 be the year for doing more together, for advancing progress through participation, for investing in people together. On that note, I want to close and wish us all a prosperous, safe, and clean, and healthy Carnival season, and a happy new year when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark. Honorable members, we've had a long run. I am in need of some nourishment. I propose a 30-minute break for lunch, and then we return promptly at 4. Very well. Rise for lunch. House is adjourned until 4 p.m.
Last year, St. Kitts and Nevis embraced a bold new vision, one built on resilience, innovation, fairness, and prosperity for all. A vision grounded in 7 pillars that touch every part of our lives: energy, water, food security, the creative and digital economy, infrastructure and housing, the environment, and people, our greatest asset. These pillars are the blueprint for a modern, sustainable island state, a roadmap to a nation that works better, lives cleaner, grows smarter, and creates more opportunities for every citizen and every resident. And in 2025, we saw that vision move from promise to progress, step by step. Investment by investment, project by project, the government led by Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Terence Rupe pushed forward, building, upgrading, training, digitizing, and reforming. Across the country, the transformation became visible. Homes going up, land titles in hand, water finally flowing reliably, new roads opening, farmers and fishers earning more, digital services unlocking convenience, trainees stepping into the jobs of the future, hospitals and emergency care modernizing, young people receiving savings and investments, and families finding real relief when they needed it most. More importantly, this year proved something fundamental. People are not just included in the agenda, people are the purpose of it. Let's take a look at some of the work done this year, pillar by pillar. Pillar 1, energy transition. Moving boldly toward a future that is cleaner and cheaper, St. Kitts and Nevis continues to prove that energy is the master key. Because when you solve energy, you solve water, food security, and ultimately salaries and national wealth. In 2025, this truth became reality in real, measurable ways as the country advanced its most ambitious energy transformation in history. This year, our geothermal dream finally became a geothermal plan, with financing now secured, contracts reset, and drilling set to begin in early 2026. The Nevis Geothermal Project is officially on track to deliver clean, reliable baseload power, enough to run an entire country, this country. This shift means stability, a future where electricity is no longer tied to oil prices, where households and businesses benefit from lower costs and predictable bills, where industries can grow more competitively, and where new high-value jobs emerge in a sector poised to define a global development for decades to come. As geothermal moved toward execution, 2025 also became the reset year for the solar PV and battery energy storage project. The government relaunched the initiative, designed to supply over 30% of St. Kitts' electricity once operational in late 2026. The project promises lower fuel expenses, greater bill stability, and a cleaner environment. But most importantly, it promises opportunity. Solar training programs are now in full swing, ensuring that Kittitians and Nivisians will be the ones installing, maintaining, and operating these major systems, keeping the economic benefits right here at home. To support this clean energy future, 2025 also delivered the most significant grid upgrade in our nation's history. A modern energy system demands a modern grid, and Skelec's new energy transition unit has begun upgrading 11 kilowatt legacy lines to more efficient, higher voltage infrastructure. The team is strengthening the grid against hurricanes, integrating smart digital systems, and improving response times to outages. Though much of this work happens silently in the background, it is the foundation that will allow renewable energy, desalination plants, new housing developments, and future industries to operate smoothly and reliably. It is infrastructure that quite literally powers progress. And this progress is reaching directly into people's homes. In March of this year, 2025, the rollout of smart electric meters began, ushering in a new era of transparency and control for consumers. For the first time, households will be able to track electricity usage in 15-minute intervals, helping detect waste, reduce costs, and plan consumption more effectively. Prepaid options will give customers greater flexibility, while upcoming interconnection policies will allow homeowners with solar panels to sell excess energy back to the grid. It's greater choice, it's real savings, it's empowerment in the palm of your hand. But technology alone cannot transform a nation. People do. And 2025 was a year of building human capacity at scale. In January, the Federation hosted its first ever electric vehicle training and certification course, giving local mechanics internationally recognized credentials. Solar PV empowerment training soon followed, along with advanced renewable energy training in Taiwan, turning young people, technicians, and tradesmen into certified green energy professionals. These programs are not just preparing workers for new jobs, they are creating new income streams and new pathways to generational wealth. As EVs, solar systems, smart grids, and battery storage become the national standard, our people won't just use the technology, they will build it, maintain it, innovate it, and profit from it. Pillar 2, water security. This government fully understands that water is the foundation of life, public health, agriculture, tourism, investment, and national confidence. And we continue to make bold steps in securing a future when our taps run 24/7, moving from temporary fixes to permanent solutions. And nowhere is that clearer than in our desalination program. At the CA Paul Southwell Industrial Park, the Federation's largest desalination plant powered up for the first time in October 2025. Now, in final testing, this 2 million gallon a day facility is on track to restore 24-hour water access to Bastia and surrounding communities. For households, this means the end of chronic rationing. For businesses and investors, it means predictability, one of the most valuable assets in any economy. On the East Coast, the Federation's first solar-powered desalination plant continues to operate at the Canada Industrial Site, producing roughly 70,000 gallons of clean water each day. Powered entirely by renewable energy, it reduces costs, strengthens climate resilience, and supports communities like Connery's, Keys, and nearby industrial corridor. Together, these desalination plants mark a historic turning point. St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer waiting on rainfall to guarantee water. We are producing it ourselves. But desalination is only one piece of the puzzle. This year, the government completed the most sophisticated water survey ever done in St. Kitts, a semi-airborne hydrogeological scan that mapped the island from Keon to Old Road. Delivered in October, the survey identified 17 promising groundwater sites, with 10 prioritized for immediate development. For decades, communities like Sadler's, St. Paul's, Newton Ground, Sandy Point, and Challengers have struggled during dry spells. Now, they stand to benefit from new climate-resilient wells that will boost supply where it is needed most. To move swiftly, the government pre-advanced procurement for drilling. A contract was signed in September with Water and Oil Well Services from Trinidad and Tobago. These wells mean reliability for families, expansion for farmers, better services for hoteliers, and employment for our local construction and engineering sectors. All of this fits into a wider investment framework that is transforming the entire water system: storage, interconnection, leak reduction, pressure management, and modern monitoring. It's not just more water, it's smarter water. Interlinked reservoirs now allow water to be rerouted across districts. New climate tracking tools guide decision making, and upgrades to pipelines and pumping systems are reducing losses and lowering operating costs. Anchoring all of this is the SKN Transwater Project, the Federation's flagship climate finance water initiative. In 2025, the project advanced through major public consultations, technical designs, and international frameworks with the Green Climate Fund. Transwater is a vehicle that will overhaul outdated infrastructure, reduce non-revenue water, introduce low-carbon technologies, and build the climate-ready water system our islands need. It brings global financing into local hands, creating jobs, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that every gallon counts. Pillar 3, food security. Food security is national security. It is jobs, income, exports, and the comfort of knowing that in a changing world, we can feed ourselves. This year, we continued bold strides to transform agriculture and fisheries into engines of resilience and wealth creation, built on innovation, climate-smart practices, and new opportunities for farmers, fishers, and young people. The year began with the Federation emerging from one of the most challenging droughts in recent memory. Instead of setbacks, we used the moment to accelerate investment. Through a multi-million-dollar intervention, farmers received free drip irrigation systems, drought-resilient seeds, protective crop coverings, and on-farm support to safeguard production. These upgrades meant higher yields with less water, lower operating costs, and more predictable income, especially for small farmers whose livelihoods depend on every harvest. 2025 also saw unprecedented support for the livestock sector. A dedicated $1 million account was created to secure a stable and uninterrupted supply of animal feed, ensuring farmers never face shortages due to global supply delays. Veterinary medicine and livestock programs expanded, giving students hands-on training in pregnancy diagnosis, ultrasound use, and animal husbandry. The result is a stronger, more professional livestock industry, one that protects food supply while opening new career pathways for young people. Our investment in technology pushed agriculture into a modern era. A national drought forecasting system powered by satellite data, digital mapping, and real-time WhatsApp alerts now guides farmers on when to plant, irrigate, and conserve water. This climate-smart tool transforms decision-making, giving farmers the same kind of digital intelligence used in advanced economies and helping protect their income in an unpredictable climate. At sea, 2025 was a breakthrough year. The government deployed 12 of 15 new fish aggregating devices. These subsurface FADs are sturdier, safer, and designed to boost catch rates, reduce fuel costs, and increase earnings for fishers. And it is working. Fisheries revenue has risen from EC 8 million a few years ago to EC 90 million. But our oceans are not our only sources of food. They are ecosystems that must be protected. In June of this year, the Federation launched a groundbreaking king crab coral restoration initiative. Fishers and marine stewards received training to raise native Caribbean king crabs, which help revive coral reefs by naturally removing excess algae. This creates a double benefit: healthier reefs for tourism and biodiversity, and a new blue economy product that fishers can sell to restaurants and hotels, generating an entirely new income stream. On land, diversification took center stage. Nature's Sustainable Farm moved into its next phase with over 100 acres now under cultivation and the first ever export of St. Kitts grown Tabasco peppers to the United States firmly on the horizon. Each acre employs up to 5 people, meaning hundreds of jobs and a new export market that links farmers directly to global value chains. All of this falls under a broader shift toward eco-friendly, climate-smart agriculture, greenhouse expansion, modern hatcheries, precision irrigation, soil-saving practices, and the Climate-Smart Agriculture Project, now advancing through national consultation, signals a future where agriculture is not just sustainable, but profitable, competitive, and resilient. Pillar 4, Sustainable Industries. We continue to invest in our own by building out our talent, empowering entrepreneurs, and opening new pathways to wealth creation. This year, the creative economy stepped confidently into the future. As part of Global Entrepreneurship Week 2025, the government hosted the first ever AI in Business Summit and award ceremony. It brought together creatives, entrepreneurs, and technologists to explore how artificial intelligence can amplify marketing, design, storytelling, and content production. For the first time, our artists and cultural entrepreneurs were positioned not just as performers, but as innovators and business leaders ready to export their craft to the world. But the digital revolution goes far beyond the arts. This year, we also launched one of the region's most ambitious cybersecurity training programs. Beginning in February and graduating its first cohort in November, the program trained participants to international standards and prepared them for remote cybersecurity work, jobs that pay global salaries from right here at home. As the second cohort is set to begin in January 2026, more citizens will enter a career field that has unlimited earning potential and global demand. This, coupled with the electric vehicle training and certification program and the solar empowerment training, ensuring that as renewable energy expands, our people, not foreign contractors, are able to benefit. For small businesses, 2025 was a year of unprecedented support. Hundreds of entrepreneurs gained access to training through the Building Bankable Business program, launched in April to teach financial literacy, budgeting, cash flow management, and business planning. Its purpose is simple: to transform ideas into bankable enterprises and entrepreneurs into investment-ready leaders. But training alone is not enough. In October, the Citizenship by Investment Unit launched the Local Micro and Small Businesses Grant Program, offering easy $10,000 grants to qualifying businesses across the Federation. By November, 36 businesses has already been approved, receiving capital to expand operations, purchase equipment, hire staff, or move their services online. These grants injected real money directly into the hands of local entrepreneurs, supporting the creation of jobs, products, and new services across every sector. This momentum is matched by one of the most transformative digital agendas in the Caribbean. In May 2025, St. Kitts and Nevis launched its Electronic Travel Authorization ETA system and e-border platform, enabling faster, more secure processing for visitors and dramatically improving the travel experience, especially during major events like the St. Kitts Music Festival. This strengthens tourism, enhances national security, and positions the Federation as a modern, tech-forward destination. Behind the scenes, the digital transformation is accelerating even further. The government is advancing its national digital ID system, the core of all future e-services, set to enable secure online access to government services, banking, trade, and digital signatures. Parallel to this, the electronic civil registry system also moved forward, digitizing births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions, so citizens and the diaspora can access official documents from anywhere in the world. Together with online tax services, the developing online passport system, business registration portal, and single trade window, St. Kitts and Nevis is building a digital economy that lowers barriers, speeds up transactions, attracts investments, and creates new income possibilities for every citizen. Pillar 5, Sustainable Settlements. A strong nation is built, literally, on the spaces where people live, learn, heal, travel, play, and grow. This year, the government accelerated ownership through the NHC Renaissance Project, delivering and constructing nearly 200 new homes across Stapleton, Harry Phipps, Otleys, Sandy Point, and other communities. More land was secured to scale the project further, ensuring that hundreds of families will soon step into houses that instantly increase their net worth. Every home built supports contractors, tradesmen, truckers, suppliers, and strengthens the foundation for generational wealth. Side by side with the new housing came one of the most meaningful reforms in decades, land regularization. In 2025 alone, 531 lots were distributed, with full titles handed over to families in St. Peter's, Lagreet, St. Paul's, and other long-neglected communities. In several cases, beneficiaries walked into the banks the very next day because for the first time, they had collateral, dignity, and the power to invest in their future. This is land, not just as a place to live, but as empowerment. And for the first time in our history, the entire land system is going digital. A new land administration and information system is being built, replacing decades of paper files with a transparent, efficient online platform. Beginning early in 2026, citizens will be able to submit applications, track their status, and view available lots on a digital map. This modernization protects national patrimony, strengthens fairness, and speeds up development, making it easier for families, investors, and planners to build a modern St. Kitts and Nevis. 2025 also marked a leap forward in climate-resilient public infrastructure with the unveiling of the designs for the new JNF General Hospital. This state-of-the-art, storm-resistant facility is being developed in partnership with Taiwan and OECC. Construction begins shortly, bringing jobs in the short term and delivering long-term benefits in healthcare. This hospital will save lives, but it will also generate economic activity every single day. Across the island, the government advanced one of the largest road modernization programs in our history. Over $80 million has been invested in less than 3 years. This year alone, the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway East was fully upgraded and completed. Over 3 miles of safer, smoother roadway with sidewalks, retaining walls, and new access points. These works shorten travel time, raise property values, improve safety, and open new economic corridors for families and businesses. Major community roads from Rawlins and Newton Ground to Shadwell and Palmetto Point, and many more also saw significant road work upgrades. Pillar 6, Circular Economy. A sustainable nation is a clean nation, and this year we took some of the boldest steps in our history to reshape how our country manages waste. We passed the Plastic Waste Reduction Act 2025, a landmark law that positions St. Kitts and Nevis as a regional leader in the fight against plastic pollution. Rolled out in 3 phases, the ban eliminated the import, sale, and distribution of single-use plastic bags, styrofoam containers, straws, cups, plates, and utensils. By November 2025, the major categories of single-use plastics were officially out of the Federation. This means cleaner coastlines, healthier marine ecosystems, reduced landfill pressure, and a better tourism product. But more importantly, it means shifting national behavior, encouraging reusable bags, refilling bottles, and greener businesses that save money while protecting the environment. Alongside legislation, we strengthened the systems that make sustainability real. The St. Kitts and Nevis recycling project, supported by the Taiwan Technical Mission, accelerated significantly in 2025. Paper recycling was introduced on both islands. New pilot recycling programs launched in Nevis communities, and 57 schools participated in a national recycling competition, transforming environmental education into real action. By September 2025, the project had expanded collection points, increased training workshops, and shipped batches of separated plastic overseas, reducing landfill burden while creating new green jobs in sorting, transport, and materials recovery. This momentum ties directly into the wider transformation of our waste sector, a move from simple disposal to a circular economy. This year, the government also intensified landfill reform efforts following February's Connery landfill fire, accelerating planning for safer, more sustainable waste handling systems. At the same time, regional partners supported circular economy training that empowers local entrepreneurs to turn waste into opportunity, whether through upcycled products, recycling services, or green manufacturing. In this new approach, waste is no longer just a cost. It becomes raw material, it becomes innovation, it becomes wealth creation. And while plastics and recycling dominated headlines, the deeper story is about resilience, health, and long-term economic security. Reducing plastic waste protects our ocean, safeguarding fisheries and coastal livelihoods. Improving landfill management strengthens public health and prevents costly environmental disasters. Recycling projects build new supply chains and new micro-enterprises. And the national shift toward reusables reduces import costs, putting more money back into households and businesses. This year also saw major investments in sports and youth development infrastructure. In May, the new Connery Football Stadium was opened, becoming a vibrant home for community events, tournaments, and local entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, the redeveloped and fully upgraded Kim Collins Stadium achieved World Athletics Level 2 certification, a milestone that allows our athletes to record official qualifying times and positions St. Kitts and Nevis to host regional meets that generate tourism and business opportunities. Education infrastructure also advanced with construction of the new Bastia High School officially beginning in June. And the reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School in Molyneux moved forward as well, restoring a pillar of community life and bringing jobs and hope to families who have waited since the 2022 fire. Pillar 7, Health and Social Protection. It is no argument that at the heart of the Sustainable Island State agenda is our people. This year, we saw one of the most ambitious social protection and human development agendas in its history, lifting incomes, modernizing healthcare, and building wealth from the ground up. This was the year of the Budget Boost Wallet, a groundbreaking digital support system that changed lives overnight. Launched in January, it provided EC $1,500 support over 6 months to citizens and residents earning $5,000 or less. More than 23,000 people benefited, and over EC $35 million was pumped directly into the local economy. The wallet helped families buy groceries, pay utilities, support small businesses, and catch their financial breath during challenging economic times, all through a modern, secure digital platform. It brought relief, it brought stability, and most importantly, it brought dignity. At the same time, the government continued to raise the standard of living by increasing the national minimum wage. Effective July 1st, 2025, workers saw their pay rise to EC $12.50 an hour, or EC $500 per week, the highest in our history. This two-step increase over 2 years lifted thousands of workers, strengthened household budgets, and injected new spending power into the economy. When workers earn more, families do better, and businesses grow stronger. For decades, thousands of government auxiliary employees, those who clean our hospitals, protect our schools, maintain our streets, worked without pension security. In 2025, that injustice ended. The Comprehensive Pension Bill finally gave GAEs a contributory pension plan, ensuring that those who serve the country with dignity can retire with dignity. This reform protects workers today and prevents poverty tomorrow, a major milestone in fairness and equality. The transformation continued with Aspire, the pioneering youth savings and investment program. In 2025, Aspire expanded dramatically. Over 5,000 children applied, more than 4,000 accounts were opened, and over $4 million was invested into our young people. Every participating child received a 1,000 starter portfolio, half in savings, half in shares, giving them real assets and a real stake in the future. With the ECCB-led financial literacy curriculum rolled out nationwide, a generation is learning not just to earn money, but to grow it. The health sector also saw major upgrades. We commissioned a new fleet of modern ambulances. These vehicles are smaller, faster, and easier to maintain, cutting response times and saving lives. At JNF, construction of the new MRI facility is in its final stages, with the island's first ever MRI expected to go live by early 2026. Alongside upgraded CT scanning laboratory and diagnostic systems, this marks the end of the era when families had to fly overseas and spend thousands for life-saving imaging. And we continued our commitment to protecting mothers and children. The Children's Medical Fund continued to save lives by ensuring no child is denied overseas medical care because their parents cannot pay. And this year, the High Risk Pregnancy Fund was also launched to support expectant mothers with complications, removing financial barriers to specialist care and protecting our most vulnerable families. Finally, the Elevate program continued its work of transforming lives. From skills training and job placement to entrepreneurship support and the Heartfelt Moments Rehabilitation Initiative inside His Majesty's Prison, Elevate gave at-risk youth and justice-involved individuals a second chance, turning potential into productivity and safety into opportunity. As we move into another budget cycle and a new chapter, one truth is unmistakable. St. Kitts and Nevis is moving with purpose. The groundwork has been laid, the momentum is building, and the benefits are already reaching our people, families, farmers, workers, entrepreneurs, students, and communities across every corner of our islands. But this journey is only just beginning. The development path we are on is not a short-term project. It is a long-term commitment, a national mission to building a resilient, a prosperous, modern island state where every citizen has a fair shot at opportunity, dignity, and success. Right before our eyes, we are seeing the pillars come alive, and in the year ahead, these pillars will only grow stronger, powering new industries, new infrastructure, new skills and new opportunities, from renewable energy to digital transformation, to agriculture, creative enterprises, from social protection to climate resilience. Our country is building a future where progress is not occasional, but continuous. This is transformation. This is nation building. And together, we will continue to power progress for St. Kitts and Nevis.
That the first question you should be asking your parents to do, sign you up for a bank account and sign you up for Aspire.
The Aspire Financial Education Program in schools targets students from kindergarten to the sixth form college, the Clarence Fitzroy Bryan College, and the sixth form college in Nevis. It is part of the Prime Minister's project to ensure that every child in the Federation
Honorable members, based on the agreed speaking order, we should have someone from the opposition now presenting. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 7.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 and related matters that have arisen as a result of the debate. Before I get into the thrust of my presentation, I want to use the opportunity to thank my beloved constituents from Bellevue, Tabernacle, Mansions, Christchurch, Phillips, Molyneux, Boreal, Lodge Village, Lodge Project, and Atlas, all 10 districts within the constituency, for the outstanding support during my tenure as a Member of Parliament. I have the distinct honor, having entered the chambers just perhaps on the eve of my 28th birthday, to be here and still going, thanks to the support of the people of Number 7. It has been a privilege to serve them as their parliamentary representative, in fact, the longest standing parliamentary representative for the people of Number 7. But more so, I wish to thank them for allowing me the opportunity to serve the wider community and country. Going back to the budget, which has brought us here, the essence of this important document is that it must constitute a critical element of public accountability. And in the context of our model of government and governance, being the Westminster model, the budget is considered in a real sense a vote of confidence or no confidence. Because failure to have the budget approved by the statutory date would mean, in effect, a government becomes paralyzed. It is considered in our model that it is the single most important matter in the calendar of the Parliament. I want to put into perspective that the critical elements of the bill, Appropriation 2026 Bill 2028, are in large measure detailed in two volumes, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 1 was presented late. I want to make that point because it's important, because the Parliament has set its rules and timelines by which documents are to be presented for the benefit of members, and more importantly, for members and the opposition benches, because it is the government that sets date and time and agenda for the Parliament, and therefore, by and large, they will know. And we will only know when notices are being served. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to peruse the document and to have listened to a variety of contributions made on the debate. In particular, the presentation of the mover of the bill, the member for number 8. Critically instructive for me was that despite the efforts to make positive what was being said, by and large, this budget will perhaps be not so well remembered as a budget that advances, because 2025 has been a very difficult year for the majority of persons in St. Kitts and Nevis. In fact, for many, it has been the worst year. And when you look to the budget, for some view, even a bird's-eye view of what the future portends for St. Kitts and Nevis, you can't really be hopeful. And we hear different presenters trying to make something, as it were, over nothing. We hear the same stalled projects being repeated for 2026 that we have heard repeated year and year and year before. This is the fourth presentation by the government. They presented in 2022 the budget for 2023. In 2023, they presented the budget for 2024. In 2024, they presented the one for 2025. And in 2025, we are looking at 2026. Indeed, the member for number 1, I gave him credit, because he was the only one who had counted right yesterday when he said about the 4 presentations, and somebody told him 3. But of course, it has been 4. How quickly time flies. And you ask, over that period, why are we hearing the same nothingness? Why are we hearing that this will still soon come? It speaks to paralysis. It speaks to, in part, the reason why there is no movement in the economy, because so many things are soon to come. They are delayed, and there is no expectation as to the time of the arrival of these things. And even when a time is presented, how can you believe the new arrival date when all the other dates before you have not crystallized into the promise, landing of those things that are to come? Indeed, we heard from one senator the tiredness, the boredom of hearing over and over about these projects which are to come. But where are they? And we will go into that. And it is against that backdrop of an economy that is dead, dead, dead. An economy in which every honest person who speaks in it, whether as a small businessman or a large hotel owner or barber shop or a hairdressing salon, wherever they are, it is one recurring. How are things? Things not going well. In fact, that has been well popularized in the art form. Things are not going well, and due government is the problem. In a small society, it is not difficult to identify the cause of the problem. And clearly the role that the government must play through this instrument of the budget is to take cognizance of where we are as a country and attempt, as it were, to stimulate the economy when things are dead. That is what you elect them to do. Do for you that which you cannot reasonably do for yourself. Do for you what you cannot reasonably do for yourself. Because yes, you will take initiative, but there are certain things beyond the control of the individual. So we rely on the government, for example, to build us schools, because none of us, or perhaps few of us, we never know, can build our own school. So the government job is to do that. It is that philosophy, for example, that led to the development state-sponsored educational institution, primary, secondary, and post-secondary, recognizing that where we are at, as a country, the government will have to play the leading role. It is that same philosophy that governs Bratcher's policy of comprehensive health care, because these services had to be made available to the people. The government, we'll come to that, a member for number 6, and we will come to the Dr. Llewellyn Douglas Secondary High School in due course. Thank you. And so, Honorable Speaker, we look to the budget for some direction. And I look, for example, as most people would, look to the fiscal and economic classification provided in the volumes of what it is happened last year, 2024, and what it is we are projecting for 2025. And what are we to expect in 2026? And again, history, the pattern evolves. And we must make a judgment call. Can we believe this? Are persons attempting to fool us with the same old projects, same old ideas, when they have failed to do that which they have promised to do in relation to this project? So I see current account surplus and deficit in 2024, $152.5 million. The government overspent, for that is what the deficit reflects, the over-expenditure. $152.5 million. Not $150.50. What is there to be seen for that? All right? We made the point that, well, it is the sum total of things that we really must capture. And while prudent fiscal management says that we should attempt to achieve a surplus on the recurrent account so that you have resources to help support your capital and net lending activities, we therefore say that we will go to the overall, member for number 6, volume 1. Thank you. And so we go to the overall picture, overall balance. It is described that $295 million were overspent beyond that which was approved by this very parliament. $295 million squandered away over and beyond what the limits of the parliament allow. That is what 2024 realize. What did we hear when the budget came? The appropriation bill came last December. In light of this massive gap, we will still have a gap. We will still continue on the dangerous path of overspending. But in 2025, we promise you, it's not going to be as high. We are going to overspend again by $28.5 million. Even the gentleman in the bar shop know. You can't continue to overspend and overspend just like that, or you will mash up the business, Madam Speaker. And so it asks the question, what are the advisors thinking? What is the cabinet thinking? Do they not understand the consequence of the repetition of the reckless approach? Do they not understand that when you get the approval for X and you go X plus Y plus Z, it undermines the confidence and the credibility of the budgetary process? It shows a collapse. So in 2025, this assembly approved $28.5 million in overspending. What are they telling us? We will realize in 2025, $304 million in overspending. In other words, this is an open sesame. The budgetary process has no meaning, no effect, no constraint. The highest body in our legislative process authorizes and approves. And then we end up with a result. Don't bother with that. $304 million more than was authorized. That is important. $304 million was being spent. And what was authorized for 2025? $1.1 billion. So he gone over that. And at the end, if this wasn't bad enough, at the end of it you ask. That is why the points that the senator raised, however uncomfortable they may have been for some, have validity. Where are the results? Why is it we continue to hear of this project? Not sensible update of progress, but it's still containerized. it is not out yet. It is still not visible. But we must have faith for the fourth time in a row that that which they could not deliver before, by osmosis, they will deliver it again. Nothing tall goes so. Absence of credibility and validity of the budget. And it is instructive. These are the government figures, not mine. These are what the experts have put together. And you know, there was an effort, someone pointed out, not to address this matter, because for all the debates we have you heard anyone speak about the volume, the quantum of this consistent over expenditure and how they are going to deal with it? No. In fact, in the budget address, you look at the document, the fiscal approach going forward, not one word about the overall balance, the deficit. An attempt to just go on as if nothing happened. Perhaps it is a shame to tell the truth that the fiscal house that had been built up so carefully and prudently is now broken down. So there is no mention of that. But in light of that history, what do we expect to happen? 2026. 2026. What are the figures telling us from the government-owned document? And we go to other reports. It says that in 2026, this government can manage. This government can run things. This budget government, this failed government will continue like a drunken sailorman. And it's squandermania. Because when you talk about a GDP of $3 billion and an overall deficit of $304 million, that is unacceptable. That is a frightening reality. They will excuse you if you perhaps come within 3%, but to go to 10%, it takes a daring act of irresponsible management of the fiscal agenda of the country. And it tells us all controls have gone awry. But people can learn. Sometimes they are late learners. They weren't so bright when they start out. And everyone will not start at the same place. But going along as they mature, as they see pattern, as they see role models, they begin to take learning a bit more seriously. And they are able to chart a new approach to life and to living. But in 2026, for another year in a row, this government without shame, this failed government is projecting that it doesn't care how much money it squanders. It doesn't care how large the deficit goes. For in 2026, this bad example repeats itself to the tune conservatively put by them of $152 million. What is this? The bar shop in Green Valley is run better than this. The man over mansion in his small village shop managing better than this. In fact, if he wasn't doing it, his place would have been closed down by now. The office of the legal practitioner, lawyer, solicitor can't run like this. But how is it in a government with so much brain power that it can draw upon? There is this consistent pattern of abnormal behavior, because this is not normal. 152 million they are going to spend over what is projected for 2026. Another $1 billion. Expenditure always at $1 billion. And they are going over that. That is what the deficit is saying, They are going over that in terms of their expenditure versus revenue. And I am saying this is a cavalier approach to fiscal management. And it shows that we are at risk. We face the present danger that whether we like it or not, we will have to bring the IMF to the rescue of the country, because this is not a sustainable approach to fiscal management. It will never be, and it cannot be. And so at some point, this will have to be brought in line. And it will have consequences for all of us in St. Kitts and Nevis. Consequences for this reckless approach, for which we can't see anything new. That was a critical point, in my view, and takeaway from the presentation from the senator. I had that point too. What is it this money has been spent on? Because when you look at the so-called pet projects, if I may use that phraseology, with all its euphemistic interpretation, the Bastia High School got the income, and we had a lot of talk about it. Yes, well, we'll get into that. Because our first response to the Bastia High School was to deal with the confusion and the fiasco created under the administration before us, where the students were all over Bastia, and in needed of a central structure in which learning and administration of the secondary education program could be done. And we delivered that in our first term. That was the priority. Well, you will say nothing was wrong. The former Minister of Education is here. If you want to go there, he will go there. But all the reports said to err and the principle of caution, because there was too many unknown in relation to the Bastia High School. But Madam Speaker, the member raised that point to take me away from the thrust of my presentation, which is really a much bigger and fundamental issue regarding governance, regarding the credibility of what we have heard for nigh 5 hours. And that is why out there in the street, there is no praising. There is no hallelujah chorus. In the streets. In every street. Because things have been so bad that whatever people get, they have seen it already evaporated. They're going to go to pay courts before they get locked up for Christmas. They're going to go to pay their electricity bills before they get cut in the dark, perhaps on Christmas Eve. And those who we have elected doesn't even appreciate the sensitivity of the period and the role of the government as an intervener. And that is why the country now needs a rescue. And, Madam Speaker, could you give me some protection? Please, the rule, I think it is 47, says what should happen when a member is already speaking with the approval. And so, Madam Speaker, we are at a bad place. Very bad place. And we need a rescue mission to save St. Kitts and Nevis from going back over the painful past that we have had. Going to an IMF program is not an easy thing. And the consequences of it, however fanciful they are expressed in homegrown program, the consequences are real for people who are living it. The consequences, for example, of a dramatic increase in electricity bill hits all of us, commercial and domestic consumers of electricity. We can't pay no more, Madam Speaker, and we therefore have to ensure that we are prudently preserving the resources of our country, and we are doing the necessaries. Madam Speaker, when we had to go to the IMF, water went up dramatically. People were sent on leave, Madam Speaker. It was a whole reorganization that was hurtful for people in the country, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, we went through that, and it hurt. It hurt many persons, investors. For example, RBTT lost money. We call it the haircut then, because entities that had loaned money to the government was asked to basically bear the burden of the adjustment. Bear the burden, and everybody has to bear it. That is the point. The American Life Insurance Company, the St. Kitts and Nevis Insurance Company, the sinking funds managed by the ECCB, the ECCSD escrow account, all these suffered the consequences of what was termed then the haircut. Foreign entities, the Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Bank of Dominica, RBTT Bank Caribbean Antigua, Antigua Commercial Bank, Caribbean Commercial Bank in Anguilla, Republic Bank in Grenada, NCB Staff Pension Fund St. Vincent. These would have been persons that would have invested in securities of the government by and large. Grenada Cooperative, Republic Bank, Intercommercial Trust and Merchant Bank, Unit Trust, Sagico, Clico, Guardian, Palico, Caribbean Financial Services Corporation, Vinshore, St. Vincent. Please, man. The interruption, I want members of the public to bear notice of what is happening. Social Security Board, Madam Speaker. In other words, the impact got regional, and the reputational damage to our country has been there and returned on. Madam Speaker.
Order, please.
We, Madam Speaker, cannot go back through that particular problem and that particular way of managing the limited resources of our country. So, Madam Speaker, it is clear that we need a new way forward and a new approach to the way in which we are utilizing the public resources. 2026, it is expected that the unsustainable fiscal situation will get worse. When they told us it will be $28.52 million in deficit spending, it ended up going over that by 10 times, over 10 times. So do we extrapolate that when in 2026 they are telling us about 152 million in deficit spending, that it will end up be over $1 billion if that pattern continues. And it is the pattern that we see inherent here, which tells us there are some hard-headed Harrys.
Honorable member,
yes.
I've given you quite a bit of latitude.
Yes.
Please do not impute an improper motive, nor should you use offensive language in relation to any other member.
And I have not?
Yes, you have.
I have not referred to any
Honorable,
Madam
please
Speaker.
move on.
So, Madam Speaker, the pattern of intransigence in relation to the overall deficit is a matter of grave concern, and it speaks to the urgency with which we must act if we are not to get in a situation that will create worse poverty, a more significant level of indigence in our country. And then to whom do we look for the bailout? What is the plan to move us from this path on which we are now? How will we change course? Because failure is not an option for us in St. Kitts and Nevis. The times require us to take urgent action and rescue the country from what? The pathway, the fiscal pathway on which it is on. We must never get there again. And the fact that we are on that path is an indication that some have not learned or learned well enough from our recent history. And this is sad. We must explore what has been accomplished from the total expenditures that we have seen happening or reported in the government's own statement. Total of expenditure, 1.07 billion, plus 1.04 billion, plus 1.05 billion, equals 3.157 billion of expenditure. And I have said before, the results are not there. And the results were provided for in the budget proposal. The BHS, we have heard that. We know that at least in 2024, about $2 million of the people's money was spent to knock down the building. That's what we know from the report. We know that, again, Member Opposite, if you could, allow me please. The Smart Hospital, after 4 groundbreaking ceremonies, still not come. And the MRI basically is the photo-ops. We have to get back to our reality.
No, not.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the rule applies to everyone. We will not refer to any member using offensive language. Honorable member for St. Christopher 6, you rose on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference to 4 different groundbreaking ceremonies. That is misleading. It is wrong. It is untrue. It is deliberate. And so the member must take it back. He knows he's wrong.
Honorable member for St. Christopher 7.
Madam Speaker, we all know.
Your mic, please.
Sorry. Thank you. That on at least 4 occasions, we had the shoveling off.
Okay.
We had the, basically that is what he was presented.
Honorable
it was
member.
Getting the site ready.
Allow
on
the member
occasions,
to finish.
on 4 occasions, we were preparing the site for the smart hospital.
Very well. So,
Thank you.
I will,
Well, that is
I
an
will respond.
interpretation.
Honorable members, I will respond.
Yes.
Everyone will get a chance to speak.
Thank you.
I can't speak with you standing, honorable member. Take a seat. The member for number 6 rose on a point of order, indicating that there was not 4 groundbreaking ceremonies. Honorable member, you've responded saying that it was at least, and it was clearing of the land. You cannot say with any certainty that there were 4 groundbreaking ceremonies. Kindly withdraw and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on. Madam Speaker.
No. Kindly,
And
honorable member.
I accept the correction that had been put forward by the member for number 6. Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
member, I spoke to 2 things.
Yes.
If you're accepting, you have to withdraw.
I withdraw
Very
the
well.
statement, Madam Speaker.
Very well.
And rephrase
Honorable
it, Madam
members,
Speaker.
honorable members, allow the member to present. He has withdrawn. He has accepted. Let's move on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The point, Madam Speaker, is that the efforts to create the sense of things happening and the reality, they are 2 different things. And that is why we have this disconnect between the public and, of course, the government in terms of what the government thinks that it is doing and what the public knows is not happening. So, and that is why, too, to come back to the point raised by the senator opposite, we hear all these projects come back again, year after year. And we have to be concerned. We have to be concerned about that development and how we are going to rectify it for the good of the country. The sectors, the economic sectors are underperforming, and we need to know why. In agriculture, for example, for the year so far, you have had several protests in East Bastille at different locations where farmers were showing their dissatisfaction in the manner in which things were being done in the department. And even as we speak, Madam Speaker, just yesterday a farmer asked me if I could ask when the animal feed would come to the department again. Apparently, they are out. So perhaps the member for number 4 at some point could perhaps fill us in with regard to the situation there. Because if we are going to really work towards the promise 25 to 25 program of reduction in the food imports, the farmers have to be at the center of it. And we therefore have to listen to their concerns with respect to that particular matter. Madam Speaker, we hear other things that are happening there. But in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, we pose the question and we await at some point in the future, because I'm mindful that he presented last night, on this particular subject of his. Madam Speaker, tourism. How is that sector performing? Maybe when the member for number 2 comes, we will get a clearer picture of what is happening there. We have heard, for example, from the senator, opposite the question posed, why are some of these projects that had been talked about so repeatedly, why have they not materialized? She spoke to Indigo. She spoke about the Ritz-Carlton. And there are several others of concern. We need to get an update about that, including the payments which we are making to encourage the airlines to, as it were, add us to their destination. Madam Speaker, you go to most of the entities that are involved in the provision of services to our tourists, whether at Black Rock, on the Strip, at Port Zante, or any other of these locations, and we ask how things are going, and it is a story of lamentation, Madam Speaker. So it will be good for us to have an update with respect to that. In the report that has accompanied the documents for this budget debate, I found it curious to learn that a loan of $27 million was made to aid in the stabilization and long-term viability of the largest hotel in the country. At the time when, if we listened to the presentations, the hotel sector is...
Speaker, again, I
didn't even finish my point.
He doesn't have to, based on the rule.
Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 6.
Madam Speaker, again, the distinguished member opposite is making reference to a loan to the largest hotel in this country of some $27 million. And he's reading from a document. Please share the contents of what you're reading. What's the name of the document? What's the name of the hotel? You can't be making statements like those in this parliament.
You're not allowing me to finish, you interrupted me.
You had gone on. And if you are misleading, the public must not hear negative things which are misleading things.
So before we proceed to the member for St. Christopher 7 responding, I need to make it clear that the rule that which allows for interruption it doesn't have a guideline that says the person has to wait on, the member has to wait until the other member finishes the sentence or the statement. If the member who wishes to rise on the rule for interruption is of the view that something is being said which should not be said or which offends the rule, that member has the right to rise without waiting for the sentence or the statement to be complete. So I need to place that on the record. Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7, you may proceed to respond to the point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am speaking as I was about to say, and I said it really, preface it, the documents of the government itself. If members have not read the document, then that is a different matter. But I am reading from this document, Madam Speaker, the National Audit Office document which was presented as part of the list of items. And if you check your audit paper, member for number 6, you will see the Director of Audit report. The page 28, member for number 6. And I read, Madam Speaker, from the official document of the government. Sorry. Madam, sorry. Thank you. And the Director of Audit had it very crystal clear. Subhead, Madam Speaker, draw your attention to the top of the page, loans. In 2023, says the forensic auditor, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis entered into a loan agreement with the Royal St. Kitts Beach Resort Limited for the issuance of a non-interest-bearing loan in the amount of $27 million. Why? It goes on. To aid in the stabilization and long-term viability of the Marriott's operations. And it goes further. In 2023, $18 million was disbursed, and a further $8 million was disbursed in 2024. So that is the document from which this has been taken. And I raised that in the...
May I respond?
Sorry, yes.
Yes, please. Member for number 6, you raised an issue. The Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7 drew attention to the particular document as wished. Do you intend to respond? I'm ready to, very well, because I was about to rule. The member for number 7 is within his rights.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I raise this. Again, look at it. The issuance of a non-interest-bearing loan. An important point. It's not just a loan. It is a special loan. Not 1% interest, not 2% interest, not 3% interest, not 4% interest, not 10% interest. An interest-free loan to aid in the stabilization, which means things not so good, and long-term viability of its operations. And it begs the question, if we have the largest and on the face of it the most successful, if we had known this, but on the face of it, brand name, internationally known, is having issues with its stabilization and long-term viability, what is happening to our tourism brand? Question I'm raising. the government basically determined that $27 million were needed and no interest would be paid. And it also begs the further analysis. If 27 million could be made available to the largest international brand in the sector, how much would the other local and non-local entities require for their own stabilization and long-term viability? It brings into question the further issue of fairness, of transparency, of equity in relation to this matter. And we don't have the information. In fact, this was never mentioned. This was never mentioned.
Honorable member, I have to stop you.
Mm-hmm.
It is misleading to indicate that it was never mentioned. The document, as you have access to, gives you all of the information that is required. In fact, on the very first day of the budget, prior to the Minister of Finance's address, the report was laid. When a report is laid, you are aware that it is available to everyone. It does not mean that the Minister of Finance or anyone else has to read the document into the record in its entirety. So that is improper.
I understand what you're saying, but that wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Honorable member.
No.
Honorable member, you said what you said was clear.
Yes.
You said the information was not made available.
Yeah.
I am correcting the record. The document was made available.
Yeah.
Point blank. Continue and do not address that point any further, as I have made the record clear. Members, allow the honorable member for St. Christopher 7 to complete his presentation.
Madam Speaker, the document I'm reading from, it's not the budget address. No,
Honorable member.
Yes.
Another rule of Parliament is that if I make, as the chair, if I make a ruling, you do not have the right to readdress. You have to move on. I've spoken on it, I've ruled, and that matter is closed. Kindly move on.
Madam Speaker, we move on. I think the point, it's there. But,
Madam Speaker,
Madam,
just on a quick point of order, I was waiting for the...
Honorable member, I don't think it is not in order as at this time.
Oh no, it's after I was allowing him to finish his point to see if he would clarify what he was saying before he seek the point of order.
So you're on your feet now,
Yes.
on a point of order.
Especially in the absence presently of the Minister of Tourism on a point
Just a moment. Madam Clerk, have you stopped the time?
Yes, you could stop the time.
Yes.
On a point of order,
Yes, please, Honorable.
the member for number 7 is trying to impute improper motives of the government in facilitating stability to what he terms as the largest hotel in the Federation. What he has neglected to go on to say is that because our economy was shut down for political reasons until August of 2022, large institutions around this country suffered significantly. He needs to inform the general public of the arrangements that he would have made in June of 2022 or thereabout with another institution where he would have offered significantly more relief to that institution coming out of COVID. And so if it was good for that institution as a hotelier, then it has to be good for another institution. So he needs to ensure that he puts the entire record on the table. I was waiting to see if he would clarify that, instead of misleading the House to think that the government got into some strange arrangement in order to stabilize the industry that he had left tattered because he opened much later than any other Caribbean country, thereby forcing cruise tourism and incoming passengers, incoming arrivals to completely go almost to zero coming out of COVID-19.
Honourable Member, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Again, the member opposite cannot bring matters which I have not raised.
Really?
And I have not raised any other. I read, frankly, and I was asked the source, I read the source. Nothing of what he mentioned I made reference to. I did not impute anything other than to read what was there, Madam Speaker. And I asked questions about it, but I never impute anything in relation to it. I just read because I was asked again, what is the source of the source of the information that I was bringing from memory? And with your leave, I went and I read. So that is the subject matter, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, on this
I recognize the Honourable Senator Dr. Clark.
On this point of order, as well, in the absence of the Minister of Tourism, the Honourable Member for number 7, in his own words, is suggesting that there is no transparency, that there is inequity and injustice to sectors in the tourism, to businesses in the tourism sector who weren't served by a said agreement, as he outlined in the audit report. He's suggesting that we would have done harm to institutions with no evidence that they reached out to our government for support in a similar nature to the loan facility that he's referencing. That is misleading.
Honourable Member, do you wish to respond?
Madam Speaker, what I have raised is quite clear. I've read from the government's document, and I have not gone anywhere else. In the debate,
that is inaccurate, Honourable Member. That is inaccurate.
Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, please.
Yes, I have allowed you,
Yeah,
but I will not allow you to move on if it's inaccurate.
I agree with you. And I'm saying just give me a chance, because every time somebody's interrupting and so on.
Honourable Member, I've explained that rule already, and you have that right as well.
Okay.
It is not a right that is applied to one member of the House. It is a right that is affordable to everyone. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the nature of the budget debate is that members can raise any matter and ask, because we don't have the information. The onus is on those who are doing to explain to us what they have done. And if we are not clear, for us to put the question. That's all I did, raise questions. Okay? And I raise it in the particular context. So, Madam Speaker, people are suffering, and there needs to be some clarity to help us to understand why certain things are happening. There needs to be a conscious effort to appreciate that when so many are suffering, we have to know why some are chosen for relief and why some are not. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I want
the member for the Honourable Senator Rose on a point of order. Stop the clock, please. Madam
Speaker,
Clerk. I recognize the Honourable Senator.
Thank you. I again reference on this point of order misleading statements, no facts, no reference to who is chosen and who is not. If the Honourable Member for number 7 is going to insinuate that this government cherry picks and hand picks, he must reference a list and names. It is not in the audit report, it is not in the budget report, it is not presented by any member, and he's misleading the general public.
Honourable Member, do you wish to respond?
Madam Speaker, frankly, I am not going to get into this back and forth that they are attempting to engage to really just create chaos over the presentation.
Wow.
Because this, Madam Speaker, is a budget debate. I am asking questions. When the responsible minister comes, if she has the answer, she gives them. When the mover come to wrap up, Madam Speaker, that's allowed me, those are the persons that basically may have the questions. I am raising them. I have to raise matters of concern. And I have not said anybody did anything wrong. I'm just raising the context.
You must take your seat, Honourable. This is going to force me to go back to a ruling that I made a little earlier. The audit report was presented. The section speaks to the Marriott Resort. Can we kindly confine our remarks to that particular item? Yes, you have the ability to raise questions, but they must be questions. They must not be imputations. So confine your remarks within that category, Honourable Member. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, the questions are that will require some answers which are not provided. Were there other entities that had made requests for assistance in relation to the stabilization and long-term viability of the operations? And I'm not inferring, I'm just asking a logical question that comes from this, having regard to the fact that this is our premier hotel. We wish it well. We will always wish it well. So there's no imputation. We are just saying, are there others? Because there's a widespread, basically, feeling out there with regard to where we are at with the sector, Madam Speaker. And that is all the purpose that I've raised. And in fact, until I was asked to get the exact place, because members themselves apparently were not aware, I said a large hotel over at Frigate Bay. Note that. Madam Speaker, there are other issues which we must ask and which perhaps we will get some clarity to. And it goes to one of the concerns that has been raised with respect to the issue of the housing and the matter of East Coast. The member, senator opposite, raised some pertinent issues, and I am hopeful that we will get some answers in relation to those questions which she posed. How did we get there? How do we make the selection and the choice? And what basically would be the response in relation to the litigation, what the senator described as the fiasco that has occurred in relation to that particular housing program. She raised the issue, Madam Speaker, too, the issue of what is happening in relation to a number of projects. What are the numbers? How have they progressed over the last couple of years? Those matters, hopefully, would be addressed sometime soon. In the said budget audit report, the issue of the water tanks has been raised again. That was a project that came early in the life of the government for 1,000 water tanks to assist with the water issue. For the second time, the Director of Audit is raising that matter in her particular report. Another figure was paid of $2 million in relation to that matter, according to the Director of Audit report. And so the issues that come from that, well, how do you reconcile what was in the prior audit report about the 479 water tanks that at the time of that report were unaccounted for, and now the subsequent payment of about $2 million with respect to that project, which she has reported on in 2024. Madam Speaker, we also would want to address or to speak to the matter of the CBI revenue. The fair share report, Madam Speaker. Where is the report? Where is the report that we were promised since January would be made available, so that we can have clarity as to the conclusions made by the experts of the international community and reconcile with what is the situation now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have been dealing with this matter for a very long time. This whole notion of the fair share. And we have, Madam Speaker, always applied good judgment in relation to it. I recall
Honorable
that
member,
on or
Honorable
about...
member, you are at the 1 hour mark.
I'm at the what?
The 1 hour mark.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We, Madam Speaker, recall a significant development in April of 2013, when in fact it was a Wednesday on which the Premier, Amri at the time, had made an announcement regarding the bouncing of the checks which had been deposited to pay the civil servants in Nevis. I recall, and I have here in part the response from SKN Vibes. PM Douglas says Amri, this is the heading, should have alerted him earlier on Nevis salary crisis. Written by Stanford Conway, sknvibes.com. And he said PM Douglas reiterated his response to a question asked by a media representative at his monthly press conference held on April the 23rd. This was a very, I would say, difficult day because 1,800 workers were inconvenienced as far as receipts of their monies from the Nevis Island administration. And, Madam Speaker, as a result of that, the Premier made a statement and the Prime Minister subsequently was interviewed with regard to the said matter of the non-payment in relation. All that is fair share. All because that has been raised as a critical matter in terms of the treatment of Nevis vis-à-vis St. Kitts. In fact,
Honourable Member,
yes,
the matter that you raised
Yes.
was in relation to CBI.
yes,
The non-payment of monies in relation to salaries for the NIA.
Madam,
No, Honourable, you tell me not to interrupt you. Do not interrupt me, please. The matter with which you raised does not concern the CBI. If you are making a point about the CBI, make your point. Proceed.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Point of order here. I would like to ask the member opposite.
But two members can't stand at the same time.
To please respect the orders of the House and the rules of the House. When the Honorable Speaker is on the floor, the member is supposed to be seated. I'm just asking for proper decorum in this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And the Honourable Member is within his right to speak to the procedures. Honourable Member, kindly proceed in accordance.
thank you, Madam Speaker. The point I am making that we need to have all the information on which we could assess what is the fair share. We had put forward, having regard to that history, a proposal when we were, as part of a unity government, we sat down with the leadership of the NIA and they made recommendations as to what they would require to satisfy, quote unquote, the fair share. Every request that they made was delivered to them. Whether it was, government, of course, it doesn't matter. The truth will stand on its own. The truth will stand on its own. Yes, yes.
Members, allow the member to present. Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7, you are addressing me. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The request put to us was for $30 million in the first instance. That was provided. The second request in writing was for $45 million. That was provided to them. The third request was for 5.5 million or 66, 5.5 monthly or 66 million. That was provided. There have never been an issue in the cabinet, Madam Speaker, with regard to the fair share matter.
The member for St. Christopher 8 is on his feet. I recognize the Honourable
Madam Speaker, on a point of order and clarification,
Point of order only.
and I want to set the record straight on the fair share. Because
Honourable Member, you have to address, your point of order has to address what the member for St.
so
Christopher
he was
7
speaking about
raised.
the fair share and that he gave Nevis all that was promised. I want to point out in this House, Honourable Member, I follow the rules. You are somebody who said follow the rules. Can you please follow the rules? Madam Speaker, he said that they were given what they were promised. I heard him. In the agreement, the accord that they signed in unity, they promised 25% of the proceed of the CBI. In the time that he was there, Madam Speaker, when you calculate how much came in, could have been roughly around, let's say, $600 million per year. When I calculate that 25%, Nevis dropped short by about $500 million, Madam Speaker. I want to say, now the Premier has reported that finally the fair share between St. Kitts and Nevis is resolved with this administration. Madam Speaker, I cannot stand here and allow him to say that. In my wrap-up, I will give the exact figure, but we calculate between $400 and $500 million. Had they followed the accord, Nevis would have gotten that extra. So $30 million, Madam Speaker, was a drop in the bucket according to agreement they had under the team unity, Madam Speaker. So just wanted to clarify that Nevis did not get close to what was promised.
Respond, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, what I reported is what the Nevis administration, and in fact the premiers, requested of the federal government was granted to them. And that was done in writing, and the records would reflect that, Madam Speaker.
I have to respond to that.
Okay?
Yes. Yeah, that is exactly what I was about to say. In the Honourable Member for Nevis 9's response to the budget address, the member said specifically he wrote the declaration and that Nevis did not receive what they were promised. Also, the member, the Honourable Senator this morning made mention of same. So both members from the opposition spoke to the fact that the numbers were not accurate. You may proceed. Kindly move on from that point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But again, the senator opposite was not part of the cabinet.
Honourable Member, the first person who I spoke to was the member for Nevis 9. I said that the member himself stood up in Parliament and said, I wrote the document.
Yes.
I never received what was promised.
Yes.
And so both of your accounts are at variance.
Right.
Can you kindly move? The member for St. Christopher 8 has also said, based on his records, that was inaccurate. So can you kindly move on? I'm ruling that is not accurate. Kindly move on.
Madam Speaker, what you have are different viewpoints. I am explaining
Honourable Member,
the situation
Honourable Member,
that
Honourable Member,
pertains
Honourable Member,
to my knowledge.
Honourable Member. I've been quite respectful to all sides on the aisles. One of the main rules of this Honourable House is that when the chair makes a ruling, that cannot be readdressed. The rules are clear, especially where there is a point of order and a ruling was made. When a ruling is made and the member resumes to present, the point should not be readdressed. It should not be circled around. Honourable Member, I'm speaking.
Sorry. Yes.
The point should not be readdressed. Please move on. I've ruled, and that is that. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, I would like to report that in my effort to assist the gallery, I motioned to the lady in orange that she should not speak while you're speaking and while this is happening. And she told me that I can't repeat the words, F off. This young lady right here, just now, that is what she told me in the orange. Well, okay. I am reporting that I was trying to help you, young lady. I motioned to you that you should stay quiet in the gallery out of my own goodness to ensure that she didn't break the rules. Then she told me that I should F off. Will then ask, that is completely against the decorum of this house, and she would have to be removed from the gallery.
Honorable Member, it is not dependent upon you. Members of the gallery, no one is allowed from the gallery to address members of the Honorable House. I cannot say that it was done, but I note the complaint. If anything of that sort reoccurs, I will ask the officers at the door to escort the members out. Might I repeat, nobody from the gallery is supposed to speak to or interfere with any honorable member from this house. Thank you. Honorable Member for St. Christopher 7, you may proceed. Moving on from the point that I ruled on.
The country is calling for a serious government, and the country is looking for leadership with respect to the financial management of St. Kitts and Nevis. The country is looking for an easement from all the challenges which we are faced. And there is nothing that has been presented in the budget that answers to the dilemma which the people of St. Kitts and Nevis are faced with. The promises of the promise last, of the promise before that, that continues, those are not delivering the solutions that the people want. And in the context of that reality, we get back to the fiscal management of the country and the worsening situation that we found ourselves in, Madam Speaker. We find ourselves in, and that again is reported in the draft estimates. Where are we, and how are we going to rescue the country from this dilemma in which it finds itself? In 2024, $295.4 million deficit spending. In 2025, $28.5 million in deficit spending. In 2025, what was approved was $28.5 million in deficit spending, according to the document. What is being projected here is $303.9 million, 10 times more. And it speaks to a fiscal recklessness, and that matter needs to be addressed and addressed sooner. But if that wasn't bad enough with respect to the reckless management of the fiscal house of the country, it is that once more in 2026, $152.3 million in deficit spending is being proposed by the administration. The sum total of all of this is that we are in a financial crisis. And we have not heard any abatement, any correction of the course. Because if there were, we would not have had another deficit of that magnitude being reflected. In the Director of Auditor report, she indicated a number of situations and made some recommendations. And I would advise that those who can should pay some attention to it with a view basically to addressing those shortcomings which are there, Madam Speaker. And so we need to have these substantive matters addressed, and the sooner we can do this, the better it would be, Madam Speaker. We have had, I want specifically to read the Director of Audit's report in relation to a matter I've raised, the funds required to advance the DECCOM development for water storage tank, $2 million. $2 million in relation to that. And I raised that earlier, just wanted to bring the source of the information in for the completeness of the record. Madam Speaker, there are issues which challenge the imagination, and we have to find ways for dealing with them. Unfortunately, there are no responses. No responses to the fundamental challenge. And this is what the budget debate is about. How resources are allocated, to whom, for what purpose. It is the fiscal plan for taking us forward. And it must be more than just words put together. It must be a clearly thought out program that would keep us on a sustainable path. You can't, in the last 3 years, 2024, 2025, 2026, come with a fiscal picture of overall deficit totaling $750 million.
I recognize
and
the
have us
honourable
buying
member.
to sustainability.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, I want to set the record straight on when he speaks about deficit and what. 1 year he did not mention, and he needs to mention it. And all these years he's talking about deficit spending, not so. In 2022, when we took over the government, we took over a government that was in a deficit. I want to put that on the record. So he is speaking as if it's only when Labour came in that a deficit happened. I want to point out for the record that in 2022, there was a deficit that we inherited. Madam Speaker, he can go back and check those records.
Honourable member, do you wish to respond?
Yes. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think that I did indicate the document from which I'm referring, provide figures for 2024, 2025, 2026. So I'm sticking with what is before us, because that, Madam Speaker, is the ambit in which you have referenced, the document. So that is what they are, Madam Speaker. In relation to any other deficit, the occurrence of deficit in itself is contextual. And what is important is the magnitude. Ask the member, could I, Madam Speaker, could you ask me to respond?
That is not what the member addressed.
What? What am I trying to understand, Madam Speaker, what you're talking to?
Member spoke to the fact that year 2022 was neglected from your response. You rose, you are to speak to those numbers only. You spoke to the fact that you are referencing the document, and I think that is all that should be addressed. Let me rule. That I'm ruling. Honorable member for St. Christopher 8, the member for St. Christopher 7 spoke to the numbers that are in the document which do not contain 2022. And so he's within his right to speak to that. As the Minister of Finance, you have an opportunity to mention things that are relevant and to respond in your closing. Honorable member Honorable member for St. Christopher 7, you may proceed.
Sorry, thank you. Madam Speaker, again, and any other relevant matter. Again, Madam Speaker, we are at a dangerous crossroads. Dangerous crossroads. And all the efforts at the photo-ops, all the efforts at photo-ops has not resolved them. And, Madam Speaker, the proof is not so much in the words, but in the delivery. We take pride in knowing that we inherited a CBI program that was significantly challenged, and we resurrected it. We resurrected it, Madam Speaker. And after 4 years, nigh 4 years, all they have done have not delivered. That is the point. We delivered. We delivered in our first
Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable member, two members.
Otherwise, in relation to
on a point of order. Today you're not going to get away.
Honorable member, wait. You have to wait for me to recognize you. Member for number 7, your microphone is on. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I stand with any correction that you may give. But I want to speak about the CBI because he said he met a CBI that was in trouble. I want to point out, Madam Speaker, and I tabled in this honorable House an audit from the SIDF account, which total about $500 million that was spent during the 7 years, and that money came from the CBI, and he never tabled in this House that he had that money. The previous Labour administration left that money for him. He spent all of it, and there is no record that he tabled those in this House, Madam Speaker, and he's speaking about transparency. That's one. The second thing, Madam Speaker, he's talking about inheriting a bad CBI. The CBI contributed about, in the consolidated fund, another near $900 million, Madam Speaker. That is what he inherited. I would say what I inherited an empty SIDF. Where the $500 million gone, I did not know. Nobody knew because he never tabled the accounts in here. And it was spent like a slush fund without being tabled in here. I tabled them in here. That is untrue. The other matter, Madam Speaker, is the issue of the prison project. Madam Speaker, the prison project under the CBI that brought our CBI into disrepute. I had to go to court, Madam Speaker, because of that prison project. That has caused us significant headache. And when I entered into office, I said, when I saw it, I told the population within the first few months, the CBI is going to be a serious challenge. Madam Speaker, I was speaking in meetings, my team and I, where we are being told, your visa might be taken away. We see what's happening to 2 countries in the OECS. And because we took strict measures and we cooperated with international partners, thus far, we have not gone down that road. And I said to the people time and time again, the other thing he said to the people on the CBI, when they asked him how many shares you are giving to the prison project, he said that it's an industry secret.
Never said that.
And today, his administration said it, Madam Speaker. His administration said it. And today, the only reason why we found out is because I said to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that 5,500 were given to the prison project. And when you add up the number of citizenships that can come of that, it is well over 20,000. And his administration told the people that's an industry secret. How can it be an industry secret that up to 20-something passport, 20-something thousand passport could be given? And they were saying it's a industry secret. I inherited that, Madam Speaker. Had we not acted, Madam Speaker, what is happening to the 2 other countries would have happened to us. And I continue to battle. And I continue to fight to make sure we are protected. So I want to clear it up, Madam Speaker, that yes, he inherited $500 million from an SIDF account. I said, come on, not changing. 450, I said, to $500 million is a range. It was tabled in here. The accounts were tabled in here. You never tabled them. You hid it from the people. Your administration hid it from the people. And that to me is lack of transparency. You can't spend the people money and not tell them. Madam Speaker, the other thing I want to say is that you inherited all of this, but what I inherited from you was a CBI project in trouble. And as a result of that, we had to make changes to save it. And guess what? I am proud of that. You should not be put in charge of that CBI program again, because you will kill it. You left it almost dead, and I'm sure you will kill it.
Honourable Member, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am happy that the member raised that issue because it shows the issue, one, of the SIDF, and two, the issue of the prison project. And I'll say two things because clearly he doesn't have all the information. First, in relation to the SIDF, I think the honourable member who had brought the question to the Parliament was the Honourable Eugene Hamilton, then member for number 8. And he raised a question which the member for number 6 perhaps would recall, about what was happening in relation to the SIDF. And the classic response was that, listen, you can't ask me about no SIDF. The SIDF is a foundation. It has nothing to do with me, said the member then. It is a foundation, and in truth and in fact, if you go back, the SIDF was set up as a foundation with respect to the National Trust. That is how it was set up. But to go further, Madam Speaker, perhaps the details ought to be made known that the SIDF that we inherited had commitments. The SIDF had already, for example, committed to make millions of dollars available to Kittitian Hill. It had made commitments with respect to other ongoing programs, including the STEP. This STEP was being paid not from the consolidated fund. It was being paid from resources of the SIDF. That was what was handling those. So whatever sums were there had to be used by the SIDF board. It had a board of councillors, I think it was called, and it was their responsibility to use the resources of the SIDF to satisfy the commitments that it had been made. We had taken the position, Madam Speaker, that that arrangement was fundamentally wrong, and that, yes, wrong and unconstitutional, and that the resources ought to have gone into the consolidated fund. And one of the attorneys that had been recruited to assist us in dealing with the issue of the SIDF is, I don't want to call the person name, but he hails from a firm, Kelsick, Wilkin, and Ferdinand. And he was working in support with the Governor General, who had undertaken to provide free support to the effort of having the SIDF matter crystallized in a way that we thought suitable. So that is it in relation to the SIDF. We met an SIDF that already had made commitments which it had to go through. Not saying bankrupt, we had commitments, and I name a couple of the entities. The Kittitian Hill, at which it was well involved with. That's where the Kittitian Hill was getting its resources, its support for its operation. It was a new entity, etc., etc.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, on a point of order. Okay.
So, Madam Speaker, those are the critical matters. SIDF had commitments. The STEP, for example, program was running at about $65 million each year to finance. About $65 million, because it was thousands of persons on the program. The equipment, the administrative staff, etc., all these were being supported from the SIDF, the private foundation. So those matters, by and large, had to be dealt with respect to that matter. So that is not a matter one could really talk about not knowing. In fact, in 2020, to go further, in 2020, when the Treasury building was being opened in Charlestown after the fire, the chair of the Board of Councillors, Dr. Robertine Tradderton, outlined all of the existing commitments that the SIDF had and the commitments to various entities. The pier, for example, about which we talk in Nevis, was funded by that. The Treasury building was being funded by that. Several other entities from Nevis and recommendation from the government or the administration in Nevis were being funded. And for the first time on that board, a member from Nevis, Mr. Lescott, was appointed to be one of the councillors to sit on the SIDF board. For the first time, his recommendation came from the Premier of the Nevis Island Administration. That was one effort, significant effort, to ensure that at least the NIA was aware of what was happening in relation to the SIDF. So this talk about not knowing, it can't be true. There will be alternative stories told about it. But when you look at the reality of what the SIDF was, who were the members, how they got there, and these are government projects. The Treasury building is a government project. We heard talk about the pier and how many million of passengers passed through there. That was funded by the same program. Those were government projects that came from the NIA, which were being supported. And as I said, supported for the first time under a team unity government.
Thank you very much. I want to clear up a few things. In the first place, he's trying to give the impression that the SIDF, yes, that the SIDF member from number I'm addressing. Yes, that's why. I'm addressing the issue. I am addressing the issue. I'm addressing the issue that he said the SIDF. When he used Eugene Hamilton said during the campaign that the SIDF was a slush fund, and that there should be annual reports of the SIDF, and they should be as transparent as possible. They ran on that up to the 2015 election, and for the 7 years that the member from number 7 was the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, he did not lay one report in this honorable house. I laid the report in this honorable house. I am not going to be hiding behind something called a trust. If the people say they want to know, the best place for the people to get to know, Madam Speaker, is right in this honorable house, and I was the first one to table it. He never tabled in seven years. The other thing,
Member,
Listen,
no, honorable
no.
member.
You run on it. Listen.
Honorable members.
Yes. No,
let
he's
the member
not
present because
six.
we didn't
Please.
interrupt you. We let you present.
Please, relax.
Nobody interrupted
These
you.
are facts. Madam Speaker, the other matter is I tabled the audited accounts in here, Madam Speaker. And what he's saying is not totally true with respect to all of this funding, this step and funding, treasury building. I want the reports to come and I'm going to ask for it. The step when I got in at one point was actually being paid from the CIU unit and not from the SIDF directly. When I came in, it was being paid during his time. Some of it from the CIU unit and not directly from the SIDF, Madam Speaker. Remember, they shifted from the SIDF and they formed some hurricane fund and sustainable growth fund. Listen, you misled. Oh. Listen, I listened to you. I listened to you. I didn't interrupt you. The Speaker said, do not interrupt you, and I respected that. You came in here and talk about the SIDF. Now I'm bringing the truth to bear. You can't handle it. Handle the truth, Minister. Handle the truth. And he never tabled it in here, up to almost $500 million. Madam Speaker, the way he's saying the money was spent, it is not so completely. I tabled the accounts in here. He's talking about commitments. He's not talking about, yes. You ran that the SIDF is a slush fund and should be transparent and everybody should know. And you were the Minister of Finance for 7 years. And you never brought that to light in this honorable house. And now today you are coming to say how the money was spent over 7 years. I am saying to you that your recollection or whatever you're giving here is not based in fact. As a matter of fact, where is the audited reports that you had? I had to do the audited reports by an external auditing firm and tabled in here. Yes, he made audited reports. And you have not given the people an account. I had to give the people an account. And you should really have to answer for the stewardship of it. And it's, you know what's surprising me before I sit down?
You know what he said? That Nevis got their fair share.
Let me read something. They didn't get their fair share. AG, can I say it? You brought up the matter.
Honorable member, you raised it, they're responding.
Yes,
I did not interrupt you. They have a right to respond to what you raised.
Madam Speaker, he talked about Nevis getting the fair share of it. I'm going to read 2 and 3. This is the agreement that he signed, and I'm going to read it. Revenue from passport processing fees under the Citizenship by Investment Program, and this comes from Nevis Pages, a reputable, a known outlet here in the Federation. Fees under the Citizenship by Investment Program shall be shared equitably with the Nevis Island Administration based on a pro rata population basis. It means, therefore, that if Nevis has 25% of the Federation's population, Nevis should have gotten 25% of the proceeds from the CBI program. And I'm reporting here that Nevis dropped short by about $500 million to $600 million. Madam Speaker, this is what they signed to. He brought it up. He said Nevis got the fair share. I am saying no. Revenue from the Sugar Investment Diversification Fund, SIDF, or its successor agency shall be shared equitably with the Nevis Island Administration on a pro rata population basis. Madam Speaker, Nevis saying get close to this. Madam Speaker, he signed something and then behind the back, the administration robbed Nevis. I have the facts here. They signed to this. His administration. The administration led by the member from number 7. Your record can't hide. We have it here. Give Nevis the money. You should have given Nevis the money.
So, member,
Thank you,
okay.
Thank you, Madam
I think
Speaker.
I'm ready to rule on this matter.
No facts, dear facts.
Members, I am ready to rule. Two things. One, honorable member, you indicated that you handed over the perfect CBI product to this administration. This administration is saying that there were no proper records kept and or laid in this parliament, and so that is not something that you can say with factual basis. Secondly, in relation to the point whereby the Nevis Island administration would have received what was promised again, I ruled on that. The accounts are at variance. That was dealt with and that matter is closed. Kindly move on. No other mention of what the CBI product was then and or now, because I've ruled on it and there is no documentary evidence to support your claim. Kindly move on.
Madam Speaker, I must make mention to the fact that in the reports...
You're moving on?
Yeah, I'm moving on, but
I
I'm
have
also
to ask
helping
because I have to start your time.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I'm explaining a point that perhaps you're unaware of. No, not in relation to the CBI program. The revenues are recorded in the accounts of the government.
Well, remember, that is not what we were speaking about. Yes. And again, I ruled on it. Mm-hmm. You said you handed over. I'm not going to repeat it. I ruled on it. Kindly move on. I'm about to restart your time.
Yes, madam.
Let me rephrase, not about to restart your time, I'm about to continue your time. You have 14 minutes left. Kindly present on your substantive presentation.
Yes, Madam Speaker, always ready to proceed in the interests of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the country at large knows truth when truth is spoken. And the efforts of other people to speak the convenient truth will not go well with the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And in the fullness of time, as the discussion is taking place, we will know. But importantly, Madam Speaker, we have the fair share report for a year now. No, I'm wrapping up. I am wrapping up in my 14 minutes. And I'm saying that the fair share report submitted since last year ought to have already come, so that some of the areas of contestation could have been well resolved. When we advise that the appropriate path to go in relation to the matter of fair share was to get an independent, authoritative, governmental body to do the investigation and to advise. We did so, and sound advice. Advice coming from within, from the financial secretary at the time, and advice coming from all the other entities. We wrote to them. We were told that it was not a complex matter, but we had advice, Madam Speaker, regarding the usefulness of withdrawing ourselves, as it were, from the determination, and to allow the independent body with no vested interest on the face of it to make the determination. What we said we will do, in the end, we also learned that the new administration had referred it to the International Monetary Fund for determination by the Bretton Woods institution. And clearly, Madam Speaker, in all of this, we had to come into reconciliation that the most significant legislative or legal document bounding us, the Constitution, had already laid out a framework for sharing within the context of the federal entity and the Nevis Island entity. And so that matter, whatever may have been otherwise put, had to be reconciled with that already authority. It is a constitutional requirement. And at no time no time could there have been a contention reasonably put as to why you would not want an external body to have and to give us the advice. When the advice comes, you can sit, you can negotiate around and with respect to the advice. So we took a proper decision which will withstand the test of time. And in the meanwhile, Madam Speaker, we continue to do all that we can. And I make the further point that the revenues that we were providing in terms of budgetary support to the NIA were not the sum total of the picture. I'm wrapping up, Madam Speaker, and I'm making reasonable point in relation to a matter raised.
I understand that you are wrapping up, but you must do so within the confines of the rules and what I've said in here. I ruled on what is being shared and what was said about the sharing of the revenues with Nevis, with the Nevis Island administration. I've ruled on that. Even in your wrap-up, you are not allowed to circle around and to readdress that matter. So kindly proceed without addressing the fair share and whether it was done properly or not under your administration, because I ruled on that point already.
Madam Speaker, the records reflect all that we had done with respect to the NIA with the support and knowledge of the administration in Nevis. And not once, never was there any contrary position put forward by the NIA to the federal cabinet. I want to just end on that note as a summary with respect to this particular matter. And so those who would wish to put contrary views can bring them, because the records are clear. And we are happy to know that the relationship between the NIA and the federal government was one of the best under Team Unity. And that statement has been made by all who have spoken on it, and the records are there, the videos are there. So we do not feel, Madam Speaker, that our efforts to build a stronger federation in any way did not benefit the people of Nevis as well as the people of St. Kitts. But we had to ensure that we do what we did with an eye on prudence and an eye on the constitutionality of what we were going to do. And I won't say more in relation to that, because that is basically more or less not the substantive matter here. The substantive matter are the appropriations that we must deal with respect to 2026. That is what the subject matter that brought us here. When the report comes, we could have a full discussion on that matter. But it wasn't I who raised it. It was the member for number 8, an objection, that infused that, because I was careful in how I was presenting that. How do we go forward, Madam Speaker, in attempting to take ourselves out of the quagmire in which we have been drawn and misled, that our fiscal house is now being destroyed? That is the question that demands rescuing. Our country needs to be rescued from the failed administration that has brought us there so rapidly, so quickly, that perhaps they themselves may not be aware of the depth to which they have taken us. But the people are aware. I speak on behalf of the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. Many of them are suffering. Many of them will not have $1 on Christmas Day. Many of them are without jobs. Many of them, and I was at a certain restaurant today, and the young lady told me to call her name, but I will not. Because her circumstance is a circumstance of too many young persons around St. Kitts and Nevis. She said, you see me here? I am doing this because things are too hard. By tonight I have to leave this job, go on my main job. But if I don't do it, somebody tell me they got my name, my electricity gone before Christmas. And I can't put my children in that darkness and in that shame. Her companion said to me, Lord, it's really true, you know. Told me, I left home today, nothing to eat. My heart bled. Because this is a situation everywhere. In Bastia, in Keyon, in St. Peter's, in Tabernacle, in St. Paul's, in Old Road, everywhere. None excluded. In St. Kitts and Nevis, it is a tearful time. And it must become even so much harsher because it is the season of goodwill. The season when we should feel merry. The season when parents really want to do something for their loved ones. And as a result of the failure of the government to be sensitive, to move from its wonderland to the people's land, there's a disconnect as wide as the deficit between the government and the people, as in the government management of its resources and grants and its expenditure. The good news at Christmas is that there is a better way. And the People's Labour Party is affording the people of St. Kitts and Nevis an opportunity to join us to rescue the country from the failed administration. And so, despite the despair and disappointment which are so pervasive across the land, from small business to big business at Frigate Bay, there is still an opportunity for hope. Because a determined people, resilient people, can show off the oppressive forces that are putting them into steep poverty. My prayer this Christmas is that the better days will be ushered in by the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, because they have the choice, and there is only one choice that can rescue St. Kitts and Nevis at this time. The People's Labour Party will do that. So, Madam Speaker, I want to end by extending sincere Christmas greetings to all and best wishes to all, both on this side and on the other side, because ultimately it is a task of nation building, and those also who should not be on no side, like the Speaker, the clerks and the deputy clerks and the officers, to all men and women of goodwill, I wish everyone, all the very best. In our democracy, the ideas will contend, and they must be allowed to flourish. and we must prosecute the case which we have to prosecute.
Honorable member.
All in the name of the people of St. Kitts and
Your
Nevis.
time, honorable
So
member,
may
your
it
time
please
is...
you, Merry Christmas to all.
Honorable member, you
All
have
the
exceeded
nothing
your
keeping
time.
at this.
Member, you
Nothing at it.
have exceeded. Honorable members, based on the speaking schedule, we have one additional member from the opposition benches to present. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 5.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to make my presentation on the 2026 budget debate. Before I begin my presentation, Madam Speaker, I honestly do hope that I would not have the same interruptions as the member for number 7 would have endured just now. Madam Speaker, this budget debate, as we are all aware, began on Tuesday. And the mover of the bill, the member for number 8, he spoke for some close to 5 hours. Fortunately for me, Madam Speaker, I had to leave to attend a funeral. Fortunately, I had to leave to attend a funeral in my constituency of Sandy Point. And so I was spared some of what he had to say. I say spared because to a large extent, Madam Speaker, he repeated himself quite a bit. And even in looking at social media, one of the comments that I heard from persons, Madam Speaker, is that we seem to be stuck in 2022 or the years prior to. One young lady posted, we're still talking about 2022 and the years before. One person commented, when you have nothing of substance to produce, you'll always revert to the past. Still trying to convince the country how bad his unity is. Someone else responded, what's that? House of Assembly, no? LOL. I told my mother to listen and tell me what's going on because me busy. But my lady in there sleeping daddy bo. And then the author of the post said, and I quote, if me in a relationship and a man doing this, me and he done, I can't take it. No, basically what she was saying is that if she's in a relationship with a man and he continuously is going back to the past, she would have to finish with him. That is what she's saying. Madam Speaker, as I listened to the budget address, I concluded that this is a budget which lacks innovation and is basically a regurgitation of the same old policies, the same old recitation. And persons might ask why I say that. I said that because as I listened, I honestly hoped to have heard innovative solutions to the issues facing us as a nation. Solutions, Madam Speaker, to the high cost of living. Solution towards the large levels of unproductivity as highlighted in the IMF report. Solutions towards economic diversification. Solution towards what I would refer to as a dwindling pool of local investors. I expected solutions, Madam Speaker, towards a more vibrant private sector that can employ more of our young people rather than the bloated government and payroll that we now have. Madam Speaker, it was the member for number 1 himself who spoke of the STEP program and admitted that the program is in need of reform. The fact is that you have had the program under several different administrations, and still when you look at the program, the government continues to employ the majority of persons under the program. If we are supposed to perhaps take a look at how many persons have transitioned into the private sector or transitioned to become their own employers, the figures, Madam Speaker, perhaps would surprise us. And so I expected the budget to address solutions to these particular issues. But the innovative solutions that I expected, Madam Speaker, they never came. Never materialized during the almost 5 hours of presentation by the mover of the bill. So let's turn our attention, Madam Speaker, to what we heard and to what was presented. And some of it perhaps you would have heard by some of the members coming from this side of the aisles. We were presented, Madam Speaker, with a budget for 2026 that estimates a budget deficit of $152,305,093. Madam Speaker, when you place that into context, that on page 9 of the budget address, the mover of the bill said that an analysis of the 2025 fiscal data revealed that deficits were recorded for the overall and primary accounts of $295.4 million and $279.3 million respectively. We see that we are facing problems that we need to find innovative solutions to. You then turn, Madam Speaker, to the Director of Audit report. And if you go, Madam Speaker, to, I think it is page 6 of the report, she states, for the year 2024, Parliament approved an expenditure budget of $1.09 billion, which included $33 million in debt repayment. Revenue for the year was estimated at $1.14 billion, and this included the sale of government lands, which was budgeted to bring in $15 million. During 2024, a further $177 million of expenditure was approved by supplementary appropriation warrants. As at December 31st, 2024, actual revenue totaled $807 million, and actual expenditure amounted to $1.069 billion, which resulted in an end-of-year deficit of $261 million. So, Madam Speaker, when you look at all 3 documents, 2024, 2025, and 2026, we're seeing massive budget deficits. If you total them, Madam Speaker, you're speaking of approximately $708 million, almost $250 million in budget deficits in 3 short years, 2024, 2025, and 2026 deficits. And some persons may ask the question, Madam Speaker, well, what is the significance of highlighting the fact that we have budget deficits for 3 consecutive years? Some may ask, Well, what is a budget deficit? And so, Madam Speaker, I would want to provide for those persons some explanation. But before I provide that particular explanation, Madam Speaker, one really wonders where this $708 million in deficits have gone. Yes. Where the money gone? What was it spent on, Madam Speaker? Because when you listen to the vast majority of persons out there in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, persons are still crying and bemoaning the high cost of living. No matter which corner of St. Kitts and Nevis you got into, Madam Speaker, you hear persons saying things are not going well. Yes. Things are not going well. $708 million in deficits over 3 years, and what do we have to show for it? And let me say, Madam Speaker, that deficits can be good at times. But let us go into some analysis, Madam Speaker, as to the deficits that we have recurring for the last 3 years. Madam Speaker, as I said, I will provide some explanation. The first one I want to look at is an article entitled The Ultimate Definitive Guide to the Budget Deficit, and it's published by Brookings. And while it refers to the federal budget deficit, basically the explanation is the same. It says the federal budget deficit is the difference between the government's income, that is the money coming in, and its expenditures, the monies which are going out. So it's how much you receive versus how much you spend. For a simple household, for example, if the household is making $1,000 and the household is spending $1,200, you have a deficit of $200. As simple as that. And it says income comes from taxes such as income taxes and payroll taxes, and fees such as the premiums that people pay for Medicare benefits. Expenditures include pretty much everything that the government buys. So if the government is paying for toilet paper for the schools, books for school children, all those things would be considered as part of the expenditures. And it goes on to ask the question, generally speaking, why should deficits worry us? It says there's no particular reason to worry about 1 year's budget deficit. And in this case, we certainly are not speaking about 1 year. We might decide as a country to run temporary deficits for any number of good reasons. To finance a war or deal with a natural disaster. We haven't had any war, Madam Speaker, and certainly we haven't had any natural disasters within the last 3 years. Sometimes short-lived events like serious economic slowdowns will cause revenue to fall for a while. But if the government runs consistently high deficits when the economy is strong, there are two very real dangers. And when you listen to the budget address, Madam Speaker, one doesn't get the impression that anything is wrong with the economy. What we are told is that the country is running well. So if the country is running well and things are booming, as a matter of fact, the point was made that during the course of this year, TDC made the largest profit that it has ever recorded in its history. So if you use that, Madam Speaker, they're basically inferring the economy is strong because TDC has been able to make its largest profit ever. So again, one cannot say, Madam Speaker, that the deficit is a result of an economy that is doing badly, by their own words, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it says the other danger is that deficits can slow economic growth. Well, before going to that, it says, one is financial. The government, like any borrower, must pay interest on all outstanding debt. If debt is growing faster than the economy as a whole, or if interest rates are rising, and especially if both things are happening at the same time, then interest payments will grow faster than the nation's total income. To keep up with those payments, the government will have to raise taxes, cut spending, or borrow still more just to cover the interest. And that is one of the reasons why persons must be concerned. Because if you're going to continuously have these high deficits, you will eventually have to take loans to cover the cost of what you are doing as a government. And to cover those costs, of course, it means is that if you can't cover it, Madam Speaker, is either you raise taxes, you cut spending, or you have to borrow more. As old people will say, you dig a hole to bury an next hole, or to fill a hole. So you dig one hole, you take the dirt out of it, throw it in one hole to fill that hole. And then when you need to cover this one, you dig a next one and throw the dirt inside of it. The other danger is that deficits can slow economic growth. And why they say that? Private saving can be used to pay for private investments or to cover government deficits. So it's basically saying that as citizens, when you save money and you have governments with large deficits, it's either you as a consumer will go and borrow because others have saved, or the government, because it needs money, will borrow from the private savings of individuals. When the government borrows that money, it means that whether a business or a private individual, you have less monies to access to borrow. And especially for businesses which need to expand, because then the government begins to crowd out the monies available to businesses and other entities to borrow from financial institutions. When the government borrows more, it makes it harder for companies and individuals to finance new investments. Without those new investments, businesses cannot expand as quickly as market conditions would support or provide workers with more or better tools, like faster computers or the newest machinery to boost their productivity. Higher deficits in one year don't hurt productivity much, but higher deficits over a longer period of time will have a great impact. And so that's one source, Madam Speaker. The second one, what is government deficit and why it matters? And this one comes from the OECD. And it says government deficits is a key indicator that attracts a lot of policy interests. It reflects when the fiscal balance, also referred to as net lending minus net borrowing, is negative. The fiscal balance represents the difference between the revenue and expenditure of general government for a specific reference period. It goes on, Madam Speaker. While deficits may allow countries to maintain living conditions during economic shocks such as financial crises and the COVID-19 pandemic, which we have long passed since 2020, so again, COVID cannot be used as the excuse for the deficits that we are now experiencing over the last 3 years. Recurrent deficits imply an accumulation of debt that may constrain government's capacity to respond to future shocks. Furthermore, it may lead to growing pressures on public finances and discourage consumption and investment. And in investment, and so for all of these reasons, government deficit is highly scrutinized by financial analysts. And one of the things that this one is saying in particular is that if you have a hurricane or something tomorrow, God forbid, Madam Speaker, because of the high deficits, you basically don't have the ability to absorb the shock because the surpluses are not there. You don't have the savings to be able to respond. And yes, the natural disaster might be to an extent where your savings are wiped out. But at least you would like to have something, Madam Speaker, to some extent, to absorb some of the shocks of a natural disaster, for example. And so we must be concerned, Madam Speaker, about the deficits that we have had over the last 3 years, totaling some $708 million, almost $250 million, Madam Speaker. The deficits matter. And so, Madam Speaker, the people of this federation should become concerned about the financial direction that this Labour administration is taking the country in. It is not a good direction, Madam Speaker, and it is not a good reflection of proper fiscal management, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, really and truly, what we have is a government that is incompetent in terms of managing the finances of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The evidence is clear, Madam Speaker. 2024, 2025, 2026. And Madam Speaker, I am left to wonder, is it every time that a Labour government is in power, we are going to have high deficits and growing debt? I've been in this parliament since for 21 years now. We were in 25? In 2015? We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. And so, Madam Speaker, it seems as though that this is the signature of a Labour administration. Debt, deficits. It seems as though this is what a Labour administration does best. Wrap up debt, increase the deficits. And so, Madam Speaker, I said to you, we had COVID, we had no war, and we had no recession. We had no natural disaster. And I recall that under the former Prime Minister, the member for number 6, when he used to be questioned about the large debt, he used to say, well, we had hurricane, and we had to respond to the hurricanes. And he mentioned several different hurricanes that we have had. But we have not had any. COVID was in 2019. Based on a report that I have here, Madam Speaker, neither did we have any recession. This report here says, and again, Brookings, 9 facts about the Great Recessions and tools for fighting the next downturn.
What's your reference there?
9 facts.
Oh, 9 facts?
Yes, about the Great Recession and tools for fighting the next downturn. And it says between 2007 and between December 2007 and June 2009, the United States experienced the most severe recession in the post-war period. The over 4% decline in gross domestic product was only reversed more than 3 years after the beginning of the recession. And before someone says to me that this report only refers to the United States, then there's a next one here by the World Bank Group, and it is entitled A Decade After the Global Recession. So neither was there global recession. There was no recession globally since 2009. There was no recession in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis since 2009. So what is the reason why we have, over the last 3 years, deficits totaling some $708 million? Madam Speaker, I have come to the conclusion that Labour is the problem. Labour is the problem. If you ain't had no recession, you ain't had no COVID, you ain't had no war, you ain't had no natural disaster. Well, the one thing that we have, that we know of, is a Labour government. So Labour has to be the problem. That is the conclusion I've come to, Madam Speaker. That Labour is the problem. That is why we have deficits totaling $708 million over the last 3 years. We have a Labour government. Labour is the problem. Madam Speaker, and instead of admitting that Labour is the problem, the one refrain that I've been hearing is that the deficit is a result of a downturn in receipts coming from CBI. I've heard, Madam Speaker, during this budget debate and even before, that there was an over-reliance on CBI. Who does that? The usual refrain from the member from number 8. Who does that? I certainly agree, Madam Speaker, that you cannot place all of your eggs in one basket. I have no issue with that. Because if something happens to that basket, it means if the bottom of the basket falls out, you have a problem. The eggs mash up. So in principle, I understand it, Madam Speaker. You can't place all of your eggs in one basket. And so in 2024, from our reports, we saw a sharp decline in CBI revenue. Okay. And so you say we have a deficit because of that. Page 9 of the budget address, Prime Minister himself says, non-tax revenue collections, and this paragraph 18, non-tax revenue collections, last line, were 48.3% lower than expected, primarily on account of a slowdown in activity from the Citizenship by Investment program. And I ask myself, Madam Speaker, if you tell me there's an over-reliance on something, and then you come back when things ain't good, and tell me that the reason why things didn't perform well is because I ain't getting money from the same thing that you tell me there's an over-reliance on. And I'm trying to make it make sense. I am trying to get it to make sense, Madam Speaker. There's an over-reliance on CBI. And then when you don't get the money from CBI, you say to me that that is the reason why you have a deficit. Well, if it is, you know, there's an over-reliance on CBI, why didn't you budget differently to ensure that you get your financing from someplace else? That, for me, Madam Speaker, would make more sense. But I don't see it. I have a report here from the IMF, Madam Speaker. And the IMF report also indicates everybody CBI, CBI, CBI. But one must admit that the IMF has also stated for many years that we need to invest the CBI monies differently. And so it says here in 2025, economic growth is projected to strengthen to 2%, supported by expanding tourism, while inflation is expected to remain stable. In the medium term, growth is forecast to rise to 2.5%, benefiting from large energy projects. I ain't seen a large energy project in 2025.
Yeah.
Where?
Just answer those things.
In 2025?
2026.
Oh, this speaking to 2025. No, 2025, the IMF report. But that is what you all said to the IMF. That the project for geothermal, etc., would come on stream in 2025. But I don't get to more of that. Nonetheless, fiscal deficits are forecasted to remain high in the medium term, driven by expectations of structurally lower CBI revenue, resulting in public debt exceeding 70% of GDP by 2030. So the IMF are also saying to you, CBI revenues ain't coming in, and so you could expect that by 2030, the debt is going to go to 70% of GDP. The Director of Audit report, Madam Speaker, if you go through it, it also speaks so a decrease in CBI revenue. But Madam Speaker, quite importantly, I began asking myself, okay, CBI revenue has been reduced, it is decreased. Therefore, what are the new sources of revenue? But even before going to that, Madam Speaker, I want us to take a look at Volume 1. And as we take a look at Volume 1, Madam Speaker, let us turn to 6-2. And 6-2, Madam Speaker, refers to financial summary, economic classifications, and it looks at total revenue and grants. And basically, Madam Speaker, if you look, you're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4 up, citizenship by investment. And it gives you an estimate of what you can expect from CBI 2026, 2027, 2028. Madam Speaker, for 2026, the amount expected, $240 million. 2027, $252 million. And 2028, $520 million. Madam Speaker, when you do the calculation in terms of what percentage of total revenue is it $240 million for 2026, it's about 27-28%. You do the calculation for 2027, 2028, same thing, Madam Speaker. And so when you look at every single revenue classification, CBI is the biggest contributor towards revenue for the government. And so I ask myself, if there's an over-reliance on CBI, while it is that perhaps the percentage has decreased or the dollar figure has decreased, it is still the biggest single revenue source that the government is depending on for the next 3 years to get money. So what really has changed, Madam Speaker? You said over-reliance. Over-reliance. But what else has, what has changed? It is still the biggest single factor when it comes to generating revenue for the government. There's still that over-reliance, Madam Speaker, on revenue coming from CBI. So is it talk just for the sake of talk, Madam Speaker? It appears that way. You don't see any decrease to say, well, okay, we transition in a way from depending on the revenue coming from CBI. As a matter of fact, 2026 compared to 2027, there's expected to be an increase of some $12 million. And you look at the other revenue sources, you don't see any such increase for any other revenue source to that extent. So are we still having that over-reliance? Based on the figures presented, Madam Speaker, I have to come to the conclusion that nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. And so if come 2026 or 2027 or 2028, we find ourselves in a position similar to Antigua or Dominica, I don't know what the deficit is going to be like. It's probably going to be worse. Probably going to be worse, and that is why I said, Madam Speaker, from the very start, that I expected a budget that would speak to some of the problems that we're having and finding innovative solutions to those problems. What is new? What are you bringing to the table that is new? What are you bringing to the country which is new? The budget doesn't reflect anything new in it, Madam Speaker. No creative ideas, Madam Speaker. And so I have come to the conclusion, Madam Speaker, that there is nothing. One expected a budget, Madam Speaker, that in terms of economic diversification, you would see policies and programs leading to economic diversification, because quite clearly we need to diversify our economy to ensure that financially we are on a better footing. The budget lacks that, Madam Speaker. Whether you listen to it or you go through it, Madam Speaker, you don't see the economic diversification. You don't see it. I have an article here from CS Global, and it's entitled, "What is Economic Diversification?" And it says here, Madam Speaker, economic diversification is defined by the process of shifting an economy away from a single income source towards multiple sources from a growing range of sectors and markets. It typically falls into one of two categories: product diversification and export diversification. The former refers to diversifying an economy in regards to the goods and services it produces, while the latter is about introducing new products into an economy's export portfolio and breaking into new markets. Madam Speaker, goods and services, diversifying an economy in regards to the goods and services it produces. Where in this budget have you heard about any new goods and services that we are going to offer? None. Zero. Zilch. Missing. Introducing new products and breaking into new markets. What are the new products? What are the new markets? Tabasco? Tabasco peppers? Construction, the construction missing. No, it's there. Where? Look at the budget. I am coming to those. I am going to come to those. What construction activity? Year after year we hear about construction activity and we can't see it, but I'm going to come to those. I'm coming to those. Bastia in particular I want to speak about. Houses, I'm coming to all of those. I'm coming to all of those. Missing. And it says the main advantages of economic diversification include boosting economic growth, reducing short-term macroeconomic volatility, and creating an environment conducive to external investment. What economic diversification strategies are commonly used? And Madam Speaker, as I go through them, I would want somebody on the opposite side to tell me the examples of these coming out of this budget for 2026. Implementing an appropriate incentive framework for businesses. This is predicated upon a transparent and predictable business and investment climate. For example, by removing bias against exporting and ensuring effective competition in key markets, businesses are well placed to thrive. You heard anything in the budget about having a transparent and predictable business and investment climate? No, Madam Speaker. When you come in as an investor, you apply for something, you aren't sure if you're going to get it, because the transparency is not there across the board, so that you know if you're bringing a particular investment, the investment is of this particular amount, it is of this particular type, this is what you can expect. Transparency across the board. Didn't hear anything about that. Investing in infrastructure and coordinated policy reforms to reduce trade costs. Reducing trade costs is key to countries being able to integrate themselves within the global economy and successfully diversify as a result. Again, missing from this budget. Reallocating economic resources to support new activities. We have neither heard of any reallocation or any new economic activities. Missing, Madam Speaker. If you're going to diversify your economy, what are the new areas that you're going to go into? And so you take that critical look at what resources you have and how do I begin to reallocate resources, because this is now the new focus in terms of the economic diversification that the country is heading towards. Missing from the budget, Madam Speaker. Introducing policies to target specific market. Policy and institutional failures. These policies also help businesses flourish. For instance, a lack of regulation around overseas market standards may be holding organizations back from successfully exporting their products and services abroad. Again, Madam Speaker, the budget doesn't address this. It doesn't address this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you go back to supporting your activities, crucial to this are things like labor market policies and the provision of financial assistance to businesses and industries. Madam Speaker, when last you took a walk up 4th Street? You don't walk up 4th Street, you drive up there? Perhaps you drive up 4th Street, Madam Speaker. Once ago, when you walk up 4th Street, you drive up 4th Street, Madam Speaker, what do you see? Most of the business is owned by locals. You go up 4th Street now, Madam Speaker, almost every single business on 4th Street is owned by foreign entities. The local businesses disappearing. It's not that they have relocated elsewhere, Madam Speaker. They have disappeared. And the member for number 6 is shaking his head because he agrees.
Why?
But you were the Prime Minister for 20 years, perhaps I should ask you.
No, they have not disappeared.
They have disappeared.
They have not disappeared yet.
But they disappear now.
I have been out of office for 10 years.
So maybe you need to ask your leader, your Prime Minister.
I was there for 10 years.
You were there for 10?
But 7 years you were in power.
Local businesses have disappeared from 4th Street, Madam Speaker. And it's not that they have gone elsewhere. Closed down, Madam Speaker. You ain't seen them. And so I am asking in terms of this budget, Madam Speaker, what is there to ensure that this trend doesn't continue? You don't get it coming from this budget, Madam Speaker. Why is it that the foreign businesses and the local businesses cannot be here at the same time? Why is it that locals are leaving? And so you ask the question, in terms of economic diversification strategies, what is in this budget to provide financial assistance to businesses and industries? Nothing, Madam Speaker. Nothing. The budget is void of such. Madam Speaker, turn to a next article. And this one, Madam Speaker, comes from the World Bank Group. And it says economic diversification remains a challenge for most developing countries and is arguably greatest for countries with the lowest incomes as well as for those whose economies are small, landlocked, and are dominated by primary commodity dependence. Why economic diversification matters? Economic diversification is a key element of economic development in which a country moves to more diverse production and trade structure. A lack of economic diversification is often associated with increased vulnerability to external shocks that can undermine projects for longer-term economic growth. Nothing in the budget, Madam Speaker, to address this. Diversification helps to manage volatility and provide a more stable path for equitable growth and development. Successful diversification is all the more important now in the wake of slowing global growth and the imperative in many developing countries to increase the number and quality of jobs. So, Madam Speaker, one would think that a budget which is forward-looking, a budget which recognizes that the main contributor is still CBI, would offer alternatives and would begin to address economic diversification. But again, as I said, Madam Speaker, this budget falls woefully short in terms of that. Madam Speaker, I want to go back to Volume 1. Because as I said to you, Madam Speaker, nothing new in here. No new sources of revenue. Well, let me correct it myself, Madam Speaker. One new source of revenue. One new source of revenue identified in this budget. And what is the one new source of revenue, Madam Speaker? Page 6.2. Hospital fees, of which MRI fees. The only new source of revenue in this budget, Madam Speaker, is coming from persons going to the hospital to use the new MRI machine which is being installed at the hospital. That's the only new source of revenue. For the first year, 2025, the amount approved was 1.5. 1,560,000. Well, the machine ain't working up to yet, so for 2025, zero was collected. But for 2026, the estimated amount 650,000. 2027, 700,000. And 2028, 750,000. The only new source of revenue identified according to this budget, Madam Speaker, is basically a fee that persons will have to pay to use the MRI facilities at the hospital. Nothing new, nothing different, and that is why I say, Madam Speaker, that this budget lacks innovation. It doesn't provide solutions to the problems plaguing us as a people. The issues plaguing us as a country, Madam Speaker. The budget doesn't provide any of that. The biggest increase, as I said, is still in terms of revenues coming in from the Citizenship by Investment program. One new source of revenue. Hospital fees. The poor people will have to pay to use the MRI machine. That's the only new source of revenue, and next tax on the pockets of poor people in this country. Whether you want to call it a tax, whether you want to call it a service fee, it is money coming out of the people's pocket in order to access the services of the MRI machine. I said whether you want to call it a tax or whether you want to call it a fee. I ain't gonna argue with you about that. It's still money coming out of poor people's pocket to use the MRI machine. That is what it is. And one even has to wonder about it in light of the fact that we said national insurance is coming for everybody. National insurance coming for everybody. The only new thing in here You over there arguing about whether it is a fee or whether it is a tax. I thought that perhaps you would have said to me that there are other new sources of revenue that I haven't identified. That perhaps would have been a more appropriate answer, Madam Speaker, sitting on the government benches. Where are the new sources of revenue? They're lacking. The budget is empty. The budget doesn't address the critical concerns of the people of this country. As the member for number 7 says, there's a disconnect. A disconnect. And so, Madam Speaker, what we're probably going to find ourselves doing is borrowing more money, going further into debt. The budget address, Madam Speaker, page 40 of the budget address, Madam Speaker, the mover of the bill indicated. Where did I put my card? The mover of the bill, Madam Speaker, indicated on page 40. Yes. First paragraph, Madam Speaker. Let me go over to the previous page and start with the full paragraph, paragraph 129. So starting on page 39. Madam Speaker, equally important, we are keeping a watchful eye on the management of the public sector debt. In terms of the outlook, as at end December 2025, the total public sector debt is projected at 1.7 billion, which represents an increase of 58.7 million, or 3.6% as compared to 2024. So between 2024 and 2025, according to the mover of the bill, we have already seen an increase of debt to the extent of 58.7 million. The rise in the debt stock was mainly attributed to an increase in the central government debt, which rose by 97.4 million, or 15.8%. The medium-term outlook shows a slight increase in the debt-to-GDP ratio. At the end of 2025, the debt-to-GDP ratio is forecasted to increase to 58.7%, a 1.1 percentage points rise compared to 57.6% for December 2024. Over the forecasted period, 2026 to 2028, the debt ratio is expected to remain below the 60% benchmark set for the ECCU member countries to achieve by 2035. The debt-to-GDP ratio is forecasted to decline in 2026 to 57.0% and continue its downward trajectory to 54.9% in 2027 and 51.9% in 2028. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to maintaining the debt stock at sustainable levels. That's coming from the mover of the bill. Now I want to turn to the IMF report, which came out in May of 2025. And let us look at what the IMF report is projecting relative to the public debt for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, on page 8 of the report, it says public debt, public sector debt. 2024, 52%. 2025, 61%. It's more than what the mover of the bill is saying it will be. 2026, 66%. 2027, 67%. 2028, 69%. And 2029, 71%. 2030, 72%. And so one might ask the question, well, whose words do I accept? Do I accept the figures presented by the member for number 8, or do I accept the projections coming from the IMF? Well, Madam Speaker, quite honestly, I will accept what is coming from the IMF. And you know why I'm going to accept what is coming from the IMF, Madam Speaker? Because the same IMF report, Madam Speaker, indicates that, let me find the particular paragraph, Madam Speaker. In May of this year, Madam Speaker, I can't find the specific paragraph that I'm looking for. But basically what that paragraph, Madam Speaker, indicates is that I think is in respect of 2025 that the authorities said to the IMF that in terms of the deficit, only a small deficit is expected. A small deficit is expected, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, based on what I said to you earlier and to this House earlier, the deficit certainly is small. So the authorities could say one thing, but the reality is a totally different story. And that is what we are seeing. So I prefer to go with what the IMF is saying, because the IMF didn't expect it to be a small deficit. But the authorities said to them, it is going to be a small deficit, and primarily on account of geothermal and some other things. Still trying to find it, Madam Speaker, because I don't want anybody to say that I am making up any sort of stories. I don't want anybody to say that. Oh, okay, it's right here, page 8. The authorities largely concord with staff projections, but are more optimistic about growth. So he said the authorities were optimistic about growth. They largely concord with staff projections, but are more optimistic about growth. They anticipate that growth will strengthen in 2025 and remain elevated over the medium term, bolstered by tourism and large construction projects. I don't know where the large construction projects are. They noted that the green energy transition as part of the Sustainable Island State Agenda will contribute to positive medium-term outlook. Regarding the fiscal outlook, the authorities project only a small fiscal deficit in 2025. Madam Speaker, I'll go back to my earlier notes. Deficit for 2025. Deficit for 2025. 152 for 2026. And for 2025, the member for number 8 indicated that the deficit is $295.4 million. How many persons in here could count $294 million? How that become small, Madam Speaker? How that become small? $294 million. But the authorities told them they expect a small deficit. But 294 small? No. What about that? That could be small, Madam Speaker. Nothing about $294 million could be considered to be small. And so I prefer to go with the projections coming from the IMF than to go with the projections coming from the authorities. Because quite clearly, what they have said to the IMF isn't what materialized by their own admission. Their own admission, Madam Speaker. So I can't accept it, so I prefer to go with what the IMF has said. Madam Speaker, we went before the IMF before, you know. Member for number 6 can tell you. Went before the IMF before.
Successfully.
I don't expect you to say anything differently. A fisherman never say fish stinks yet. Fisherman never say fish stink yet. Fisherman never say fish stink. So me expect you to say nothing differently. So we went before the IMF before, and it seems as though that is where we are going again. Madam Speaker, I don't know if it's in the budget address, but I sat here, and the member for number 8 said that in terms of treasury bills, he had a concern that you had to have must be 10,000 or something like that dollars in order to buy treasury bills, the bonds. And so he said he changed it so that if you have $500 and you want to buy bonds, you could buy bonds. Madam Speaker, in this guava crop time, if me had $500, me gonna put it in this government hand? Me? Considering what has transpired in the past, Madam Speaker, considering what has transpired in the past, when you had deficit after deficit after deficit, increasing debt year after year after year, me gonna put me $500 in bonds for the government?
Honourable Member, you have just about hit the 1 hour mark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Me, Madam Speaker, Brimstone Hill invested in treasury bonds. And what? Brimstone Hill couldn't get back the money. The churches invested in treasury bills, couldn't get back the money. TDC, the banks couldn't get back the money. And me, a poor man, gonna invest my money? I prefer to put it under my bed or to put it in a credit union. Not in the government hands. Well, let me put it in a bank. Instead of, you're going to take it from under my bed? Not me, Madam Speaker, for what reason? Because history has shown that when you invest with this government, you're in jeopardy of getting back your money.
No, come on.
But that is what has happened.
Come on.
It has happened. And so that is why I say, Madam Speaker, in terms of this budget, there's nothing to stimulate growth, nothing to stimulate jobs, and nothing to reduce the high cost of living, nothing to encourage investments by locals. And in the interim, the ministers continue to joyride all over the world. And while they're joyriding, imagine you have schools and the children eating lunch like when people walk in on shift. You ain't got enough fork, you ain't got enough spoon. Yes, it's true. It is true. It is true. You got to wait until...
Honourable Member, I understand that, just a minute, I understand that you want to cheer on the member. But please, you can't be louder than the member. I have to hear. Be respectful, please.
Children eating on shift because not enough spoon and not enough forks there. So some have to eat, and while they wash the spoons and the forks, when they finish eating, and next set got to eat. I have had to assist a school with spoons and forks. I have had to assist a school with spoons and forks. But then again, maybe some of you can't relate. Which one of you over there have a child going private in a public school? Probably going Sky Academy and ICCS and all the other expensive private schools. So you probably cannot relate. But it is the reality. In public schools, when you all travel and you all sit down and knock glass and eat your steak, and you take up the fork, remember the school children. Buy some spoons and buy some forks for them. Because it seems as though the government cannot afford to buy them. That is the reality. That is where we are today. Dramatizing? I'm speaking the truth. Children up there, Washington Archibald High School, when rain come, they getting wet. Because you got leaking roofs up there. Sandy Point High School, no functional library. Library closed down for months now, Madam Speaker. Months now. And that is why you said that things are not going well.
You was the Minister of Education.
Labour is the problem. Labour is the problem. Things not going well in this country, Madam Speaker. Things ain't going well. Madam Speaker, you want to get up on a point of order? None of your projects. Ask about Tabasco. Madam Speaker, I see not one Tabasco pepper exported out of the country to date. Not one, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, that is what we have happening in this country. And I'm trying to move on quickly, Madam Speaker, because I don't know if they're going to give me additional time if I ask. Madam Speaker, and I hope the cameraman can zoom in. What this is, it's a faucet in my bathroom home. Gone home Monday night, turn on the faucet, not even air come out of it. Not one drop of water. And this going on for years now, Madam Speaker. That's in the off position, that's in the on position. You see any water coming out of it? Years now, that is the reality that we live with in Sandy Point. If I pay my bill, you disconnected me. And many other places, a police officer messaged me, tell me they're fed up of working in Sandy Point. It is unsanitary. It is unsanitary that you can't get water in the evening. Next project, Madam Speaker, that we heard about, the housing project. 600 houses to be built, Madam Speaker. 600 houses to be built per year. 2,400. Madam Speaker, one article here. Land cleared in St. Peter's and Sandy Point for expansion of government's housing program. Dated December 13th, 2024. This is what, December 18th, 2025, more than a year later, Madam Speaker. Next article. PM Joe shares progress as land clears in Sandy Point for construction of new climate-smart homes. Well, I went by this site, Madam Speaker. I look from the west to the east. I look from the north to the south. The south to the north, the east to the west. And not even a full cub. As on the site, Madam Speaker. Not one house built to date. Not one single house. And so, we hear year after year these projects coming, but we can't see them. We can't see them. Smart Hospital. Again, article after article about this Smart Hospital, Madam Speaker. Government of St. Kitts and Nevis advances modernization efforts with Climate Smart Hospital and Basti High School project. Madam Speaker, the only thing constructed down there is a big billboard. Not a thing else. Not a thing else. We recently heard construction is going to start this month. Well, construction of a billboard did take place this month. That is the only thing which has happened down there. Nothing else. No projects to stimulate the economy. And next one. Hotel Indigo to be constructed in St. Kitts and Nevis after a 10-year delay. This article dated, Madam Speaker. Come on with what? Yes. Where is SK now? Yes, not me. Well, look the headline there. Me not make it up. Hotel Indigo, and you're in the picture as part of the groundbreaking ceremony. You hearing about it?
Your time is running. You're responding to me. You're speaking to me.
Thank you. Yes, but Madam Speaker saved me from him and I wouldn't have to respond to him. And so, Madam Speaker, I went and I took a picture. All you got over there is a fence. No project over there, no hotel over there.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 6.
Hotel Indigo. The groundbreaking ceremony took place just about 10 months, 12 months ago. I'm telling you, don't tell me, I was there.
January 12, 2024.
For what you just said, you said 10 years ago.
But that's what the headline says.
But the headline is wrong. Obviously, you just said it.
Proceed, honourable member.
Is the government news department put it out? SKNIS, not me. Well, tell them it's wrong. But more important than that is since January 2024, it says construction starting, groundbreaking ceremony. Nothing over there except a fence. Nothing. Sorry.
Member for number 7, you presented, your time has passed. I have no issues with anybody speaking in the background. Everyone is doing it, they're doing it in jest, but you can't be using offensive remarks like that, overpowering the speaker. And in particular to the speaker didn't interrupt you at all. So please, I can't hear the member. So please, allow the member to present. Thank you. Speaking from your chair, which is a breach of the rules. Please be respectful. Present.
A new deal. The Ritz-Carlton Resort Hotel and Residences to break ground in 2025. Today is the 18th. 13 days left in the month. Went over there, took a next picture. Where the hotel be? Where is the hotel? Where is the hotel? No hotel over there. Nothing to stimulate the economy, Madam Speaker. And the last one that I want to come to, Madam Speaker, is the Bastille High School. I heard construction has started, and so I went up there to see the construction. Not even a hot to see up there for the workers to use. This is what I saw. But, Madam Speaker, I've saved this one for last, because I have some questions to ask about that, Madam Speaker. If construction has started on the Bastille High School, who is the contractor which has been awarded this particular construction project? Who is the contractor? Member for number 1 was quite vocal a few minutes ago. Who is the contractor? Is it a company by the name of Pre-Conco, saying it's limited? Is it a company by the name of Pre-Conco Limited? The member for number 8 said nobody must speak about Bastille High School. And he said some $20-something million had been spent. $21 million had been spent and nothing there to show for it. Has Pre-Conco been given $10 million to date in respect of mobilization fees for Bastille High School? Has Pre-Conco been given $10 million to date in respect of mobilization fees for the construction of Bastille High School? Member for number 1, gone quiet. Has Pre-Conco been given a contract for $100,350,000 to build the Bastille High School? $271 million to build the Bastille High School? When you look at the budget at the Volume 2, Madam Speaker, Volume 2 in respect of Bastille High School says the estimated total cost is $35 million. 35 million. Has Preconco been given a contract for $271 million to build Bastia High School? Why is the budget address saying 35 million if a contract has been given for $271 million to build the Bastia High School? Nobody must talk about Bastia High School. Well, I'm talking about it. And I dare anybody in here to tell me something differently. Tell me that 10 million US dollars today, 27 million EC dollars, have not been given to Preconco in respect of the Bastia High School. Tell me if Preconco hasn't been given a contract for $100 million, $350,000 to build the Bastia High School, $271 million to build a school. $271 million. Member for number one gone quiet, Minister of Education gone quiet. I asking questions. I asking questions. I asking questions. Answer the questions. Answer the questions. I ain't misleading nobody. And anybody dare me to say I'm misleading, I publish the facts. I publish the facts. $271 million. Who the company belongs to? $10 million to date, or you ain't about it? Did this go through a bidding process? Did it go through a tendering process? Because according to the Procurement Act, these are supposed to go through a bidding process. What bidding process did it go through, Madam Speaker? What bidding process did it go through? Where's the transparency? Nobody talk about Bastia High School. Well, I talking about it, and nobody want to answer me. Not a soul want to answer me. And then we like to come in here and speak about transparency. But where is the transparency in respect of the Bastia High School? Where is it? Member for number 6, you could help me?
I want to point of order, Madam Speaker, because, sorry.
Be careful, you know.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 6.
Right. You see, because a moment ago, the member for number 5 said he was asking a question. He threw out figures. And then he's commenting. That can't be right. This is the house. This is the house. So you can't be making a statement where it is clouded in uncertainty and inaccuracy, but yet you go on to make a point as if it is a fact. That cannot be right with respect. Those things should be withdrawn. But is you in charge of this house now?
Honorable member, conduct yourself properly. You are seated. A member is on his feet addressing the chair. Be respectful. This is about the 3rd time that I've asked you to be respectful since you finished presenting. Kindly conduct yourself properly. You know better. Honorable member for St. Christopher 5, would you like to respond?
Madam Speaker, as I indicated, I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions. Answer if they have the answers.
Rightfully so. You began by asking questions. You then entered into territory where you were making a statement. So kindly move on.
I will move on, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. I think I have said enough with respect to the Bastia High School, and my time is moving. And I still have quite a bit more that I would hope to be able to present, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to move on to the cost of living. Because, Madam Speaker, we have been told over and over again that things are well. But like I said, when you speak to people out there, they tell you things are not going well. things are hard in the country. But the government knows it, because earlier this year, the government would have given 13% relief in terms of VAT of 4% and $250 to some households for a period of 6 months. I went in a bank this morning, this week, Madam Speaker, and one of the things that somebody in the bank said to me is they're seeing an increase in terms of loans, people coming in for loans, more so compared to any other point in time, especially last year. People don't have money, Madam Speaker. It seems as though there's some belief, and even in terms of the report, the member for number 8 who presented the budget. Can I remember?
On a point of order.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher.
Yeah, I never intended to respond to the member from number 5, but listening to him, he's making all sorts of statements that I would have to respond. He said that people in the country don't have money. Where is the proof for that? I would say a number of things. One, the highest minimum wage we have ever had in St. Kitts and Nevis. That's a fact. 2, hundreds if not thousands of GA workers now enjoy a true gratuity payment that you take away from them. 3, they now have a pension that they never had before. And 4, the economy has grown this year. So I hear you over there making those statements which are in hyperbole, but actually a lot of them are conjecture and nothing stated in fact. I want to say today that what you are saying, you have no facts for, and therefore this is just conjecture.
Would you like to respond, honourable member?
Madam Speaker, you go out and you ask the vast majority of people in the country.
You're responding to me or you're commenting?
I'm responding to you, Madam Speaker. People out, this is what persons out in the country are saying to you, Madam Speaker. They don't have any money. Yes, the minimum wage has increased, but the cost of living has also increased. And so, Madam Speaker, that is what I want to focus on for this, the final part of my presentation.
Very well. Confine your remarks to that.
Madam Speaker, minimum wage has increased, as I said. And page 8 of the budget address, it says, and it refers to the budget boost wallet, it says this coupled with the increase in minimum wage of $500 per week has significantly curbed inflation and safeguarded the purchasing power of our citizens throughout the year. But the fact is, persons are still out there complaining that they cannot make ends meet in this country. And so for the last part of my presentation, Madam Speaker, I want us to look at somebody earning minimum wage, living in Sandy Point, a single mother, 3 children, Madam Speaker. 3 children, 1 in high school, 1 in primary school, 1 still in Pampers. And Madam Speaker, I went into, I'll ask for the additional half an hour and see if they'll be so gracious as to give it to me. I'm not being antagonistic. I said, and see if they'll give it to me. And so, Madam Speaker, I went to a supermarket last night and I tried to put myself in place of that person. And I picked up some items that I think single mother making minimum wage, 3 children would pick up in a supermarket. And so I want the persons in the media booth to assist me with the presentation. They won't hear it. of milk, I think about 5 tins of milk, Madam Speaker. 5 tins of milk. 2 packs of flour, Madam Speaker. Small mayonnaise. And Madam Speaker, as I pick them up, you know, I look for some brands that they didn't even exist. 1 Sunny Delight. Not even the tomato ketchup in the bottle, tomato ketchup in the plastic bag, Madam Speaker, because as I said, I was trying to be as conservative as possible. 2 packets of sugar, Madam Speaker. I think that's the other flour. Pack of Milo to make tea. Two packets of rice. Not the name brand rice. Rice that were out in the plastic bag. Bottle of cooking oil. Peanut butter. Two tins of peas and carrots. What is the point? I'm getting to the point. 2 tins of beef. I actually think it's 3 tins. I'm speaking to the standard of living, the cost of living. Tin of butter, a Sunquick. Nothing excessive. One crate of egg. Two bread. Can't even last 2 days. I don't eat bread. Pack of corn. Pack of sweet pepper. Pack of onions. Pack of Irish potatoes. No, they make inexpensive things. One thing at saltfish. You don't buy those, I show you to buy more expensive thing. Pack of fish. Or they don't buy that, what do they buy? So what do they buy? 1 pack of chicken wing. 1 pack of meat. Don't buy meat either. But that means things even worse than I thought if they don't buy them things. 1 pack of drumstick. And 1 pack of chicken neck. Me, I don't need, come. Pack of toilet paper. I said a single mother, put yourself a single mother. 1 Clorox, I couldn't find a smaller one. I was to pick up a slightly smaller Clorox. Pack of Pampers for the baby. Two roll-on, 1 for the mother, 1 for the child in high school. Pack of oats. Two pack of spaghetti. Can't last a month, you know. Kool-Aid. No, the video in about 6-7 minutes. Only about 6-7 minutes. The video is no longer than that. 4 craft dinner. One pack cheese. Yes, you tell me they don't eat that kind of cheese either. Pack of red peas, pack of lentils. Nothing excessive. Almost finished. A month. Or they don't do that because they can't afford. I guess you can tell me they can't afford to do that. For a month. Trying to shop for a month. 14 a sardine. think about maybe 4 or so things are Vienna sausage. So things are food for the baby. Tuna fish. Those the rest milk. They're in a big shopping. $715, Madam Speaker. $715. When I got to the cashier, I told the cashier where I'm buying them. The cashier told me she has a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 4-year-old. And she said those items cannot last 2 weeks in her house. Cannot last for 2 weeks in her house. And we somehow think that things are well. That because minimum wage has increased, that people could afford to shop and shop comfortably. But the fact is that the cost of living is high.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
I recognize
to live through his video and ensure...
I recognize the Honourable Member for saying Christopher 8.
I had to live through his video, and I will bring plenty videos when I wrap up. But there are a couple of things I would like to say with respect to that. What is so dear is a number of food items, and a lot of them imported outside of St. Kitts and Nevis. What the Caribbean is suffering from, Carnation milk, Kellogg's cornflakes, and so forth, is what you call imported inflation. We see inflation in the United States of America, and therefore, when you buy things from the United States of America, anything originate there, and there's inflation, you will also suffer some inflation. So all countries suffer from that. Ain't nothing they can do about that either. That's one point. The second point I would like to make is that St. Kitts and Nevis now has an inflation rate less than 1%, which is possibly the lowest in the OECS and across the region. Less than 1%. And we addressed it how we were supposed to address it. We increased the minimum wage to the highest in the OECS, one of the lowest inflation and the highest minimum wage to deal with the cost of living. We also increased civil servants' salaries, Madam Speaker, to make sure that people can have more spending power as a result. As was mentioned, we gave support to help to deal with the inflation when it was at the highest, and that is why we were able to temper it significantly. Within all of that, Madam Speaker, increasing minimum wage, increasing wages for our people, increasing pension, Madam Speaker, the cost of living. I want to say that the GAE workers, if time was so hard, why did they decrease the GAE workers' gratuity? They did it in 2021. cut their gratuity.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Can I finish my point? Exactly. He knows the rules. You can't say that you're not presenting.
On a point of order.
Turn off your mic,
have
please.
a point of order on a point of order.
Respect. You know, when he's speaking, you call him on a point of order. I'm responding to him. Madam Speaker, they cut the calculation for the GAE workers' gratuity benefit. It is a fact. Yes, Madam Speaker, I presented that in here. The second thing they did, they never gave the GAE workers a pension. If they think life was so hard, why didn't you give the people a pension? We gave them a pension. If life was so hard, listen. You already spoke. I'm surprised you're here still. Madam Speaker, if they think that life was so hard, why is it in 7 years they did not increase the minimum wage by a single dollar, Madam Speaker? Not by a single dollar. They didn't give the GAE workers, as I've said, an increase. And I'm saying that we increase minimum wage, gratuity payment, wages for civil servants, and we also make sure that the gratuity was properly calculated. That's us looking across the population and helping our people. I would not deny that there are challenges, because if you go to the United States of America right now, there is inflation. Nobody can escape the inflation from the United States. But we have made sure we have the highest wages. We have made sure there's pensions. We have made sure that there is gratuity payment. And the other thing, Madam Speaker, when it comes to helping our people, for the first time, we have made healthcare lifelong for our civil servants who have retired, because many of them retired from Sandy Point and from Tabernacle. And when they retire, many of them lose their pension. Can you imagine these police officers at 75 and people living longer these days can lose their pension and they get sick? People got broke. The insurance they would lose at 75. And Madam Speaker, what we said is that we're going to give police officers, teachers, civil servants, the same lady in Sandy Point, if she were working, they have lifetime pension. And as a result of having that lifetime insurance, if they go to get sick at that age, they will still be covered and they don't have to use all of their savings, because many people are going broke right now because they get sick in the later years and leaving their family in debt. I'll finally say, highest wages, pension, gratuity payment, extended insurance, increase in wages, and having the lowest inflation in the OECS. Highest wages, lowest inflation, because our inflation is now less than 1%. We understand what people are going through, and we address and continue to address the situation. And I ask our people, let us eat local. Let us go local. Because when we import from the United States, even if they were there, because there is inflation in the United States, there will also be levels of inflation in the Caribbean, because we are a small, open economy. But we are responding to the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member. Honourable Member of St. Christopher 5, would you like to respond?
Madam Speaker, I heard the point of order from the member for number 8. And the first thing I want to say, Madam Speaker, is that he spoke to things which I didn't necessarily speak to. And indeed, he has time during his wrap-up, Madam Speaker, to speak to some of these things. Whether it is GAE and some of these other things, I didn't say anything about the GAE. I spoke to the cost of living. I spoke to the minimum wage.
Cost of living, minimum wage, cost of living.
Member is on his feet.
Those are, I confined my presentation to that, Madam Speaker. And it was in the context, Madam Speaker, of somebody, single mother, is shopping for a family. Even to say to me, Madam Speaker, that items are imported from the US and inflation is in the US. The fact is that the majority of items that we consume here, Madam Speaker, they're imported, whether from the US or elsewhere. So telling me that because they're imported, we don't have any control doesn't mean that the reality isn't that these are the prices and that persons can barely make ends meet. Sure.
Honourable Honourable members, the member for St. Christopher 5 spoke to the cost of living. The member for St. Christopher 8 rose on a point of order and spoke to the source for the cost of living being increased, and he spoke to the fact that the cost of living is due to inflation. You know, we're not speaking about the source of the inflation, simply the fact that the cost of living has increased. I'll have to side with the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 5 in relation to that point. You may proceed. Bearing in mind that you have 1 minute left on your allotted time.
Madam Speaker, I respectfully request an additional half an hour. I don't intend to use the full time because I think most of what I intend to speak to, I have been able to do so.
The question is that the Honourable Member be permitted to speak for a further period not exceeding 30 minutes. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. You may proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I tried to look at, before I got there, as I said, I was having a conversation with the cashier at the supermarket. And the cashier said to me, I have 3 children, a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old. She said, well, I don't know which one, they're into sports. And she said, before 2 weeks, the items will be all consumed. I showed the slip. The items would be all consumed. So it means very shortly, you have to go back to the supermarket to buy additional items. And the assumption, as I said, Madam Speaker, is this is a single parent who is on minimum wage, making $2,000 per month. You take 5% out of that, Madam Speaker, you're left with $1,900, 5% in respect of Social Security. Even if you make the assumption, Madam Speaker, that that particular parent is getting $900 in child support, $300 a month for each child, you get an additional $75 a week.
How much you want for Unity?
Extra $900
So how much you want for
to give you $2,800, Madam Speaker.
2,000 on the labor, how much on the Unity? More than 2,000 on the labor, how much on the Unity?
I didn't disturb him, you know. Didn't disturb him. Sat there for his entire budget presentation. With the exception of when I went funeral.
How much that
I sat and I enjoyed it. And even as I was driving to the funeral, I still listened to it. I said as I was driving to the funeral, listen.
But your time is running,
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you for the reminder. And so, Madam Speaker, she said to me, she said, you ain't even buying a seasoning. I said, that's true. If you want to cook a pot of soup, nothing in there to cook soup. Sunday come, you want to do a little coleslaw, nothing in there for that, Madam Speaker. If the mother runs out of sanitary pads, nothing in there for that. And I can go through and through, Madam Speaker. The child gets sick, you need to take the child to the doctor. That's additional money. No snacks in there. You ain't see a single snack inside there, Madam Speaker, because as I said, I was trying to be conservative as possible. Some of the items that I pick up, I never even heard us of those brands before. Never heard us of them before. But I tried to be conservative. And so, Madam Speaker, I went through and I said, okay, $715. 2 children, 2-bedroom house, I said $800. And even when I was speaking to some persons about it, I went to a business place last night. One lady told me she is renting a studio apartment for $800 a month. And next one told me a 1-bedroom apartment, $1,100 a month. And so I estimated, okay, rent, $800. The food, the receipt you cite, $715. Cable, $50. Electricity, $120. I called a few persons, so why is it just about the cheapest internet package you could get? They said 160. If she's traveling from Sandy Point to Bastille to work, that's $350 go, $350 come, $35 a week, $140 a month. The child in high school, you probably have to give that child lunch. I said $10 a day, $50 a week, $200 a month. Your phone, you tap it up. I only gave her a phone, I ain't even sent none for the child. They told me about $25 a week, $100 a month. Tank of gas, $30. Water bill, $20. And if she has anything on her purchase, I said, put in $100 for that. The amount, Madam Speaker, $2,435. $2,435. As I said, if you add in and you say, well, okay, $900 for child support, that's $2,800. So you have a surplus of $365. But when you look at the surplus of $365, the items in the shopping cart, they can't last you a month. So you have to go back to the supermarket before. Nothing in there for any kind of contingency. One lady said to me, well, if the child has to go barber shop, even once or twice a month, that's an next $10, $20 for each visit to the barber shop. If the mother wants to go hairdresser, nothing in there for that. That is the reality of people here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I know people out there can relate to it because that is what is happening. And so I expected a budget. Yes, it just gave an increase in minimum wage. And so maybe not necessarily a next increase in minimum wage. But there are things you can do. The member for Nevis 9, it is, for example, said he didn't see any decrease in revenues coming from VAT during the first 6 months of this year. So it means people had more purchasing power and they spent more. And so that is one possible solution in order to help to bring down the cost of living for people in this country. Persons have asked about the calculation of customs charges when you go to clear goods, whether it is for yourself or businesses. That is something that can be looked at. The duties that you pay. These are things that can be looked at, Madam Speaker, in order to further help poor people in this country, because people need help. They need real help. No, there's no VAT on food or medicine, but there are other things that you purchase
Medical doctor is free for children
that you have to pay VAT on. Other things that you purchase. Medical doctor might be free, but it's not everybody is going to opt to go to the hospital.
They don't have to go to the hospital.
They could go to, but if I go to a private doctor, I have to pay.
You don't have to go to a private doctor either.
You don't tell me I don't have to.
I'm telling you, every clinic has a doctor.
And I am saying that it is not every parent that may opt to go to the clinic or to the hospital. It is not every parent who is going to opt to do that.
Madam Speaker, on a point of clarification.
You can't rise on a
point of order, sorry.
clarification.
I want to say, with respect to what he said about the VAT, I want to point out that we did see a significant drop in the revenues for VAT when we did that. And I think I pointed out in my budget as well. Yes, it was in the budget. It was in the budget. So I wanted to say that in the budget it showed that. VAT is a federal application, really. So it's the federal government that deals fundamentally with VAT, not the island of Nevis. That's one. Secondly, I want to also point out, with respect to medical care can be free for children. As a matter of fact, we now have a medical fund for children, because a lot of children during the last administration used to die because the parents could not afford it. We have made sure that we take care of the children. So in terms of the cost of living, we made sure that no child in St. Kitts and Nevis will die because the parents don't have any children. And so I wanted to put those two things on the floor.
Honourable Member, would you like to respond?
Madam Speaker, as I said, If the parent elects to take the child to a private doctor, the parent has to pay. But as you can see, Madam Speaker, even in terms of the budget, I did not include it. I said if that happens, and that is what the parent decides to do, parent has to pay. I didn't include anything for daycare fees because I said the child could very well be going to a government daycare center. And when I was Minister of Education, I met a situation where you go to primary school for free, you go to secondary school for free, but you were paying to go to the nursery, you were paying to go to the daycare center. And when I was Minister of Education, I made the case to Cabinet that likewise, children in the government-owned daycare centers, that they too should be free. And so what we did, we introduced a subvention which is paid to the schools on a monthly basis, and so the children in those schools are going for free. So I didn't include anything for that either.
Yes, Madam, see your point of order. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow these to go unrecognized. He spoke about, one, with the children, no more children in St. Kitts are dying because the parents can't afford it. I am proud of that Children's Medical Fund. Secondly, with respect to the subvention that he spoke about, when we got in there, it was $25 per week, Madam Speaker. 25. I said to the then Minister for Education that we will double it. So in less than a year, the subvention for the children to these schools, we went from $25 to $50. So three fundamental things I did for children, Madam Speaker. One, the Children's Medical Fund, that no child in St. Kitts and Nevis will die because the parents don't have money. They used to die on the previous administration, and as a doctor, it hurt me deeply. Secondly, the $25 wasn't enough when I got into office. And they said each child will get $50, so I doubled it. And thirdly, Madam Speaker, since he's on school and cost of living and what they have to pay, at CFBC College, we made tuition free for all. And as a result of that, we have seen a significant increase in the number of attendees to the CFBC College. Increased subvention for children, increased Children's Medical Fund, so no child will die ever again because the parents can't afford it, and thank God for all the children who are living now as a result. And thirdly, we have, since he's talked about education, we have made CFBC as well tuition free for all in the Federation who goes to CFBC, Madam Speaker. Please.
Would you like to respond, Honourable Member?
Madam Speaker, when he got up on the first point of order, he spoke about children and children dying. I didn't say anything about children and children dying, so I do not understand why there needed to be a point of order to address that. Yes.
You spoke to medical care, so it touches and concerns because it is something that can result from what you raised. So I had no issues with that particular intervention.
But Madam Speaker spoke specifically to taking the child to a private doctor. That's one. Two, the fundamental point that I made about the government-owned preschools is that they are now free. If you have increased the subvention, fine, kudos to you. But the fact is that I ensured that it was free, and as I said, I didn't include anything for that. The third point that he made relative to CFBC, I said absolutely nothing about CFBC. So I don't even understand how that is relevant in terms of what I'm saying, in terms of a point of order.
Honourable Member for St. Christopher A, you rose on a point of order and raised three issues, particularly the subvention being increased, the CFBC tuition being made free, and the Children's Medical Fund. Of the three things that you raised, I only see the need for the medical fund because that touched and concerned the issue that the member for St. Christopher 5 raised. So in relation to those other two matters, I don't think that they suit the point of order. You may proceed, Honourable Member. However, based on the ruling that the Medical Children's Fund was relevant, you're going to have to curtail or shift your presentation to allow for that ruling, that part of the ruling.
Madam Speaker, thank you. But as I indicated, I wasn't speaking anything about the medical fund. Accepted, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, that is the reality. That persons are having a difficult time in making ends meet. And so I go back to where I started, Madam Speaker, that this budget, it lacks innovative solutions to the issues facing people here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. That is what I expected the budget to address, Madam Speaker. How the cost of living is going to become more manageable for persons, Madam Speaker. Economic diversification. Where are we going in terms of that, Madam Speaker? How do we ensure, Madam Speaker, that you have more locals going into business? How do you ensure that instead of you seeing a 4th Street where locals have basically disappeared, that you see both locals and foreign investors coexisting, Madam Speaker? Those are the innovative solutions that I was hoping to see as part of this budget. As I said, Madam Speaker, I'm woefully disappointed. And so, Madam Speaker, as I come to a close, I want to say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that there's still hope. There is still hope for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And that hope lies, Madam Speaker, in having a new government. Because this government has demonstrated, Madam Speaker, that it is unable to look after the affairs of the people. It has demonstrated, Madam Speaker, that it is devoid, it is bankrupt of ideas to move us forward. Nothing new, Madam Speaker, coming to us. You're about repairs to this, repairs to that, etc. Nothing new. Nothing new, Madam Speaker. Bastia High School, that's not necessarily something new. When I said something new, this CBI, for example, that was an innovation under a previous PAM administration, an innovation that up until today is still benefiting us, an innovation that has been copied, not just within the region, but elsewhere around the world. That is what we're looking for, Madam Speaker. New, innovative projects, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I come to a close, I want to address one or two things in my constituency. Because as I was sitting here, I understand that just last night...
You have 10 minutes left on your
just last night, young lady told me that just last night, an attempt was made to burn down her house. And when she checked with the police said the CCTV TV, they ain't working. Not working. So they couldn't even depend on those to try to determine who perhaps, that's Sandy Point. They ain't working. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard the member for number 4. He's speaking about sporting development and different complexes. And I've stood in here before and said that when I was the Minister of Sports, I began to upgrade the sporting facilities in Sandy Point. Ministry purchased matting for the basketball court, the netball court. We purchased scoreboard. And up until now, Madam Speaker, they cannot be erected, they cannot be installed. I actually began wondering if the matting that I heard at Basketball City, if perhaps the matting for Sandy Point was used for that. I don't know. But I began to wonder. And so I'm making an appeal to finish the project. Years now, they're there.
And a white trailer overcoming the stadium.
Years now. We need to get it completed, Madam Speaker. All the items were already purchased. I've heard about roads. People in farm meadows, they need roads up there. I did a number of roads when I was minister for public infrastructure. 2 short years in different areas in Sandy Point. I did Crab Hill and other areas. But farms, the people of farms, meadows, they need roads. They need roads, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, until the water situation is fixed, then at least, because I see something in here, I think is in the Director of Audit report, about the water tanks. Well, at least put some water tanks at the police station so that the police officers can be comfortable. The pharmacy in Sandy Point, Madam Speaker, hardly opens. Hardly opens, Madam Speaker. Reopen the pharmacy. We're speaking about healthcare. Then ensure that the pharmacy is open on a full-time basis to serve not just the people of Sandy Point, but the people of Number 6, who would also utilize that particular medical facility. The library down at Sandy Point High School, as I said, closed for a number of years now. It needs to be reopened, Madam Speaker. It needs attention. If we're speaking about the education of our students and the importance of it, a library is a critical part of the institution. And for months now, can't get the library to reopen. And there are a number of other things I can speak to relative to the constituency, Madam Speaker. But time doesn't permit me. And so I close by, first of all, because I don't want you to accuse me of the same thing, extending Christmas greetings to you. All the best for Christmas and Carnival and for 2026. And likewise, I extend greetings for Christmas and Carnival to all the members of this House and all persons who are present and all persons who are listening. And as I take my seat, Madam Speaker, there's one final thing I want to say. And that is to do with the SSC, Madam Speaker. I ain't getting into any debate about the SSC. When the SSC, how much? Okay. When the SSC came to Parliament, Madam Speaker, I was aware I was in Antigua. When I came back, the bill was being debated, and the clerk and deputy clerk can tell you, normally I would leave my stuff downstairs, but I told them because I was away to hold on to it. And so as the bill was being debated, that's when I first saw the bill and began reading it. And so I didn't really have the time to do the research to be able to respond effectively to it. Now, there are those who have said I went to Antigua to wind up myself rather than being here to debate the bill. And so the last thing I'm going to say, Madam Speaker, that even if I went to Antigua to wind up myself, at least when I came back, Madam Speaker, nobody could say that I used money that should have been used to pay Social Security for my nanny to go to Antigua. And nobody could say I made any false declaration and end up in problems with customs. May it please you, Madam Speaker. I don't interfere with people. I don't interfere with people. Don't interfere with me. I don't interfere with people. Do not interfere with me. I didn't know you guys saw all these days.
Honorable members, save that for outside of this honorable house. It is now, honorable members, it is 8:20 p.m. Honorable members, it is 8:20. I think I deserve a break. And so I propose. Yes, but I need a break. I've been sitting since 3 o'clock. And so I need to rise for some time. I'll rise for 15 minutes.
morning we are here for the inaugural flight for Anguilla Air Services. We have with us a female pilot, and she was accompanied by another female who is also here with us, and of course this warms my heart. I love to see women taking up space, clock it. And we have a plaque this morning to show our appreciation, and we look forward here in St. Kitts and Nevis as we build out connectivity here. We look forward to our daily service from Anguilla Services. So thank you very much, and we look forward to a fruitful partnership.
Of course, we love St. Kitts and Nevis so much.
On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Anguilla Tourist Board and management and the team and the government of Anguilla, we are happy to be here today with the inaugural services of what we consider to be a great deal for Anguilla, as it's a local carrier from Anguilla. Anguilla Air Services, we thank the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis for embracing this opportunity with our local airline carriers, and we thank St. Kitts for rolling out the red carpet for us today with the inaugural flight. On behalf of us, the government and the Anguilla Tourist Board Minister, we thank you and your team for your continued support and what we are doing with access to St. Kitts Nevis and between Anguilla. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for coming.
Exactly.
I don't know if this is your first time home. Yes, it's your first time home, so welcome. So I guess you got to see where Granddad grew up.
Yeah, I think we're going to go there after.
You're going to go there after, yes. And interestingly, yeah, there was a football team. I don't know if you got a chance to see the football team. All these youngsters who wear jerseys.
Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to see them. So they're really looking forward to see. You know what they taught me? They taught me this. I said, you do that. So the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, I say, are extremely proud and happy. We are so happy that you really wear the flag. It means a lot to us. That, that your grandfather's roots are remembered. And so it has a tremendous impact, That's what he does for us. But I heard it was the sister who started to put that stuff on. Correct? Yeah. But what inspired you to do that?
Well, we listen to that sort of music anyway, so so we're just very into like the culture, so we decided to make a video, and it just absolutely
excellent. Excellent.
I'm happy that the Defense Force is able to collaborate with His Majesty's Prison to help to rehabilitate the inmates.
It means a lot. I'm able to learn this skill because I'm into cars too. That's why I am happy for the opportunity that I was given, to learn. So when I impart back in society, I could have that with me.
When I first came here, I know nothing, absolutely nothing. Not even to hold a screwdriver properly. I came here, used to wash down the commander vehicle every day. And I get opportunity to be around in the shop and I learn a lot of different things from different people. And for me, it has made a marvelous change within my life. I finally find something that, I love doing. I could make my son proud. And I could do something to give back to society. And it means a lot to me, It means everything to me.
The program here helps me to build a more positive focus on life itself, and it also gives me opportunity to teach others, and especially those who might not have a skill. Yeah, and when you have a skill, it helps you a lot in terms of staying away from thinking negative. Because once you're into a skill, your mindset will be more focused into the skill. So let's say you think about thinking negative parts associated with negative people. So it really helped me a lot in the area.
Actually, I'm at a very high level right now. I learn how to handle myself more better, in terms of communicating with people, my kids them and so forth. I have two daughters. I get a call to them, both of them, and they wish me happy Father's Day and what's not. And yeah, so it was very good, and they tell me how proud they are of me and everything, so I'm happy to be an inspiration to them. Very important that you could talk to your kids. It gives you a good feeling, and also your kids them get to understand your mindset, because people might be saying a lot of things, negative things. That was in my case too. You check. She get to talk to me and I get to speak to her, and we had a good conversation.
Generally, there's no negative about the program. It's rather unfortunate that big people take their time to post negative things, and because it's all self-serving, they know what they want to get out of it. That's why they post those kind of things, and rather than encourage them, give them the opportunity. They are human beings at the end of the day.
The environment is a healthy environment. The rules are strict, and there are certain things we must have to uphold, and that in itself is very important for us, because it helps pave the road for us when we integrate back into society. So it really helps a lot in the area.
People can say all kind of things, but we all know this is an army base. There's people in charge. There's no way that we could come from prison up here and do what we want. It's a base with walls just like prison. Not even the soldiers them could do what they feel like. So them is just talks. Sometimes you're doing good in life and you can always come across stumbling back. People can try things, people can say things, but the reality is what's happening here. You come and you see yourself and doing things like this, so society could see what's going on.
Well, I will tell the Prime Minister straight up, this program is the best thing for us prisoners. Good. Because, you think about it. If you just leave us back in the cell, just down there in the cell all the time, we ain't get no opportunity. It changed me significantly. So the more opportunity they get exposed to, better. Yeah, and you got a better society, because think about it, and everybody in there for life, and some people just get a little 5 years, and if you could just take that little time and instill skills in them and communicating with people and everything, it'd be good. You just don't shut them out, because when you shut out the idle mind, you could think negative things and could be easily influenced by negative people.
Good day. Hi. From NGT. Okay.
Take the second flight of the drone just to demonstrate how it operates. What we have over here in this rack is a sensor for measuring electromagnetic signatures as well as magnetic signatures. And then the drone will fly in parallel traverses every 50 meters apart, about 50 meters high,
Okay.
to measure the resistivity in the subsurface.
This is actually an anomaly over the past maybe decade or so where we're having this much rain at any one time. But beyond that, even when we do have that significant amount of rain, most of our rainwater does not run off. So we can't capture it like that. Most of it goes into the ground, into these aquifers, and that's the importance of today, where we're going to be sending up this piece of equipment to help identify where those aquifers are. So I want to thank the team, because this is well needed. We have spoken about it for some time. I understand, we had a few delays, but I think everything seems ready and set to go. I'm excited to see this thing take off. This is the largest drone I have seen, up close that is, in person. So I'm excited to see how it flies. And we're excited that this is going to lead to development of wells, especially in the areas outside of Bastia.
House resumes. I recognize the Honourable Member for the Honourable Attorney General. Apologies.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. I promise that I will try to be brief, as it is now 8:40 p.m. But I rise to support the debate on the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025. And I want to start by saying, Madam Speaker, that government budget deals with many matters which impact the lives of people other than dollars and cents. To look at a budget as figures alone is very elementary in nature. What you have to examine with a budget, and what I implore people to examine with a budget, is the impact of the allocations made in the respective ministries and departments of government. For my part, Madam Speaker, I intend to prove to our people how the Attorney General's Office and Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs are listening to our people, and in response, we are investing in our people and progress. This investment is manifested in the bill as budgetary assignments for the AGO of $8.4 million for recurrent expenditure, with the capital budget of $250,000. The ministry has been allocated a recurrent expenditure budget of $10.7 million and a capital budget of $4.3 million. An overall total for both the ministry and the Attorney General's Office of $23.7 million, which represents 2.2% of the budget. But Madam Speaker, my mission in the three offices I hold in government is to ensure that there is real progress that the people of this federation can see and can feel. This year, I am most proud of our criminal justice reform journey, which is a key example of real progress. From 2010 to 2024, 15 years, St. Kitts and Nevis averaged 22 homicides per year, a figure that weighs heavily in a population of just 50,000. And those numbers were not random. Most of all homicides were gang-related and involved many of our classmates, friends, neighbors, and their families. The toll on our communities was devastating, but something extraordinary happened. Our trajectory changed dramatically, measurably, rapidly. Since October 2024, we've had 6 homicides, knock on wood, the lowest number in the past 20 years, as was said by the mover of the bill. That is, Madam Speaker, a 73% reduction over last year, and at one point between October 2024 and May 2025, we achieved 7 months without a gun-related homicide at all. And year to date, we've only had 3, knock on wood, a fall of 88% over 2024. Non-fatal shootings also dropped 35%, and robberies fell by 25%. Those numbers did not fall by accident or luck, Madam Speaker. The paradigm shift in approaches to crime and violence by all government stakeholders, mainly the police force and the Ministry of National Security, and the buy-in from the people of the Federation, including our young men, their commitment to change, it has shown immediate results. And the AGO and the MJLA have played a small yet important part in this process. For decades, Madam Speaker, our justice institutions worked hard, but they worked alone. Police worked in their lane, the DPP's office in theirs, judiciary in theirs, social development in theirs, corrections in theirs, the Ministry of Justice Secretariat in theirs. Each institution was doing its best, but they were not doing their best together. The Justice Committee changed that. Established in November 2022, co-chaired by the resident High Court criminal judge and I, it brought everyone around the table: police high command, magistrates, social development, prison leadership, criminal bar, the DPPO, and others. Essentially, we began with humility and conducted the first comprehensive justice sector needs assessment in our country's history. We discussed the reasons for delays, fragmentation, disclosure gaps, institutional silos, and the strain on police, prosecutors, defense, courts, and social systems. That evidence became our blueprint. Then we embarked, Madam Speaker, on our legislative modernization agenda, and we was a coordinated redesign shaped by the AGO and supported by Cabinet. And accomplished in collaboration with the DPPO, and we passed 14 new laws in relation to criminal justice reform, Madam Speaker. But for time, I will not go through all. But I also want to point out, because it was said during the debates, that laws alone make no difference. And I agree. Laws alone make no difference. It's whether you have the capacity to enforce those laws. And what we've done is we've spent a lot of time on capacity building within the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and throughout the national security infrastructure. Police, prosecutors, judges and magistrates, social workers and justice officials across the system have been trained. Our training focused on accountability, reducing silos, improving procedural fairness, human rights standards, and we did it across all of the sectors. We also had partnerships with various international and regional organizations, UNDP, Pace Justice Project, UNODC, El Pacto, the full gamut, Madam Speaker. And what next? Our next step, we hope, somewhere early in the new year, is to introduce to Parliament our caution system. And a caution system is an alternative pathway for lower level offenses. Basically keep them out of the system. And 70% of police charges between 2022 and 2024 were minor or mid-level. So what the caution system is intended to do, Madam Speaker, and is what we've budgeted for in the next year to accomplish, is to provide a formal off-ramp, hold people accountable, protect future opportunity, reduce unnecessary court congestion, and build a more humane restorative approach to justice. Madam Speaker, we have worked diligently in the Ministry of National Security and Attorney General's Office to contribute to a safer St. Kitts and Nevis, and we're very proud of that progress, which has benefited the people of this country. And all of that we did whilst maintaining an otherwise robust legislative agenda, as you would know, Madam Speaker, and the people of this country would know, because we came to this National Assembly 15 times this year, prior to this budget sitting, and we debated and passed 22 impactful new laws to reach 87 in 3 years. It's not just about numbers, Madam Speaker, it's about the impact. We did the Vehicle, Road and Traffic Amendment Act. We're seeing first stages of safer roads in St. Kitts and Nevis as a result of that. We passed the Pensions Amendment Act, which has significantly impacted the lives of persons who retire from the civil service. The GAE Amendment Act, similarly impacting the lives of GAE workers within the system and upon their retirement. We did the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Act. We did the Prison Act, which dealt with matters of bringing items into prison and increasing the penalties. We amended the Integrity in Public Life Act to make that stronger. We did the Plastic Waste Reduction Act, which has been a big hit and very important for our country to show that what we are doing as part of the new movement in this world to protect our world for the future generations. We did the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Act, which facilitated our world-famous ETA system, where people can just whoosh through immigration, but still has all the protections and all the national security information that you get from that process. We did an Extradition Act, which now strengthens our extradition process. Proceeds of Crime and Asset Recovery, which is key, and I'll speak more about that later. Anti-Terrorism Amendment Act. Anti-Proliferation Financing of Weapons of Mass Destruction Act. National Lotteries Act. Gaming Control Amendment Act, which will bring economic diversification to our country when it's brought into force. We did the Housing and Development Levy Act, which dealt with the issue when we implemented the new minimum wage so that persons could actually get more of their salary, which impacted lives. We amended the Larceny Act, the Judge Alone Trials Amendment Act, the Industrial Designs Act, which creates a whole new industry for our creatives, which I'll speak more about when I speak about the IPO, the Intellectual Property Office. We did the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act, which has reshaped the CBI industry within the Caribbean. Very impactful and directly relevant to our potential income from CBI moving forward. We did the National Conservation and Environment Management Act, the Architects Registration Amendment Act. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to put on record my appreciation for Chief Parliamentary Counsel Ms. Karen Hughes and Deputy CPC Mrs. Alison Isaac, who work tirelessly behind the scenes. No one really sees all the work they do, but you would know, Madam Speaker, that they do immense amount of work, and I'm very thankful for the work and the support that they provide. Now, if I can talk about money, Madam Speaker, the lawyers and staff of the Attorney General's chambers have similarly given their full support to protect the public purse. We have listened to the people who complain that the Attorney General's chambers was losing too many cases in the past. Now we win vast majority of our cases, and that's a fact. This is reflected in the numbers, because in 2022, the then budget for claims against the government was $5.4 million. And the previous administration used to bust that budget and often required more money because they were losing so many cases and they were paying out so many judgments. In 2023 and 2024, we kept the expenditure below $1 million. In 2025, we therefore reduced that budget from $5.4 million to $1.5 million, almost $4 million reduction, so that we could give that money to other ministries like the Ministries of Infrastructure, the Ministry of National Security, to go into projects for national security, to go into roads. $4 million given up just because we had to do extra work. So I'm pleased to state that thus far this year, in claims against the government, we've only paid out $800,000. And we are likely only to pay out around $200,000 more. So we're going to stay on our mission. I call it saving the country $4 million a year, because it was originally a $5 million budget, by keeping claims against the government at $1 million. And that, even though many may not see the importance of that, That comes from hard work and dedication of the Solicitor General, Simone Bullen Thompson, the Senior Legal Officer, Tashnell Paul Williams, the Crown Counsels, Christopher, Liska, Sasha, Leandra, Kiwana, Kyle, Ashley, and Kenitra, and all the other staff of the AGC who show up and give of their best for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. In terms of the Ministry of Justice Secretariat, Madam Speaker, we are also doing our best to invest in people and progress. One of the main ways we've gone about doing that is to move our properties from rented to owned so that we can save on rental costs and move our expenditure more to maintenance costs, which are much less. We are moving from paper-heavy systems to integrated digital platforms. Naturally, that also saves money. And we're going from fragmented service delivery to coordinated institutions. We're going to be more efficient, which also benefits the people. Now, in relation to the Magistrates Court property at Fort Lands, we bought those properties by way of a lease-to-own arrangement. So we're coming off of the rent that we paid there, and that rent goes actually towards the purchase price, which we have agreed with the owner. And in 2027, January, we'll become the full owners of that property. We also budgeted for expansion our judicial services project, which is to expand our case management systems, electronic document management, and secure communications, and to provide for advanced tools that allow justice institutions to operate in a coordinated ecosystem. So that's really to do with digital transformation, to modernize the justice system so that it can be more efficient and it benefits the people. We're also in our phase 2 of restoring the Sir Leal Moore Judicial Legal Services Complex. What we are going to do this year, and what we budgeted for this year, is to get the full assessment. What we did last year is that we cleared it out. There was a lot of leakage. There were birds, dead other animals throughout the building, mold, etc. The ceiling tiles were soaked. There was furniture that was damaged, files that were damaged. So what we did, we spent this year and we cleaned it up. So now that it is cleaned out, we have budgeted this year, we're doing it in a phase way, to then get engineers in to give us a plan to make that building sustainable. We don't want to do any patchwork with it. When we go back into that building, we want it to be able to last for another 30, 40 years without having to do any major renovations. So we have that budgeted this year. We also have to fix the property on George Street, which had a bad roof. So we're trying to get estimates and to get the roof fixed so that the Intellectual Property Office and the Land Registry can move back there. So we've had some infrastructural issues that we inherited, and we're trying in a phase way to get them resolved, Madam Speaker. We also are going to try to finally bring to reality our Land Administration and Information System, LAIS, at the Land Registry, and we have additional capital support for that. And we've also received support from the Pace Justice Project, which has contributed to access to justice mechanism, backlog reduction tools, digitization training, and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. Now, if you allow me, Madam Speaker, to go to your former workplace, which is the Director of Public Prosecution's Office. Everybody knows the importance of that office in prosecuting criminal matters. And I'd like to report to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that in 2025, there were 42 matters recorded and in the High Court, 7 verdicts after trial, and 34 guilty pleas, and 1 prosecution discontinuance. And in the Nevis Circuit, there were 6 completed matters, 2 verdicts after trial, and 4 guilty pleas. And the office also completed significant money laundering prosecution, demonstrating our capacity in the Federation to respond to sophisticated financial offending. And at this point, I want to point out and to celebrate the learned DPP, Mr. Adlai Smith, as well as the head of the White Collar Crime Unit, Inspector Jerry Watts, who have worked diligently to be able to build capacity in the DPP's office and in the police department to deal with white collar matters. Also, the DPP office has launched a public education initiative called the Law in Plain Language, and I encourage everyone to look out for that, which will be in the media, and I think they're starting with the St. Kitts Nevis Observer. But the DPP has also been on ZIZ and Win FM, speaking about the role and impact of judge-alone trials, importance of guilty pleas, etc. I want to place on record again the appreciation to the DPP, the assistant DPPs, Mrs. Gordon Hazel, Mr. Vasquez, and all of the Crown Council and staff of the DPPO. They do a lot of work, sometimes behind the scenes, but they are protecting us from the bad guys, and they're very important, as you are well aware, Madam Speaker. Now, in relation to the land registry, we have listened to the complaints about slow processing of land documents, Madam Speaker, and I got them, particularly when I entered office. Person said, AG, you need to fix this. We went about investing in resources to speed up and digitize the processes, and in the land registry, that investment is felt by people, you know, when they secure their title, when they get their transfers done, and when they go in and they meet people with confidence and competence, are able to answer their questions. So when the land registry works well, people actually feel the impact immediately in their daily lives. It's a very important institution in the government, and we have, by way of financial resources and human resources, improved the processes there. The team is led by the Registrar, Shelley Isles, and the Deputy Registrar, Ms. Williams. And we have moved staff there. We have brought in more staff. We have allowed persons to become commissioners of oath in St. Kitts and in Nevis to be able to facilitate the swifter transfer of land documents. So as a result, there's been increased efficiency. I did a survey with the bar to determine independently if they were seeing shorter completion times. They are shortening completion times. There's deeper engagement with the lawyers in particular. There was reduced and eliminated backlogs awaiting listing before the court for COT hearings. They have expedited memoranda transfer, Crown grants, other registrable documents, including applications for first COT and replacement of lost certificates of title. And in 2026, the land registry will continue to build on this progress. We hope to get the LIS, as I mentioned, up and running. We're also going to continue to train our staff and then further improve service delivery. So I want to thank Land Registrar Ms. Ayers, Deputy Land Registrar Ms. Williams, LIS consultant Ms. Myers, and all the staff of the Land Registry who, despite their recent relocation, have sought to serve the people of St. Kitts and Nevis with speed and accuracy. In relation to the Magistrates Court, Madam Speaker, the Magistrates Court has done a lot of work as well. They have focused on reducing the case backlogs in 2025. In traffic matters, for example, there were 3,000, and people might not realize this, in Little St. Kitts and Nevis, there were 3,791 traffic cases in the Magistrates Court. 2,733 were disposed, so that's a 72% disposal rate. In criminal matters, 446 cases were filed, 293 cases were disposed at a 65% disposal rate. And in paper committals, where matters are going to the High Court, but they go to the magistrate first, there were 91 matters filed, 60 were completed, a 65% completion rate. So that's fewer delays and better service in relation to the Magistrates Court. Also, they're going to build on those gains, and they're going to implement more efficiency, technology, and service excellence training and initiatives within the Magistrates Court to provide better service to the persons who interact with that court. And that is actually the busiest court in the country, Madam Speaker. And one thing that I also received, and I think I can fairly say that the ministry is a listening ministry. We've heard that there are persons who have summonses that don't get served as quickly as they would like. So what we've done is that we've spent quite a while developing a new bailiff framework, and hopefully within the first quarter of next year, we'll have that framework introduced so that persons can actually engage their own bailiff to serve their matters, and we hope that matters could come before the court in a more swifter way. I want to thank the Magistrates Court staff, all the magistrates, for working hard to make sure that the Magistrates Court is efficient for the benefit of the people. In relation to the High Court, Madam Speaker, the only position that the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs added for 2026 was the position of the Director of Courts. What we realized is that the High Court Registrar and the High Court Registry was doing too many administrative matters. So what we've done is we've created a post of Director of Courts who can manage the non-direct court matter, strategies and administrative dealings. That can be now done by the Director of Courts, so the two registrars can focus on dealing with the High Court matters, dealing with the divorces, dealing with the probates, etc. So we're freeing them up to more focus on court-related matters, and so that the court administrator, who is also works with the registrars, can also focus on court-related administrative matters, and the Director of Courts can deal with HR matters, infrastructure matters, other matters that report to the ministry. So we saw that as an important addition to the positions within the High Court to create efficiency within the High Court system. And one of the things that we're also dealing with, and we've been dealing with for the last 2 years, is in relation to our old files. Because of the mold issues at the Sir Leal Moore building, a lot of the files were contaminated. We had to move them to storage facilities. Then they were disorganized. So we had to engage part-time for persons on the registry to go every so often to the storage to try and get them cataloged. So what we've done is we've budgeted such that we can try to get that process moving along. It's about 40% complete, so we hope to get the remaining 60% complete over the course of 2026. So that there are no issues with lawyers who show up at the registry looking for old matters. New matters are not an issue. But say matters from 1997 or 2005, they might be in storage, and we're trying to get them cataloged so that persons can get them quickly. Madam Speaker, the Intellectual Property Office, I'm very proud of that office. It is well run by the registrar, Mrs. Jeanne Williams-Knight. They make a lot of money. So that dance pays for the lights, and they're also very important. So I want to go into detail because they, in essence, facilitate ideas, inventions, brands, etc., musicians' rights, and so forth. So they have been on a very active campaign to reduce their backlogs. To assist with that, we engaged a new attorney to work there, Ms. Franklin, and she is helping the registrar to clear up all of those backlogs. But what is important is that we are also getting our creatives out into the world of intellectual property. And we've had many exchanges within the Intellectual Property Office that can unlock new growth. For example, a representative from the Ministry of Tourism attended the World Symposium on Geographical Indicators to learn how countries can leverage origin-linked products to drive tourism and entrepreneurship. What that is, Madam Speaker, GI, for example, a GI in our region is the nutmeg in Grenada. So Grenada has a nutmeg that is particular to Grenada. What they've been able to do is get the GI for that, so their nutmeg can be called Grenada nutmeg, and then they can sell it for a higher price. Antigua is also on a pathway for that with respect to their honey. There's no reason that in St. Kitts, we can, and Nevis, can also have products that are unique to us, that persons who then produce them can now sell them at a higher amount and get more income. So we're working on that, and we show the Ministry of Tourism how to leverage that for marketing and entrepreneurship. We also, the Permanent Secretary in Sustainable Development, attended a workshop about unlocking economic opportunities through sports development. Leaders supporting persons with disabilities participated in regional discussions on implementing the Marrakesh Treaty, which St. Kitts and Nevis acceded to in 2024, helping enable printed works to be converted into accessible formats, such as Braille and large prints for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled. So we're trying to help out the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, and to get more works available for persons who are visually impaired and blind, etc. We also the representative from the St. Kitts Band Association in Carnival represented and participated in a regional creative industries forum with the IPO, keeping our creatives connected to regional markets and best practices. 22 female business owners completed a 6-week IP bootcamp for women entrepreneurs in the creative industries, supported by the IPO and the World Intellectual Property Organization. We hosted training on building and protecting personal brands for athletes in partnership with the Olympic Association. We delivered Getting Trademarks Registered seminars, one in St. Kitts and one in Nevis. And we supported small business capacity through IP education with Small Business Development Center. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, this is not money, but this is support for small businesses, creatives, so that they can progress themselves and become entrepreneurs and monetize their skill and their talent. And we're also working in various areas in 2026 within the budget to promote different areas for our creatives. So I'm thankful to the hardworking team at the IPO. I'll speak a little bit, Madam Speaker, with your leave, on the Intellectual Integrity in Public Life Office. Now that office is fully functional. There are declarations being filed every April, and there are 161 public officials filed in 2023, 174 in 2024. So you realize you don't hear much talk about the IPL anymore, because it was once a pipe dream, now it's a reality and it's part of our culture. So the IPL now possesses the teeth that we promised and the authority to investigate and question any matters of public interest in relation to public officials. So we're very happy that the IPL is fully functional, and we are the reason that it is fully functional. Now, I'm going to wrap up with some good news, Madam Speaker. St. Kitts and Nevis this year was the only country in Latin America and the Caribbean to receive a special JAC Catalytic Fund grant from the United Nations Development Program. That grant is 405,000 EC dollars and will support the design and implementation of a national restorative justice pilot program focusing on strengthening community-based pathways to accountability, healing, and reintegration. In other words, restorative justice. Instead of going to the courts for justice, we'll have programs where justice is brought to the communities, and you can prevent issues before they get more serious. And that's something that we are very keen on. St. Kitts and Nevis was also elected to serve as vice chair on the prestigious UN Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee to draft the UN Framework Convention on Tax Cooperation. It's hard work. I'm leading that charge with the help of Crown Counsel Liska Hutchinson and Minister Councillor Eustace Wallace, but it's very important work, because at the end of the time, we will be drafting the first tax cooperation treaty for the world under the UN system. So that's very important. I also want to speak a little about CBI. I wonder sometimes, Madam Speaker, how anybody on the other side, honestly, could speak about CBI. What we inherited in CBI was a total and complete mess. Let no one fool anyone in this country. It is only because of the leadership, the tough decisions made by the member for number 8 with support of cabinet that we even have a CBI today. And I say that without hesitation. That is the stone cold truth. I sit in the meetings, Madam Speaker, with all of the international partners, with all of the regional colleagues. And it is because of the tough decisions that St. Kitts and Nevis made in 2022 and the changes that we made why we have a CBI. And this year, we saw that culminate in the establishment of the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority. That bill was passed in this assembly in October. It was passed in the other 4 Caribbean OECS CBI territories. It's about to get started, and we are pleased that the hard work has reached to the stage where there's a formal regulator and CBI has actually survived, so that we could actually get any income from it, and we'll be happy with the income we get from it. And it is actually going on the up and up. You would think that from the social media and from things that are said in this house, that the persons before us ran some amazing CBI program. They did not. They ran it to the ground. That started in 2017 with the race to the bottom, where St. Kitts lowered the prices to just over 100,000, and it continued with the ill-advised prison project, which has caused us nothing but headaches since taking office, Madam Speaker. Do not let anybody fool you at all that we have done anything bad to the CBI program. We're the ones who saved it, Madam Speaker, led by the member for number 8, St. Kitts, St. Christopher 8. And on very good news, Madam Speaker, as was said when they moved the bill, St. Kitts and Nevis proudly secured the 2025 Brimholt Award, which is the CFATF's top regional honor for excellence in anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing work. I can take very little credit for that, Madam Speaker. It's the hard work of the FIU, Ms. Wilson, and the White Collar Crime Unit, Mr. Watt, and my CPC, Karen Hughes, and the other persons from the FSRC in St. Kitts and Nevis. I was not unable to attend because I was at the CCJ conference, but it's a very important award, and it shows that St. Kitts and Nevis is serious about anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing, which creates a safe investment environment to attract foreign direct investment. So, Madam Speaker, the work of the AGO and MJLA in the condensed format, the 840 start format, shows that we are committed to our people, we're listening to our people, we are building a sustainable island state of which we can all be proud, and showing that we are achieving progress that you can see and progress you can feel. It's truly a budget for every Kittitian and Nevisian. I encourage persons to read it. It's not just about the figures, it's about the impact. And I encourage everyone, I want to make this plea before I sit, Madam Speaker, to seek the truth. Don't just take what you hear from other persons and forward it or consider it to be the God's given truth. We are educated people, we're highly intelligent, and we're capable of discerning. And I remember when I thought about saying that, because I think it's important when you address the nation to encourage good actions. There was a verse when I used to go to Sunday school, Methodist Church, and I know that the member for number 1 can confirm the truth of this statement. It's Ephesians chapter 4, verse 25. It says, Madam Speaker, "Therefore each of you must put off falsehood and speak truthfully to your neighbor, for we are all members of one body." So let us move forward as one body, Madam Speaker, committed to the truth and to the progress of our federation. May it please you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, I hope I was bringing good news to you that we will go until 12 tonight, but I'm going to ask that we adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m. to continue with the debate for the Appropriations Bill 2026-2025.
Thank you. Seconder, I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 1.
I second that motion, Madam Speaker.
Bro. The question is that the House stands adjourned until tomorrow, the 19th day of December at 10 a.m. These honorable chambers. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House adjourns until tomorrow at 10 a.m.